And welcome back to continuing coverage of the World Series of Poker Supermain from here at the Atlantis Resort and Casino. We call it paradise, and yet for some, things were a little bit less tropical. Come yesterday, day 3 coverage. Ali alongside Randy Liu, day 4 coming your way. But Randy, as we touched on, there was a lot of movement out there in the field. First and foremost to be examined, of course, the plight of the duo, the couple that are the Foxons.
Yeah, they were actually seated at our feature table right next to each other. We saw them play multiple pots against one another. Alex was always trying to bluff Kristen. Kristen was able to sniff it out. So, yeah, Foxen versus Foxen was a bit of fun.
Yeah, early in the day, both of them found themselves on the feature, as you talked about. Neither, however, of course, making it to day 4. Kristen ultimately bowing out 210th, and then Alex out in 135th. Now, rumor has it that the bartenders here have coined a new drink, and it's called the Lococo Cooler. Of course, I'm talking about Alejandro, and it would make sense as we saw what happened to him.
Yeah, he got in the pocket queens against aces, and for Lococo, that's a massive cooler because we know he likes to really go for a re-raise very light. Surely he thought the queens were going to be good, but to run to aces and bust out in 225th is always disappointing.
Yeah, you kind of expect, if you're Alejandro, that people are going to be playing back at you light just given the VPIP levels. So when you show up with queens, you just don't anticipate aces to be on the other end. 225th place finish for the man who took down the Triton Invitational, $12 million plus. That was the onset of our coverage here. Such a positive trip, regardless of that outcome. And obviously being in the cash here in the Supermain, not to be overlooked. Now, Daniel Negreanu, of course, he had no fun yesterday at any point, and he let us know it, didn't he?
Yeah, he sure did. I mean, he went into the day with a massive amount of chips and just could not really win a pot on day 3. Eventually did bust out with pocket tens against King Jack suited for 170th place.
Yeah, obviously being in the money, better than not being in the money, but when you're as hungry as Daniel is, one of the few kind of with the accomplishments that he has under his belt who still have a fire that burns that hot in their belly. Now, Stephen Chidwick, we know his belly filled with fire and his resume filled with results. This result, though, would come to an end yesterday.
Yeah, did finish in 86th place. He did win the 50K PLO for his second WSOP bracelet, which was great. So trying to run hot, continuing into the main event, but, eventually busting out. It is tournament poker after all.
Yeah, obviously nothing to hang his head about whatsoever. Stevie just a fixture when it comes to these deep runs in any given big tournament. Now, Brutality came and paid a visit to our man, part of the Booth Brethren, Nick Schulman yesterday. Randy, ouch.
Yeah, he got in pocket nines against pocket eights. Obviously, an amazing spot, and it came out very clean. Turn got a little wet, and what was strange for me was Nick Schulman immediately stood up, and he wasn't laughing. It just felt like maybe he was trying to jinx the poker gods. I don't know, but then he got rivered by the straight, by the pocket eights.
Here's, knowing Nick, he just wants to be ready for a brisk departure if it does come down, because obviously he is emotional. If you want to talk about fire and bellies, Nick's got it in spades. And he's seen ghosts, man. I mean, some of the brutality that Nick has, I'm not going to say enjoyed, but had bestowed upon him throughout the course of his career, which is not unique to him. Of course, you play long enough, these things happen. But, I mean, it's been a little bit egregious. It's been a little bit too painful. He, of course, was not the only person to endure pain as we continue to touch upon those who were dispatched yesterday. How about the defending champion in this one, Stanislav?
Yeah, defending champion. I didn't get to see him play too much on our feature tables. Just to cash again is pretty nice, right after winning it last time in Paradise. But he did eventually fall in 127th place.
Now, we were familiarized. We have some chess nomenclature that we're aware of. I didn't know the term "the queen was blundered," but yesterday that's exactly what happened when Alex Botez met the end.
Yeah, eventually finishing 187th place. And, she's a strong chess player who's got her fans. Plenty of people on the YouTube channel were kind of saying, "Where's Botez? Where's Botez?"
All day, every day.
We gave you a lot of Botez action. And, sometimes she blunders her queen in chess. maybe his equivalent poker is making a mistake, a bad call here and there, but not she did fine. Got 187th
I,
place.
I was just going to say that it's not as though we're looking to set up her departure as though it was the product of mistakes. And we have seen Botez in particular mature and evolve. Obviously, the learning curve is there, and she continues to climb it. So, with all of those specific players having been identified, you would think maybe we're all done. Now we can turn the page to what's on tap today. And yet there were still others who met the end.
Yeah, obviously other big names that I would expect to perhaps still be in the tournament are like Narcher Barbero, Adrian Mateos, CRISPR, Santos Varner, all couldn't make it to day 4.
No, they couldn't. So we are down to just 36 players of the 293 that began day 3 action. The journey, of course, in total, just shy of 2,000 runners. A little bit of an overlay, but still an incredible $50 million prize pool. Going to get divvied up eventually. 150,000 locked up. We know top slot, of course, is what everybody's got their eyes on. Several 7-figure scores are available. We're going to play down to the final 9. That's going to be your final table. Next pay jump doesn't come until we get to 32. So we're about 4 slots away from that, Randy. Top 8 are going to pick up a minimum of $1 million with $6 million up top. So even though we're at 36 players right now, do you expect conservative eyes on the prize kind of grandeur on people's minds that causes them to seize up, depending on what type of personality they have out there?
We have a nice mixture of players remaining, so some players will definitely seize up and realize with each elimination you're getting so much closer to the final table where we have 8 $1 million score minimum, 6 million up top. But there's others that are willing to step out, like our chip leader.
Oh, you talking about the Adominator, Michael Adamo? Many began to question whether or not the veracity of his style of play was going to be one that would allow him to endure after he came out and enjoyed early success as a super high roller. It did seem like the field began to make adjustments as scouting reports were circulated, and then struggles began for Adamo, and that can cause some self-doubt. But here he is, just a few dozen players left, with a whopping 83 million in front of him in total. And why does he have 83 million in front of him?
Well, because he won the largest pot of the tournament. He had King Jack suited. Tom Maxwell Bedell had pocket aces, and Tom, he slow played the aces pre-flop, allowed Adamo, who 3-bet, see a flop, and it came ace 10 deuce, all spades. Adamo flopped the nut flush, top set for Tom Maxwell Bedell, and it was a raising war. And eventually Bedell said, you know what, I got to call it off. I've got top set. And the King Jack suited held.
You got top set, and you're squaring off against the Adominator, who every now and again is just out there super light. That's his brand. That's how he ended up where he is here. No criticism whatsoever. Now, you might think that was the most breathless moment, but how about Aziz?
That was a great mystery hand when he had the pocket tens.
Yep.
Check raise against Liv Bory. Bet again, and he bet again. He thought he was turning his hand into a bluff on the Queen, XX, King, Jack texture, and Liv Bory took a look at Aziz, said, I think you're very nervous, made the call, and was shown a better bluff. Tens beating 9-7 offsuit. She couldn't believe it.
That's the part that's so insane, because you don't expect that particular outcome. You're like, if you don't have up in range, then you're supposed to have air, and yet there it was, with him accidentally getting value on the end out of what was a bluff. Melonio, same story. Audacious King 10 bluff for him, for those that caught it. Hisu, big stack throughout, sitting in 6th on the invitee side of the invitational bracket, and yet looking every bit a pro.
I mean, he's pretty much been at the top of the chip counts throughout this tournament, and sitting in 6 is a nice spot for him.
No question about that. Ren Lin, the man whose battle cry is Lady Gaga, fold to final table. He wasn't doing a lot of folding, and he sits 7th in chips. Nice run for him. How about Chris Moneymaker, not to be overlooked? 10th.
I mean, he caused the poker boom, and now he can potentially win the largest $25,000 buy-in ever. I'm feeling a Moneymaker deep run, guaranteed.
By the way, producer James pointing out that he won the largest 10K ever. So imagine if he were to add this line item to his resume. We're not long from sending it down to Jeff Platt to get things underway over here. Haven't mentioned Justin Bonomo's name quite enough. That's second on the all-time money list, and yet here he is, 14th in chips. Quickly, Liv Bory having been on the receiving end of Aziz there, recovered 28th best stack in the field right now, obviously 8 away from the bottom. So some work to be done for her. Mustafa, Reiner Kempe, Vogelsang, 3 high roller regs that regged starting the day short, and here they are, part of the final 36. More to come, obviously. We'll chew on things, but first, let's get you down into the arena for the particulars with Jeff Platt as day 4 of this Super Main gets underway.
It is day 4 of the World Series of Poker Super Main event. 36 players remain. The goal for today is to play down to the final table. $6 million up top. Let's introduce you to who we have left. Here on the main stage at the feature table, we start in seat 1 with our chip leader, Michael Adamo. Adamo, the 4-time bracelet winner. To his left, Christopher Wynn, 4th in chips. Seat 3, it's Vlad's biggest career score. He's seated next to Vladimir Minko out of Russia, who did cash in the Triton main. It's an empty seat right now, so I'll just stand up and kind of chill right here. This is where Christoph Vogelsang will be. This is where the tractor will try to rev it up. To his left, Mr. No Gamble, No Future himself, Ren Lin. You all know Ren Lin by now, I'm sure. Sebastian out of Colombia is to his left. Let's check out what we have going on our side featured table as we walk this way. It's not, but watch out for Liv Barry. Don't want to knock her over. That would be a bad start to the day. So Liv Barry is here. We'll start with seat 8 here. We'll mix it up a little bit, and we'll see Matthew Belcher, who entered yesterday with a top stack, has almost 14 million in chips to begin play today. To his right will be Chris Klodnicki. Empty seat right now. Chris is coming. I see him out there. Doesn't like the camera. Scored the KO yesterday with Ace-Jack versus Kings. Easy game. He also won the 10K secret bounty at the World Series of Poker in Las Vegas. Quite the return for Liv Barry, the host of the Win-Win podcast. Had that crazy hand with the 9-7 against the 10s. Read her opponent perfectly. I don't know if I should remind you of that because your reading skills are on point, or shouldn't remind you because of the results. I don't know.
I'm going to go with my reading skills. I like it.
Skills as well. A nice confidence boost for you. Derek Haney also back in the poker world. Now an e-commerce guy, I do believe. That's some good research by the crew. Pablo is 3rd in chips, and to his right, the 2003 main event champion, the Poker Hall of Famer, Chris Moneymaker. How you feeling going into the day?
Feel fantastic. I mean, we're down here in Paradise playing a poker tournament. What can be wrong?
That is the right attitude to have. Alexander Zubov, the man who is down to 1 big blind yesterday, hopes to continue the spin on day 4 of the main event. I'm going to stay up here while we show you the side tables. We still have 2 tables out on the floor, and on our main floor, seat 1, Mustafa Kanit. With a win, he will pass Dario Sammartino for first on Italy's all-time money list. Reiner Kempe to his left, the 2nd shortest stack. Remember that wild situation to start the day, or to start late action when he had 4 cards in front of him. There was an all-in, had to be ruled a full, but he's spun it since then. Nick Maimoni is there, the online sicko, the World Series of Poker bracelet winner. George Lehman in seat 4 got it in with Ace-King versus Matthew Watman's Kings and found the ace on the river. Troy Quenneville starts the day as our shortest stack, and to his left is a force to be reckoned with, and Matthias Eibinger with more than $21 million in live tournament earnings. He looks for his first bracelet. Trevor McMichael on his left, Sirzat Hisu, who finished 2nd at the Diamond High Roller at World Series of Poker Europe, rounding out that table. One more table out here to get to. Justin Bonomo, the 3-time bracelet winner, is in seat 1. To his left, Roland Rakita, also a World Series of Poker bracelet winner, and also a bracelet winner would be Darius Samuel, who won the Heads Up Championship. Yang Wang, a couple PLO sickos next to each other in Yang Wang, who finished 2nd in the PLO Championship earlier this week, and Sweet Lou Garza, World Series of Poker bracelet winner in a PLO high roller. Vadsim Lipalka is to Garza's left, more than $1.5 million in live tournament earnings. And Webster Lim, you guys know Webster Lim from the Triton Series, the 3-time Triton champion. Making our way to our last table to get to the side feature. Steve's here. He final tabled the $1,500 Six Max a little bit earlier in the year in Vegas. And Aziz has been a blast to watch. Marcelo second in chips, the online qualifier, making a run and upsetting Liv Barry along the way. Justin Carey finished second in the Millie Maker in Las Vegas, hopes to continue that momentum here in Paradise. Roland Peaks, Yinan Zhao, there they go. They're sitting down now. Lang's here, and Sorel Mizzi, the old school legend, but he's got some new school tricks about him. So let us do this. We'll make our way back up to the main stage. Those are your final 36. Let's get things started. I'll walk up next to Troy. Troy is going to kick things off at the World Series of Poker Super Main Event. Take it away, Troy.
All right, welcome. Thank you for your patience. There are 36 players left. You will have a 1-hour dinner break. Will be your third break. We're going to play down on the final table. We'll have a redraw at 3 tables, 2 tables, and 1 table. Dealers, we've already established the button in the 8th seat. Small blind, 400,000. Big blind, 800,000 with an 800,000 big blind ante. Dealers, please shuffle up and deal.
Thank you, Troy, and thank you, Jeff. How about that effort? No easy assignment, Mr. Platt. Going through the entirety of the remaining 3 dozen as we kick off day 4 here in the World Series of Poker Super Main. $50 million guarantee, $6 million up top. 8 will receive at least $1 million. There is the Brazilian Marcelo Aziz. The Samba has spun it to 75 big, 60 million in front of him. The Dominator front and center, 85 mil at Lagoon. Pablo Cabrera, palm table, 68 bigs. Things have thinned out considerably with all the blind levels that have been knocked over like dominoes. Zubov, Vogelsang, the tractor, as Plant likes to call him, and Andy Nee, all presiding over short stacks with the blinds at a whopping 400, 800,000. 800K big blind ante. 2 million orbit shaved right off the top of your stack. Quite a few names, by the way, Randy, that date back to kind of version 1.0 of the poker boom. Moneymaker, of course, not to be overlooked in that conversation. Sorel Mizzi, Liv Barry, you know, guys and gals who are showing up here, given that tantalizing prospect of the overlay, let alone the guarantee, and proven that the game has not passed them by any stretch. And then a number of new schoolers. Quite a few people who, you know, Randy, you and I oftentimes will look to the chat. People are like, I can't believe these commentators don't know this person. Online beast, you know, finished second in this event, that event. With the sheer volume of events that are going on, not all of which we can commentate on.
Yes, of
It
course.
is easy for such things to happen, but credit to Jeff Platt. He did his homework coming into today and helped get us familiarized with perhaps the more known commodities. Chris Klodnicki, that's another guy who's got years under his belt.
Yeah, and you're right. We have this main event that has brought out these players who don't put in heavy volume, some kind of coming out of retirement like Liv Boree. We see Chris Moneymaker making a splash deep in the main event, and a lot of new school players too that you may not be that familiar with, but they are very big crushers online.
How much you have, Ray? You
have
39, 37?
39 million, yeah. And then 375. That was lost.
Players getting their bearings as they ask one another for chip counts, and Minko with King Queen will ask for more. There's 800. Now looks like 1.6.
How much you bet?
That's a pretty hand for Ren Lin.
How much you play, my friend?
27.
27?
Asks for the count.
Yeah.
He really could go either way with 3-bet or flat in position with a hand like this.
How much?
We are at the stage of the tournament where players are less apt to defend against a 3-bet.
16, right?
3-bet to 4.2 as a fruit salad is explored elsewhere. Chris Wynn, final player to step aside, leaving these two to navigate from this point forward. Minko,
Oh, yes.
2.6 more required to proceed.
It's not a hand you really want to take out of position
Oh.
because you're.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, Renlin.
Right, right.
Got away with one, and you know, naturally we look at King Queen and we think this is a hand that's serviceable and has playability, but different sentiments from the Russian.
And mainly out of position, your hand is very easily dominated by your opponent, who has like ace, king, ace, queen very often. Seems pretty good to just lay it
Should not
down.
cheating today.
He just slapped his own hands.
He does this, you know.
You know what else he did the other day that you missed, Ollie, is in between hands, he was doing push-ups, and he was going past 20, and hands were still being played in one go.
20 push-ups. Randy,
Yeah.
this is impressive.
Yeah, it's kind of impressive given that no one else is moving at the table.
I mean, yeah, but just in the grand scheme of push-ups, I don't think
All right, how many can you do, buddy?
20. Randy, we can go right now. I haven't done a push-up in I don't know how long, Randy. But if you'd like, mid-broadcast, not unlike Renlin, mid-tournament, for us to get down, we can do that. And by the way, Adamo might be getting down on this ace-5 suited open from Vogel, saying, granted, only 6.8 million bag for Vogel, so maybe the value proposition not quite there.
Yeah, he's more likely to re-raise a player that will be looking to raise fold, and you got to be very scared of the min raise from 10 big blind open. I decline your offer, by the way.
I don't know if offer, it was more challenging, and I confess, it had a defensive aspect to it that I didn't intend, Randy, as we're on the same team in here. Not on
Yeah.
the same team, all these guys out there at the table, including Ren, by the way, who doesn't quite fall into the camp of, you know, there's some physical specimens out here in the tournament streets. Ren doesn't strike me as kind of a gym rat.
But, you know, the funny thing is, my wife, Selena, kind of watches some of the Chinese interviews he does, and apparently he goes for a run every single day.
Does he?
And when I was walking back to my room before this broadcast started, I saw him running through the lobby
Okay, now time to
of the hotel.
Okay, now, if he's going for a run because he's perpetually late to his seat in a tournament, does that count? You know what I mean? Because I go for a lot of runs, just given the sheer volume of flights and airports that I have to navigate. And let's face it, punctuality, not my strongest suit. But I suppose a run's a run.
Okay, there was also a moment that you didn't get to observe the other day where a player had got all in, he lost, he thought he walked away. He was down to like, you know, one blind or so.
Okay.
And Ren Lin got up from his seat. He ran for him. He went out the door, and the other guy actually walked the other way. But, you know, he went,
No, I just went for
he
a
sought the
run.
man to, hey, come
Did we
back.
run
You still got a blind.
I mean, somebody eventually would have tracked the guy down, but nice that Ren took it upon himself to get the cardio in. Looking for passive reasons. Nothing passive about ace-king, of course. On the button, Adamo's king-6 friskiness being punished promptly. An extra 4 million. Slathers.
Yeah, I think this open from Adamo is already making a statement that he's looking to just continue to try and build until he hopefully reaches that final table, because King 6 offsuit and cutoff is very loose. Getting 3-bet by Chris Nguyen.
You know, obviously the ace-king is what motivates, but there's the leveling war where sometimes if you're Adamo, you're wondering, is this because you think I'm wide? Not just because of the chip lead, but also my reputation. Maybe we find some light re-raises, but Adamo just content to make it straightforward. Now, carry.
33, 34.
Ace-7 suited.
34, yes.
Carey is the one that knocked out Daniel Negreanu in this very tournament. Bucket Hat Joe's got 10-8 offsuit. Can easily defend this.
I like that. And it actually has shades of the term Cotton Eye Joe, which is very different than Bucket Hat Joe. But nevertheless, I like the alliterative value. 10-8, and all of a sudden, Kerry's got himself a little problem here. Covered by Joe, top pair against bottom two. Maybe it's a big problem, Randy. 4.4 in the middle. Granted, it's not the most durable kicker.
Yeah, this A7, it could easily bet this flop, but if there was a time to check back some aces, these kind of middling aces would make sense as they pick up some straight draws. He is going to start to build the pot to charge 8 and 10x. Problem is his opponent has both.
1.5 explored by Joe.
See Joe check calling.
King on the turn dampens texture. Obviously, ace-king is a thing. Not lost on Joe.
Yeah, once Joe check calls the flop, his game plan is just check call turn river, assuming he doesn't get counterfeit, regardless of most runouts. So A7's got a real decision here. Flush draw arrives. Does he want to charge the broadways with a gutter? Looks like he's going to try to do this. And when you bet this turn with A7, you pretty much always check back the river unless you hit the 7. Because it's very rare to get called 3 streets by worse.
And the good news for Kerry, he's chosen this 4.6 sizing, and Joe just has to be respectful of this texture. Sure, it's a button open, but it's not one but 2 barrels. And again, the sizing, stack depths really don't leave 10-8 with a very desirable check raise. So along comes Wsop vulnerable 2 pair, which hangs. Mouthful of cotton on the river and the 5 of diamonds.
And this one should go check, check. You don't want to value own yourself against a weak 2 pair. Or like an ace-9. So, nice pot here. 16.6 million going towards Joe.
Yeah, Kerry handled that one. Savvy. Not going to say minimizing the damages, but obviously it could have been worse. Tim the Gem in the YouTube chat, by the way, steps in to advise that Bucket Hat Joe, maybe we should be calling him Lampshade Joe, just based on, you know, because the carry bucket is a... This here is like a pail, or, you know, I mean, that's... You know, like when you go to the grocery store and you got to pick which garbage bag is the appropriate size. Do you go 32-gallon, 10-gallon? It's like, I don't know, you know, when I'm tasked with such things. But that one there, that's the XL bag that lines the Fendi bucket, for sure.
Yeah, Joe, how do you feel about Ollie describing you as a garbage bag?
No, no, no.
Different
No, 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 Randy, don't you dare. This is a no-spin zone. Don't get me in trouble with the Chinese delegation. People's Republic.
1.6.
Well, Peaks raises to 1.6. Dutch delegation represented deep by his stack, which is not so deep. Sub 20 blinds. Now, Andy Nee. Triton regular. Defends. To the flop we go. Swing and a miss in both camps.
Peaks really doesn't have to bet too big. He can go like 25%, even lower if he wants to. It's because Knee's only playing 10 big blinds behind. He can't really just get out of line. It's a min bet.
204.
Oh my god, did he
Premium
just
pot.
snack check raise off of this stack, this hand?
Let me tell you something, Randy. Imagine yourself sitting 7.9, having defended 10-9 offsuit, no heart in hand, nothing to speak of whatsoever, and then being willing to dedicate 2.4 of that 7-9 in the form of a check raise on this board. Ace of Hearts, of course, working hard. Peaks wants to take a peek. Calls the 1.6, and this is not how Nee drew it up. Third king on the turn, and repping trip kings becomes way more difficult now because you're going to have to rep quads.
And even if you try and rep quads, it's not like you're going to get a pocket pair to fold. They're going to feel very good, so it makes sense that Nia's giving up. I kind of like betting here for peaks just to deny equity. Yeah. Your opponent, when he check raises and checks, is just going to give up. Why give him a free shot? He actually bets just a... Hold on! He's just double checked raised all in for his tournament life with 10-9 high. This is insane. And he gets it done. Andy Nee is the sickest player ever. I can't believe it.
Guys, just real quick, Randy, you don't mind reaching across the desk and just pinching me really quickly just so that I can make sure I'm awake and that I just saw what I think I just saw. Andy Nee coming with the very seldom explored path to victory there by a lean stack. And if that's not an announcement, the gauntlet thrown down there by Andy, the moment that that one hits the stream on delay and the players get a sniff of what's parked in that seat, they'll be put on notice.
I'm breathless.
Peaks got punked there.
I mean, the flop raise was insane, but the turn was something else out of this world.
He's looking over and he's going, even if there's a pocket pair that's stuck around over there, how nasty is the check raise jam? It has to be quads. It just has to. Off of a short. What else is it? 10 high?
That's what it was.
I mean, ask yourself, you're sitting there with sevens. Yeah? Kings full of sevens. And then all of a sudden the check jam comes in. What do you think this guy's just blasting off? 30 some odd remaining, 6 million up top, 8 7-figure payouts. I don't. And the newly acquired biscuits get dumped right in front of Mizzy. King salmon filleted. I'll tell you what, you know, Rasty and I, we had the chance to watch this feral creature in the cash streets in Jeju during a Triton Cash Game Festival, and I gotta tell you, it's not the first time.
All right,
I've
Owen and
glimpsed
Paul
upon
point
that.
you to the action right now. Looks like Troy Quenneville all in and at risk and finds the 6-ball on the river to get there against Ivinger's ace-5. I believe the action pre-Lehman raised on the button. Troy called out of the small blind. Ibinger jammed out of the big. Lehman folded on the button. Troy called it off with the 9-6 suited up against the ace-5. Did have the gutter available. Could just find the 6. Easy way to do it. Good start to the day for one Troy Quenneville. And with that, send it back to you guys in the studio.
Well, that's a nice wrinkle we've employed this year. I don't believe Jeff was giving us live hand updates from the outers. So good on Jeff. Boy, he's earning it today. As is Andy Nee, of course. Now, Chris Wynn. Looking for a little earn. Hiring Queen Jack.
It's the Dominator. He's definitely going to see a flop here, especially with the amount of chips he's got.
Defense with the offsuit connector. As Chris goes Robocop behind the lenses. King 10-5, bottom pair, up against the open-ender. 4.4 in the middle. Damo checking.
Yeah, easy start to see bet with Queen Jack on this texture from under the gun. So 1.2 million, about a quarter pot. Given the price, Adamo should be continuing. Still keeping the Broadway type hands.
Most of the time in
Honest,
Mexico,
ace, queen, ace,
travel
jack,
only when it's
queen,
like
jack.
very hot there.
Getting the right odds against the king X.
1.2 ahead, bringing us to the turn.
Where are you originally from?
Third diamond on board now. Nobody with the flush draw.
If Chris Nguyen had a diamond, he would be barreling this at a very high frequency.
All in and a call here. Sweet Lou, the one all in and at risk. Has the 2 queens against Justin Bonomo's ace-9, and the turn is a queen that wraps it up. Sweet Lou effectively open jammed. Bonomo re-raised out of the small blind. It looked like Roland Rokita had a decision there. Ended up folding. Garza put the rest in with the queens and finds the double, so it's a good start to the day for the World Series of Poker bracelet winner, Sweet Lou Garza. We'll keep you posted of all the outer table action throughout, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jeff. Some, by the way, surmising that just based upon those 2 auditions, maybe Platt's on his way to golf commentary or an ASMR YouTube channel.
I'd subscribe to that channel.
Yeah, of course.
Would you subscribe to that channel, Randy?
Would subscribe to yours. Bingo.
Ace on the river. Just what the doctor ordered for the queen high that was lagging bottom pair. And now Chris can hunt some value.
What seems Adamo's bet out
When you run hot,
2.3 million,
say
turning
about
his 5
everybody.
into a bluff. And Chris, when gonna raise the straight against the small sizing. Against the bigger sizing, he probably would just call, but expects Adamo to bet bigger or go for a different line if he actually had a flush.
2.3 made to look like 7, understandably. Diamonds, not of concern to Chris. But the raise, of course, of great concern to a pair of 5s. So
Patient
Adamo
bluff.
bows
Three
out,
bet,
trending in the
huh?
wrong direction early.
Yeah, I think probably a lot of viewers might not be aware of who Chris Nguyen is, but he is primarily a
Thank you.
nosebleed cash game player online, very well feared. So, not the greatest spot for Adamo to have him to his left.
No, no doubt. Although Adamo can pump a little fear himself, this much we know. You know what else we know? That the world's largest online poker room, GG, wants to give you free monies. How about a $50 ticket to the Weekender for those that sign up with a new account and utilize the promo code Paradise2024? Toss 20 bucks in and nab yourself 50 in exchange. It all happens at GG Poker. Sign up today.
I've played one time and yeah, it was kind of natural, but I don't have the special stuff.
It's a very fun sport.
Couple jacks. Sitting on 13.3 million. Would love to get a customer.
No such luck thus far.
It's actually made it 2.5x pre-flop, which is a bit interesting off of his stack size. Regardless, though, stacks are going in.
You feel like it should have been bigger, smaller,
I
not
was-
available even?
I'm expecting more so in the min raise or 2.2x zone, but you know, sometimes it's just stylistic. 3-bet incoming.
Ace King from the Colombian. And now 5.5, third floor explorations. And let's see. With jacks, you know, it's one of those hands that get really awkward. Maybe single decision point gets sought here. For Lache, 11.3 back.
It's more awkward when you're playing a deeper stack, but sub 20 big blinds, it's a mandatory get in.
12.5 in total, he announces. 775 back. And it's a little bit strange because there's no one else involved in the pot, so that in case of emergency, Nublet, he did not put in before Hanau asked for it. Didn't really have much purpose. Nevertheless, the 28.5 and a tickle.
You don't use
You know,
one
you
time
all
can
yet?
say
comes
it every
pouring
single time,
in.
though, right?
No, it's my tournament. I haven't used it. I haven't won anything online big. Really, like I've played infinite. Jack.
Okay.
Rock in a hard place. 2 3s and a 10. Making things feel easier. But as we know, sometimes
already-
disaster
No,
comes
I
on the
think it
turn
is
or the
raised
river.
king
Not
high.
this time, not yet at least.
Now it's
Heart
good,
coverage
but
for Hanau. Good card for him. Can the hooks hold?
One time.
Yes! The dream is real. You have to
Wait.
believe.
very dangerous time.
Did
I
he
wanted-
just use his
I
one
wanted to
time
say
on the
that in this
turn?
tournament, if you said one time now, you can't say that again.
You know that wasn't
You
lost
cannot say
on,
that anymore.
13.
on everyone. But I guess when your back is up
I'm just
against the
joking,
wall
of
and
course,
if
because
it doesn't come in, it showers. That's the right time to use the one time.
I'm thinking use the one time before any
75.
cards are dealt.
Counted
It's just a little bit safer feeling, you know?
Well, you get more value out of the one time. But, you know, it's unclear. Is the one time redeemable across 3 streets or, you know, or is it a single street coupon? I've never really unpacked that.
I'm gonna
Randy?
send an email to the poker gods and I'll
Yeah.
get back to you.
What's their address?
Pokergod at
Give no
pokergod.
Fs at good luck with that.net. Now then, back over at the other feature. There's the man that caught everybody's attention a moment ago. King 7 of spades. He's not interested. Jack 9 for Ye. Ace 10 for Aziz. And the 10, a card that looks familiar in front of him, of course, is he ruined Liv Baree. Turning pocket 10s into a bluff, as we touched on at the top of the show, and Platt, of course, reminded Liv of during his walkthrough at the top.
Let's just say you got to be careful hero calling against Aziz because he could be, you know, turning his hands into a bluff with better. He's very mergy, I suppose. 3 ways.
Five, 6, 9. Rainbow texture, top pair for the opener.
Pretty good spot for Steve, yeah. Top pair. Kicker is relevant just because the blinds could easily defend with a worse 9. Maybe carry ops to lead? No.
Got shot in the backdoor hearts.
Some players will do so. Yeah, I was going to look for some clearance now.
Sure.
It's always a little dangerous, though, c-betting on these boards against the big blind, just because the big blind rates to hit 2 pair plus more often than you. and there's a clear straight out there already, 8-7. It wouldn't surprise me if Carey comes in with check raise against a small bet, especially with backdoor hearts, 1 over card to the board. There we go.
4.2. Carey's saying, this is my board, pal. And you're living in it. Of course, with top pair, the plan is not to step aside. 2.7 more on request.
Yeah, but it's already immediately uncomfortable.
Sure.
Right? You're not sure how your opponent's going to react on a lot of turns. Of course, like you said, can't fold now, just given the presence of having top pair. Decent kicker.
Hello, 7 of hearts. I mean, this is exactly how we draw it up when we take that line, isn't it? 9 high straight plus backdoor heart draw.
As good as it gets.
Yeah.
That's literally the best card for him. Should be continuing to bet just because there's not many bet calls by Steve. Yeah, that's just pure floats. So you still want to charge, 2 pair plus, charge the 10x just in case an 8 drops. As played, I would think the Jack-9 is just done on discard. So, yeah, has deposited a time bank card. It's just so hard to continue here because you can't really contest another river bet. Unless you feel that if I call here, my opponent will never follow through with another bluff. But he's taking so much time that he might be convincing Carey that he doesn't have an 8 here too often with this kind of posturing.
Yeah. You kind of empathize. Jack-9 no longer the best hand. The board deteriorating. And yay. Steps aside appropriately.
They need to do, and they have so many. Like sometimes they blunder.
Back over at the other feature. Did we catch a glimpse of Lord Vogel in full ninja mode before the action got over to him? Doesn't he normally stay, out of the hoodie until he decides he's going to play a pot? I always thought that was the way it worked.
He realized that he could save energy.
Maybe it's just chilly out there today. With this few people in the room, the AC levels do need to be recalibrated. Could see it being an icebox. Hanau. Queen Jack of diamonds.
Well, we'll let you guys see the end of this one, as that is the end of the road for Sweet Lou Garza. Bonomo opened under the gun, I believe. Garza jammed. Bonomo called with the 2 10s. Was up against Garza's ace-queen. Did see a queen on the flop. It was accompanied, though, by a 10. So Justin Bonomo scores the knockout of Sweet Lou Garza, whose run ends in 36th place for $140,900, guys.
Thanks, Jeff. GG's. Lou Garza. 4-card beast, bracelet winner. Proposed to his girlfriend after winning that bracelet earlier this summer. Right then and there, in the moment, on stream.
She said yes, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. What are you going to say no to that guy? The swag lord? Sweet Lou? Be serious.
16-2 to start.
Just kidding, of course.
Yeah, because it's going to be 10 minutes. We'll go
I feel like these days you never ask without knowing the yes is coming. You know what I mean? You don't even want to buy the wrong ring. Everybody's, what kind of diamond do you like? I just, That's one you want to have the nuts. You want to be nutted, top of range.
So
You
it is
know,
nice takes and also
meanwhile,
insane blunders.
Vogel
So much independence, but
has the
yes,
hoodie
it's
snug
competing
enough
in
to
general
potentially be providing filtration out there. You could paint a house in that hoodie safely.
And about finding the right
Oh, right,
team or
yes.
people
Cool.
around you to work with.
Is there
and
canister
have
attachments
chemistry
that are available
or
No.
with that one?
going
You
super
know?
smooth and you end up having massive returns.
You could have lived under Saddam's regime with that hoodie, potentially. I mean,
Right.
Producer James, all of a sudden, you know, when I go these places, looks up at me
20,
with alarm. The mustard
20, yeah.
gas, you know, Kurdistan, it's a thing. Look it up,
Maybe
James. I'm
more,
sure you're familiar.
you know, because before the hand, 20.
Maybe it's not that he didn't know where I was going. He just didn't like that I went there. Randy's
Are
face
we
suggests the same.
Are we still talking about this? I
No,
mean,
I'm sorry, Randy. We're done.
we could move on.
We could.
We have 35 players playing for $6
We
million.
could. They're
up
not
top.
all going to play the hand at once.
1.6.
Randy, you know?
Okay, I think Sorrel would like some silence from you for now.
Sorrel can't hear me, A, all right? So you're going to have to dissuade me in a different way. And B, you think I'm here to stay quiet? You know, this is court-ordered therapy. Randy, I'm not. 1.6. Little massage
Sorry, I'll try to pitch.
of the minimum. Aziz choosing to flat the ace-jack suited, mindful, of course, of the early position. And, you know, Sorrel's stack depth, 12.7 back.
Yeah, it's supposed to contain a stronger range, hence the passive play from Aziz, and not looking to 3-bet fold this hand off of that stack, and also not looking to 3-bet get it in. So, finds call, as does Joe.
So all of a sudden it's a three-way party. I guess we're not going to have a flop. Oh, no, there it is. Ace in the window is a problem for the pre-flop opener. Outkicked here by Aziz. One spade on board, couple of eights as well.
Sorrel Mitzi should be checking this flop. It's so hard for him to get called by worse. He wants to pot control bit. I'd be pretty surprised if he bets. If he does find a bet, it'll be very small, but checking as expected.
So no follow through from Mizzy. Leaves Aziz proud, understandably. 1.3. An exploratory barrel.
Sorrel just needs to pot control this one with a check call. His kicker, of course, can improve. King or queen would be nice.
Queen on the turn, and that is exactly what the doctor ordered for Mizzy. This one's a chop as it stands. Disappointing sight for Aziz, of course. No longer able to employ the jack.
And now I would expect Aziz to want to check this one back with the arrival of the queen because he can't get called by a worse ace. Now that the kicker is shared. This allows him to pot control bit just in case he is somehow behind and not lose the maximum for the rest of Mizzy's stack.
Six would have been a lot more useful if there weren't two eights on board already. Inconsequential as it stands.
Definitely prefer checking in Mizzy's spot just because, like I said earlier, it's just so hard for him to get called by worse. Maybe he can convince Aziz that he's got like kings, jacks, or tens, and Aziz tries to muscle that out of the pot.
Boy, this is suddenly become awkward for Mizzy, but really nowhere else to go. If you got it, you got it. He makes the call. Never want to be doing that when you feel as though oftentimes best case scenario would be a chop. But that's exactly what Sorrell will enjoy,
Yeah.
especially given that he was the dog.
Aziz's intention there was just trying to blow Mizzy off of a chop, just in case he somehow folds an ace. Has a little brain fart.
We're still here. We just are expecting an update from Jeff Platt, we're being told, maybe elsewhere in the field. Unclear if he's ready for it yet.
Well, I thought you were just going to be quiet finally.
Randy, you know, I wouldn't go counting on that.
All right, we'll take it here. I believe Yang Wang just folded, but we can get a look at Matthias Eibinger in seat 2, who was moved in order to balance tables. So now it's Eibinger on Bonomo's left. This table continues to get tougher and tougher. In the last hand, Yang Wang had opened, Eibinger 3-bet jammed, Wang settled on the fold decision. So 35 players left. We'll keep you posted of any eliminations that take place out here at the outer tables, guys.
Thanks, Jeff. Eibinger had a rough start to the day, by the way, Randy, and it had nothing to do with poker. I mean, unless we're talking about a stick, because the boom mic operator dinked him on the side of the head earlier.
He didn't look amused, did he?
No, when was the last time you had a boom mic hit you in the side of the head when you're sitting at a table
He gave a,
and you were amused by it?
gave a bit of a death stare.
What if Eibinger just stood up and wrestled it away from the guy and just beat him mercilessly?
Yeah. And just remove his stack from play.
Now, I
for
don't know,
disqualification.
you know, in terms of the guidelines. Rules of engagement state that one does not fire until fired upon. Clearly the first salvo was launched by the boom mic operator, and of all of the, you know, regulations and codes for conduct, I don't believe there's one that addresses boom mic retaliation.
Also, it's just self-defense, so he is allowed to kinda
Listen,
go for it.
there's been some rich self-defense claims that have that have stood up in court, you know. Plus, Matthias, you know, it's not like he has no priors in that regard. I think he could have explored it.
That's
So effectively an all-in and a call here at our outer table. Troy Quenneville going to be the one at risk. He does have one chip back. Flop is ace, king, jack, 2 diamonds. George Lemon also in the hands. There goes that final chip, and here we go. A set of kings. George up against ace-10. Straight draw is there. Looks for a queen. Doesn't find it on the turn. He'll need it on the river. Doesn't get there despite making trip aces. It's kings full for George Lemon, and it's good game. Troy Quenneville out in 35th for $140,900. So that is our second elimination of the day. It also takes place at one of our outer tables, guys.
Thank you, Jeff. Well, won't be the last time we observe this stroll here, and facial expressions obviously tell the story. You know, I would say it's walking the mile. You remember the movie Green Mile?
Yes, I know it.
You know, big dude with the mouse, yeah, and then the electric chair situation. You've already been electrocuted when you take this walk, so it's kind of inverted in that way. They used to say dead man walking, but actually you're dead here when you're walking. It's like the zombie walk in that way.
Dude's alive. I just saw him walking.
The
He can't be.
zombies are undead, though, aren't they? You know, work with me, Nano.
Oh,
You have no choice.
you're kind of bad today.
Thank you for that, Randy. I appreciate it. Perhaps it's this Marina pizza that I left out overnight and decided to turn into
22,
breakfast.
something like that.
Any gastroenterologists out there know what the shelf life of cooked pizza is? Ace 3 off. The Colombian. Raising the button. The German. Jack 8 of diamonds. To the flop we go. King 9-3. Really dusty for win.
Decent texture for Hanau. Bottom pair. Got that ace of hearts. Could easily just have the best hand now. A min bet. Didn't really seem that was going to be on the table too often. But just as effective as bigger sizings against hands that just completely whiff, so risk the minimum.
Easy pick up there for bottom pair in the back door. Ace of hearts.
Can you break this for me, please? Thank you.
Well, Randy, what'd you do before work today?
Oh, actually,
Shake Shack.
I did go to Shake Shack, but for the breakfast portion. But I went to go see the Dolphins.
Have you reached platinum status at Shake Shack
No.
yet?
They don't have a frequent flyer program there. But Dolphins, that didn't get you excited at all?
Now, we've got one day left here. And I'd love to get a review on the Dolphin K experience. You went out there with your daughter, I understand, this morning?
Yeah, had a little fun.
Okay, now, did you pay for the tickets or you broke in before dawn? What's the story? 'Cause, I
Just
mean,
blended in, just put on a wrist strap like, yeah, I belong here.
They really shake you down over there. And by the way, before you go thinking that this was like, you know, the people in Japan, that movie, The Cove, you know, Flipper was orphaned from his family who were all harpooned in some bloodbath. These dolphins were actually rescued when their habitat was destroyed by a hurricane. Now, I found that particular byline in the pamphlet troubling because I don't think the ocean can get destroyed by a hurricane. And that, of course, is their original habitat. Now, in terms of their captive habitat, yes. But how do they end up in captivity is what I'm trying to find. They seem like happy dolphins, Randy. What's the report?
Well, one of the dolphins' name is Diva.
I like that dolphin.
Of course you do.
She cute?
A little mischievous.
Okay.
This little naughty here. Jack 7-0, super for Adamo.
Yeah.
Pass.
Jack 5, not interested. I understand there's sea lions also out there. Randy, did you see the sea lions?
No, I paid for the dolphin activity, not the sea lions and
The other way
turtles.
that can be expressed, Randy, is of course you did not pay for the sea lion
Thank you.
part.
All right, developing situation. Let's get right to it. Bonomo open. Samuel jammed, and it went fold, fold. Decision from Vadseem. We won't bother going to the other table because we had a lot of action, but there was also a fold there. So a good tease for us. The all-in, the tank, or like, should we come out here? Yes. Sometimes it's not going to work out. Sometimes it's going to show you all the action at the WSOP Superman, guys.
Upstairs once more goes Adamo. This time, a slot removed from the puck. There'll be no different response from Lache, who some in the chat have surmised is Luque, if indeed he is Romanian. There have been some, curveballs thrown in terms of the flag flown versus the actual ethnicity of the player. Looking at you, Antoine Saoud. We know you're French, even though you're flying the Union Jack this time around, no longer in the field, of course.
Okay, so we're going with the K.
I like Lache, but
Lache?
mostly because it looks like leche.
I knew you were going to go there.
Yeah,
Like slightly above 20.
Makes sense. Uruguay, they speak Spanish. Meanwhile, Minko speaking 8-6 of hearts and falls on deaf ears here. Queen 4 deuce, rainbow. Damo. Swing and a miss for him as well.
Damo's going to have a pretty much a very high C-bet strategy with this chip discrepancy, and he's not going to bet too big, especially against the sub-20 big blind stacks.
All in and a call here. Let's get to it. Webster Lim versus Vadsim Lepalka. I believe it's Lim with the ace-10 up against ace-9. Ace-10 is flopped a straight. Turn is a 9. 10 would chop it up. The river, though, is a 6. And Lim had the ace-9. He's been eliminated by Lepalka, so it's Webster Lim. Busts out for $140,900. The 3-time Triton champion, along with the World Series of Poker bracelet winner, eliminated by Lepalka. Guys.
So it didn't last long on the day for Webster Lim. He is sent packing.
19.
Regular
19.
super high roller in the Triton streets.
Is it Russian or no?
You? Yeah, like 27.
24. 20 here.
Raise 1.6.
Lin, under the gun, Queen 10 suited. Deep enough to do these sorts of things.
So you might be wondering why Lache is kind of taking his time. There is a pay jump right around the corner with the next elimination. Currently, they're guaranteed 140,900. Survive once more, and now guaranteed $180,000, 300. So about a 40K pay jump.
Perfect.
5.5.
Re-raise 5.5.
Three bets from Minko's Kings. Out of the small, Vogelsang will step aside.
Much 5.5? How much should you play, my friend? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 12, 13, 14, 15. Typo.
Yeah, like this fold, Minko shouldn't be out of line, especially with a pay jump right on the corner off of that stack.
Ren did ask for a count just to see what the value proposition was of perhaps speculating, but
Underground open, no respect. So tilt.
On a call, Yang Wang is at risk. He open jammed the king queen. Bonomo called with the ace jack suited, and here we go. Wang's tournament life on the line. Sees a king in the window as it comes king 9 deuce. Bonomo does flop 3 to the royal. The turn is a 10 as the straight draw arrives. River card is a 3. And Yang Wang will find the double up. Looks like that will get him to about 20 million, a little less than that. So a little less than 25 big blinds now reside in front of Yang Wang with about 5 or 6 minutes left in this blind level, guys.
thanks, Jeff.
You know, Ollie, Wang Yang was so close to winning a bracelet, but did fall to Stephen Chidwick in that PLO event, so he's looking to get some vengeance here in the Super Main.
Yeah, you're right about that. Very much on form when it came to the 4-card part of the program, and another one of these super high rollers for whom perhaps navigating multi-table tournament fields of this size is considered a bit easier a task, just given that it isn't all world beaters around you. But the cream has risen here,
Merry Christmas.
and whether they're known commodities or not, most of this remaining field definitely has poker aptitude. Meanwhile, Mizzy has 2 queens at the other feature. Cutoff jam over the top of Peaks is 5s.
Oh, I didn't know that.
30 seconds back on your hand. Box out at 458.
This feels like it may have been raised 3-bet,
Yeah,
4-bet jam, Randy. I don't think
No.
6.8 was the open, right?
6.8 was the open. He's got 1.1 back, so he's basically jamming 10
Oh,
big blind
forgive me.
stack.
Yes, you're right. I overlooked the
This whole
1.1 back.
trip, you haven't been here
Yeah,
smelled
but I
fuck
mean,
anybody once.
He's not
Now you're
folding.
smelling.
He's
Think
just
about
time
that.
banking in case someone else busts because of the pay bubble we're on.
No, I mean,
Anyway, you cannot call the clock. There is time banks.
really?
That's not the rule is you cannot call.
Some of the fours know the rules, some of them don't. That's the problem. But he's a veteran. You can't trick him. Yeah,
I mean, when you put 6.8 in there, you're supposed to be prepared without 2 other people involved in the all-in to call off the other 1.1, right, Randy?
Yeah, he's just trying to stall, hoping someone else busts on another table.
Oh, I see. Maybe we're on the brink of a pay jump.
It sounded like someone asked, can we call the clock
Yeah.
on
How would
Peaks?
it work
Yeah.
if I didn't have time banks? You call the time and it doesn't matter, right? Yeah, but I already had 30 seconds anyways.
Just fold, man. Let's move on to the next one. You still got chips.
I don't think you want me to fold.
You can make it happen.
I don't think you want to.
I want you to fold.
Maybe. Probably good for you, yeah.
I mean, even if you got
Have some
extra,
equity.
if you want to fold, it's
Yeah.
ours.
I mean, still 40,000 is 40,000. It's a lot of money. No one's busted. 5 seconds. Live to see another day. Still got chips. Chip in a chair.
He
You heard that
only
expression.
have a 1 big point, so
If I use this after you have 30 seconds, right?
He can make it happen.
there's no way he can fold. If you put in like 2 million less, probably.
1 orbit penalty, right? That's a
Come on, man.
veteran execution. 5 seconds.
He talked first. Flower penalty for him.
So we're running through time banks here. As Peaks' intention is always to call. He's just
There we are.
simply trying to milk the clock as much as possible on the hunt for a little ladder.
And you hear the queens.
Queens versus 5s.
Thank you.
Really?
I thought you had 2 unders the way you were talking. Like, No pair, nothing.
As Peak suspected, Sorrell very much did want the call, at least if he knew he was up against fives.
Yeah, but
King 9 deuce, no 5 on board. And the light begins to flicker for Peaks.
Even worse, that 5 of clubs one is outs, which gives me easily a redraw in case that
no,
arrives.
because this is my first tournament ever. So
Jack on the turn. 2 outs, 1 time for the Dutchman.
ooh.
I saw that funny for a second. I knew I was dodging the diamond too. Oh my god. For like
6 on
third
the
of a
end.
second.
And it is official.
You had me for
Yeah, you avoid this big blind.
the way I'm
Nice.
positioned, I didn't see the card right away. I saw
Don't
two
want to pay the
sides
big
here.
blind.
Oh my god.
On the outside
Yeah, redo,
I knew I
redo.
was dodging a diamond.
It's gonna be a redo.
of the pay jump is Peaks, as we're down to 32 players. Not a redraw, but that's a light enough figure to bring us to 4-table action, which I'm sure we'll be doing momentarily. 8-8-10 Jack. Unsure what Chris Wynn's turn procedures are going to be as an opener under the gun +1 who picked up Hanau. This rates to have been a check call on the flop, it would seem. Check, check on the turn. Now Wynn improves from ace high to a 3.
Curious to see if Hanau goes for value with King 10. You know, his kicker would play against a worse 10, which is definitely possible. Probably hear from a Jack X a lot on the turn. It's also hard to rep some bluffs. So it seems like block or check seems ideal. And it does go check, check.
Sure enough. Full shutdown for Wynn. But he will lose as Hanau hauls it in happily. So there it is, 3 of the 4 remaining tables. Note that the reef is missing someone. So we're going to go ahead and restock the coffers with players in a bid to rebalance here as the pay jump is secured by the field. Bring you back to the desk ever so briefly. While we do that, Ali Najad, Randy Liu, still here with you. We lost 4 players in relatively short order. Randy, the stacks did feel lean for those that did get busted. Most of the damage happening at the outer stuff that Jeff Platt is presiding over. I don't think really too much to unpack here thus far early in day 4.
Yeah, it seemed like the most exciting thing that happened was the Andy Nee short stack double check raise all in bluff with 10 high,
oh, man.
king, king, 5, king texture. But other than that, you know, not too much happening. Short stacks going down, kind of expected. They got to look for spots and not getting there.
141,000 roughly, 140,900 to be specific. The 4 payouts that were nabbed and roughly a 40K pay jump has been secured by the remaining 32. $180,300 will go to a good number of players. It's going to be all the way down until we get to 22 remaining that we get our next jump, and that one is going to be in the 50K territory. So Randy and I, we're going to step aside. We're going to leave you with just a short break. Let's call it a minute and a half roughly. We'll come back, and then we'll get ourselves back situated for tables, and we'll see whether or not there's been any shakeups when we return to Atlantis for continuing coverage of the World Series of Poker Super Main.
All in. Call.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game. And turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
And as promised, not too long, back with you here at Atlantis. Ali Najad, Randy Liu. Just a couple of minutes from getting play back underway. Some administrative things taking place as we did get down to 32 players remaining and a little pay jump of 40,000. Not too little, but nevertheless, when you consider we've got many seven-figure prizes still to be awarded, I don't think these little gaps on the rungs of the remaining pay ladder are the ones that are being focused on by those fortunate enough to carry on. Of course, they will not include the likes of Sweet Lou Garza nor Webster Lim. Both of them were showered earlier. Randy, I got to say, I want to see Michael Adamo as we get deeper down into this thing. Chip leading coming into this one didn't really perform all that great on the few occasions in which he popped his head up out of the sand, because he's a guy that if all of a sudden he turns it on, could take our breath away out there. We've both observed it before. And conversely, he could mess around and not make the FT.
He definitely could mess around and not make the FT. He's the type of guy that's going to put pressure here and now. I've kind of said it before. He is one of my favorite tournament players of all time. He's just so amazing to watch. He has all of the different bet sizes, has a different game tree than other players, and he's just so exciting and always willing to put someone to this. It doesn't matter how many blinds you have, he's willing to overbet at any time.
Now, a name that I only called very briefly, also still out here in the field, Big Pot Claude. Now, I'm calling Chris Klodnicki that because I received a communication, digital in nature, from Matt Glantz and from Sean Deep, both of whom have a vested interest, I understand, in Klodnicki and advising that we need to keep our eyes on him. He came into the day 15th in chips overall, two-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. That 15th place slot was $23 million. Not sure exactly how deep he's sitting right now. What we do know, though, is that he's fundamentally sound and that he's a little bit under the radar at this point.
Yeah, I feel like he is flying under the radar. You know, a two-time bracelet winner. I believe they called themselves like Team Lucky or something.
Yep.
So time to get lucky here. You know what I mean?
Listen, what's that old saying? I'd rather be lucky than good. I mean, when there's $6 million up top, I'll take all the luck that the deck is willing to give me. That is for sure. Let's just quickly go over the payouts up toward the top. $6 million, as we've touched on multiple occasions. But then you have 4.6 for second. You've got 3.6 for third, 2-8, 2-1, 1-6-5, 1-3, and then eighth is where the last of those seven-figure payouts, or the first rather, do take place. And the jump from ninth to eighth can't be overstated. A $250,000 gap there. So let's get things back underway as we ship it to four-table action here on day 4 of this World Series of Poker Super Main, where the plan is to play down to a final 9. Reef, Lagoon, and Palm looking just about how they did beforehand. Palm is where Klodnicki is parked, 16 bigs deep. Obviously trending in the wrong direction versus the stack that he brought forward on the day. Look how multinational the remaining field is. You got the Russians, the Germans, the Americans, Colombians. What other flags did we see out there? Any
Chinese.
Canadians left out there in the field? China, Great Britain, Uruguay.
South Korea.
Yep.
488, right? Yeah.
Brazil. Lone delegate. Sorel playing under the Canadian banner, the lone maple leaf.
And what about the Aussie? Did we forget about him? He's got mate on his hoodie there.
We definitely did not forget about him, Randy.
Yeah, don't forget about mate. Couple fives. For the man from Uruguay, going to relinquish off of 30 bigs. Ace queen, that's going nowhere.
Vogelsang bundled up.
Playing a 15 big blind stack in the cutoff. Could easily go for a raise to induce. He is going to pretty much jam, and it's better to open jam with ace queen offsuit than suited, because you know ace queen suited just plays much better, where if the big blind defends, you know, you can find spots and you know put pressure in posts.
10.5, right? Call.
There's a
got
call.
Ren Lin interested here.
What's he got?
On the button, drum roll, please. Has he scanned him?
Is it right?
TBD.
Like a man.
Same hand suited.
So 2 flush draws versus 1. Vogelsang with just 1.7 back. This is already a holding that has committed itself. Ren smiling, understanding there's not going to be a whole lot more to this one. He's got the no gamble, no future patch on his fingertips.
So I mean, he's going to throw it in and then put Vogelsang in for the rest of the chips.
It's funny that
There's not much reason for a Vogel to bet, I would think, but he is going to bet.
the most polar two players in the tournament, you can probably come up.
Later. I let you see the turn.
Hey, we're going to play another street.
1 minute.
What the lead.
So Vogelsang bets 1.6 of 1.7. We're not going to show him down just yet.
Lady Gaga, you join there.
That's a good one for me.
Lynn says you're drawing dead. No.
You have queen.
The bluff barrel.
Lady Gaga.
Nobody's drawn
Lady
anything.
Gaga. You solo me. Ah!
I mean, you said Lady Gaga, Gaga. I was like, yes. After you said Lady Gaga, Gaga, it's not a good one. I was very scared.
Everyone. So guilty, my friend. Solo me.
That was funny.
I wish I had put it on a king turn.
You can always
At
laugh
least
when
for a minute fear.
you're not being
You're
sent
an
packing.
underdog.
I open like a turn douche and you fall. No.
Okay, I'm not trying to interfere with Renlin's camera time. I promise. We'll get back to the Renlin show in just a second. Just wanted to show you this outer table. 8 players remain out in the field. Here is how this table is currently constructed. Justin Bonomo, Matthias Eibinger, Roland Rakita, Darius Samuel, just a murderer's row. It continues in seat 5 with Yang Wang, who just doubled up through Bonomo. Sirzat has been crushing it throughout the course of really this entire week. Vadzing Lapalka and Trevor McMichael round out this table out in the field. McMichael, relatively new to poker tournaments, and instead of seeing a Chris Moneymaker on his left, he's got to deal with Bonomo and Eibinger. Okay, back to you guys, or back to Renlin.
I lose every time.
I vote Renlin.
I lose.
Thanks, Jeff.
Maybe this one heads up. I beat you. Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
Make it.
Pocket 4s here for Chris Wynn.
Seeing lots of little pairs just fold in early position. Hard to play when you don't flop a set. Minko. Ace-8 suited. Looking to steal some blinds.
Yeah, no open in front of him from that baby pair. So this is first action.
It's always nerve-wracking raising into Adamo's big blind, knowing that he's got the appetite to defend at a very high frequency. Going to be a min raise, queen 6 offsuit. not the greatest hand. But Adamo is the type of guy who will just take anything to a flop.
I mean, when he's sitting this deep, he just wants opportunities to see 3. Not the 3 he had in mind, of course. 10-7 deuce. Minko had other thoughts as well.
Action on Adamo. Checks it over.
Where you're living?
In London.
London?
And you?
Not much for Minko, but if he can just fire a little bet, he can just avoid the confusion on turn and rivers against a player like Adamo who would just stab relentlessly.
See, it's Adamo plus big stack that will really leave you second guessing those C-bets, Randy, and you're nodding your head. You've
I know it.
obviously seen it so many times. Now here we are on the turn with a gut shot, but that 6 has hit Adamo for the best hand.
Yeah, so Adamo doesn't necessarily need to bet now. Now that he's paired the 6, he can show down against ace high. And ace high is a big part of Minko's range, I would think. Although he could go for a little bit of protection against 2 overs. As played, Minko should want to keep checking. He's given the opportunity to try to get to the river for free. And you don't really want to get blown off your equity with a bet fold when you got to draw to a clean straight.
You still live in Colombia? You still live in Colombia?
Sí, Colombia.
What part?
Medellin, no?
I know, yeah. I've only been to Cartagena, but I know Medellin. I wanted to go there.
You like?
Do you know Maya Roca?
Yeah.
I'm really good friends with him. Really good friends.
Check turn.
For the fast, because he play a lot before.
7 pairs.
No.
I kind of like a value bet here for
Yeah,
Adamo.
it does feel like you can target a little ace high, doesn't it?
It does.
He has like a
And
Not
Adamo's got the reputation to get called by ace high.
You like Cartagena?
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I went with my wife one year for Christmas. It was really nice. Yeah, I want to go back to just explore and go to Medellin and go to,
Even better that
Cali and-
his kicker could
Medellin.
potentially
So
play, although I don't think the 6x range
Now he's safe.
rates to hit Minko.
He's safe.
He's gone massive with just a pair of 6s.
See, and I love this because
this summer.
you know instinctually what Minko is feeling right now. It's, come on, this dude, check, defend big, check, 7 pairs. Now all of a sudden you want a barrel full pot?
You got any sports?
Ace high's going to be good with some frequency here against Adamo is played. It just is.
Mixed game? Okay.
Yeah,
Is
Adamo, let's just say he was trying to bluff out ace high. He would need to go a similar sizing. So he's being balanced, merging here. You know, because if he bets just like 1.5 million, ace high probably just snaps him off. So he needs to protect his bluffing range.
What about
These
that?
thin value bets.
Not really. I never play that. I like Omaha. I like 08.
Man, this is not going to go down smoothly when this one shows down.
Minko clicks call, and you can sympathize with the decision, and it was a harmful one to make as it lobs off. Almost a torso's worth of chips there.
Only this guy is able to get that much value with that pair.
But this is what makes him dangerous, Randy. So, you know, for all of the occasions where Adamo loses pots and more chips maybe than others in certain spots, it is offset by precisely moments such as that. And he accepts the variance, embraces it, as we like to say.
It, yep.
Why don't you embrace this upcoming promo here, Randy? Give us a whack at this one time.
Oh,
we
the
only
20
got 2 days left.
The $20 deposit that gets you the 2.5x value. The $50 to the weekender.
That's the one I'm talking about.
This weekend is sorted for most players if they use that promo code. Paradise 2024. Sign up on GG Poker. Is that all right for you?
Most of the bullet points were hit.
What did I forget?
I believe world's largest online poker room was a bit of an
that
oversight.
was a given.
I don't know that it is, Randy. Just because the typeface is big with the logo doesn't mean that. Producer James, would you like to provide a score there to our friend Nano on that particular promo performance?
8 out of 8. That is great.
8 out of 8, really? You think we were on a base 8 system there, Randy? 8 out of 10 ain't bad. Are we doing decimals? Are we doing tenths of points on that rating system there, James? Or was it either a 7 or a 9 were the only other options? You got to do 0.5s. You can't just... Producer James apparently has had enough of paradise, as he says. I've been here for 12 days. I'm not doing decimals. Renlin, no decimals for him either. A nice round, 2 million. With the blinds at 500,000, 1 million. This is the minimum. King 9 suited. Adamo. 6-4 of clubs here. Is that little red-caped character on his shoulder?
Name is very like Romanian or something, so that's what
Likes to take flops. Perceives he's got a post-flop edge on the rest of the field.
It's very nice. It's a great place.
Definitely a loose open. I mean, a loose defense from the small.
Yeah. Come visit sometime. 9 million?
Oh, but Chris Nguyen, that's nasty. Jack 7 offsuit? I told you this guy was good.
Here's the deal. Ren, hijack, fairly deep stacked.
You remember my extend
Adamo, flat.
You owe me an ice cream for that.
Not looking particularly strong. And Win just says, you two jokers,
7,
I don't buy it.
8.5.
9 million with Jack 7 off, Randy. This has not... Deal the man 2 Kleenex. He's just looking at the spot, not the cards.
Exactly that. He expects Adamo to always 3-bet value from the small blind, especially with his image. So really just attacking Renlin. But is Renlin done? That's the key question here.
Stop. Renlin, King 9. Another 7 million? Do you really think so?
What if he just clicks it? What if he just says 16?
How much mean Luis?
Oh my God, are you onto something?
Mini Luis, so be 16.
Oh my God. Randy, how on earth did you smell this one?
Because he's Renlin. He's Renlin. He's recognized the situation that Nguyen is picking on the chip leader who hasn't 3-bet.
And he's also picking on Ren, of course, and boy, this is not the sight we wanted to see. And he nods his head in some sort of professional acknowledgement. And look at Ren. Oh, hang on. It's going to get physical. Is this a hug, a high five? Oh, there you go. Nice.
Guilty.
Oh my God.
Guilty. You don't know Dogecoin up today?
The Dogecoin's up today.
I'll tell you what. The sleeves have been rolled up, and things are a bit bare knuckle over at that feature, which sadly we're going to have to step away from, hopefully for not too long, as Reiner Kempe with red jacks rips it in. Andy Nee, black 8s, has stepped aside from the button, leaving Sorel Mizzi to evaluate. Pocket 6s, he decides he'll be the man to provide the spin. Steve Ye's ace 4.
By the
Not
way,
durable enough for this.
That 8s fold is amazing from Andy Nee. Stepped aside and let the worst pair do the damage.
Yeah, I confess, though, I didn't see how deep stacked Andy was.
He was sitting on about 17 million, but still to fold against a 7.4 big blind jam is very difficult with
Obviously,
that kind of pair.
with 30 million, Sorel has a more affordable proposition before him, but it's one that bodes poorly for the box cars.
Anyone have a 6? I want to know.
I didn't.
You have 6? Goddamn, why'd you tell me?
Buckethead Joe saying you got only 1 6 to hunt.
Anyone have a 5? Come on. God, just lie to me.
4 nickels.
Let me have a fair sweat.
Somebody had a 5. Maybe.
Okay, so 2 5s, 1 6, 3 outs, right? What's my percent, Steve?
3 outs?
3 outs.
Like
17.3?
14, 13.
Yeah, 13% sounds about right.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Stop it.
Now,
Redraw opportunity
I'll take a 5.
now.
I'll take a 5.
1 6 left in the deck, and Sorel a sporting offer to put a
Or
5
6 of
out
diamonds,
there
miss-deal.
and chop it up. This is horrific for Kempa. Can he find a diamond or a jack? He finds the jack.
Nice hand.
Set on the
I
turn,
wasn't even
set
looking for
on
that.
the river.
Of course not. Like, yeah, okay, just no diamond, jack.
The old suck and resuck.
No diamond. no
Wow.
jack.
That's crazy right now.
Only on GG Poker.
But be
Well, sixes are supposed to lose to jacks. This much we know.
Oh, you're that guy.
I mean, yeah, if I got the jacks, I'm not feeling particularly bad about that river card. I'll be real honest. What am I supposed to be like, sorry, bro? No. Got what you deserve. Fish cake. No,
cake?
no, it's not.
All right. A little feisty over there. This table's been very feisty.
Yeah, it has. You saw that. Horn lock between the Rams, Win and Lin.
I had a lot of appreciation when Redlin said natural 9 when he showed the king 9.
Yeah.
For
Sure you
reasons
did.
obvious.
And then you wonder why it is that I'm constantly suggesting that you're a degenerate gambler, Frandy, you know. That might be projection on my part, by the way. Is, you know.
These are stacks of 20, so 2
Ace,
points.
queen.
7 exactly.
The man from Punta del Este.
Lady
Or at least that's where he calls home now, playing under that Uruguayan banner.
Very professional.
I'm sure. 13.
I regret that during my time in Argentina, I didn't make it over there, not just because they have a casino and it's a beautiful seaside community, from what I'm told, but
I think you're the best.
also would have been cool to kind of see the state of poker
Rotated like that. There we go.
out that way.
A little bit better.
I like
So you have 27, right?
27 exactly, yes.
I heard it's booming over
27
there.
point. 2 pinks.
You know what's really interesting is when you travel to a corner of the world where poker is perhaps lagging far behind in terms of its growth cycle versus, you know, Europe, North America, you know, and you see things that you haven't seen in your home market if you are from the bleeding edge, you know, in years.
Don't show them.
You know,
Never ever show
play
them, you know. When you show,
that isn't
trusts
commensurate
you.
with what you have to contend with at your local card room. You got to make little adjustments too. You're like, oh, okay, so you guys really value one pair out here.
Look, I understand what you're saying, but I can also see that kind of ludicrous action over at my local casino pub, you know, like.
What local casino pub is that, Randy? And how come you haven't given me the invite? Because we all like a little ludicrous action. Wait,
I don't know. No.
What, you keep the strawberry patch to yourself? Is that what it
tight.
is, Randy?
You know, I don't
Break
want to
bread,
ruin, don't want
cousin.
to ruin income, all right.
Still quite deep, maybe, everybody.
You don't want to blow up the spot?
No.
Oh, I don't know, because
What is it, Crown and Anchor?
Yeah, it's actually, Triton Super High Roller Series.
Oh, yeah, no, that's great, Randy. Thanks for the hot tip.
yes,
I'll be sure to go down to that pub.
They got big games there. You can really win a lot.
some tables.
Adamo,
This table is so deep, right?
ace-3 suited, picks up Vogel,
Weird. Yeah, the lot, right?
who flops a 9, and then right
Yeah,
behind
just
it come
wanted
the
to roll
3
blinds back
and the
one
ace
level,
for
the 600K big
2
blind,
pair.
So we start at 40 blinds average. I tried. All I could do, the GG and CD, but it's too
When
late.
Adamo runs hot, man, he
They did
can
on day
really
3,
get
so I
max
thought that was
value.
the
And,
precedent, and they could do it
you know,
again, but
you're going to think Vogel's saying, yeah, he's got middle pair.
they said the
Probably
big
just going
stacks
to
wouldn't
lose
like
one
it.
bet. But against this opponent, I could see Vogel saying, thinking the 9 might be good.
Yeah, man, this is precarious. Vogel just 12.7 back.
29 big blind average is pretty shallow.
Going to
That's
see a
fine, that's
lot of very small bets from Adamo
Like,
against
like
short
keep it
stacks,
level, too, so
especially when he
make land with
holds pretty much all of his board. Focusing, just needs to check call for now, see what develops. bit of trouble as Vogelsang picks up a diamond draw. Still second pair.
Where's he going? Nowhere.
Well, let's show you the aftermath of this one. A pretty big hand just took place between Matthias Eibinger, Roland Rakita. Eibinger had the aces. Roland had flopped a set of tens. I believe Eibinger jammed river. Obviously got snapped by the tens full. And that is one of the biggest pots that we've seen at our outer tables. It's going to decimate Eibinger's stack, of course.
That's a lot of chips in the middle.
Eibinger down to about 5 million, about 5 big blinds for him. He'll be the small blind next pot. What a pot for Roland Rakita. Guess.
So Rakita, the beneficiary out there
Nobody bust.
of entanglements with Eibinger.
Oh, that river card is just the end of Vogelsang.
All in declared by Adamo, and you're not wrong. No straight available, blocking the diamonds and just deciding.
Queen high. Ace 3.
He needs to see it. And look at the pride with which Vogel was ready to show his hand, Randy. Who can blame him?
Of course. Damo could easily be bluffing or value betting worse.
Yep.
GG. Vogel.
Good game.
Good game.
Now, when I snap call, it's the bottom of my snap call range. You feel like yeah, you're behind more often.
One hand round.
Makes a lot of sense.
So that'll do it for Christoph. Bowing out. Kempe bowing in from the small here. Ripping 10-9 off suit. Getting called by Joe. Ace-6 off, 28.6. Unexpectedly wind into the middle.
A lot of chips in there in this blind versus blind confrontation.
Yep.
Joe making the right call with the ace-X. Slight edge.
King Jack 7. Double gutter for Kempe. It could be worse, though he's still unpaired and lagging behind. He's got 51% equity with 2 to come.
On the outer
This is
tables,
an
it's always like a
impactful
normal run.
Yeah,
Here,
yes.
it's
Altercation.
always some
Especially,
kind
of
of weird
course. Otherwise,
spot.
it's not fun to watch. Right?
Yeah. Oh.
And
Jack on the turn doesn't help Reiner. Queen 10, 9, 8. That's what he needs to see to reach out and haul in 28-6 and fight on.
Hearts, chop. That's
Will
it.
the river let him do that?
Oh my God.
9.
wow. Bye-bye.
Not 1, but 2 jacks. And bye-bye indeed for Reiner Kempe. Cookie crumbles.
Always going to be disappointing. Coin flip pre-flop, coin flip on the flop, and running jacks to just brick.
Oh, I got caught.
There's that lonely walk again. Reiner, by the way, was part of that group that included Fedor Holtz, Stefan Sondheimer back in the day, Dominic Nietzsche.
Yeah.
Also, you know, the latter two of whom we haven't really spied a whole lot of late out here in these live streets.
That was the original crew.
That was the OG German crew.
Remember
Yep.
Reinkenmeyer as well?
Tobias Reinkenmeyer, that's
Yeah.
right. I'm surprised we never called them the Axis powers.
Eh?
But I guess that's, once again, something that has awakened
No,
producer
I
James
can
Dempsey to give me the look of don't you dare. Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying I'm surprised we didn't. That, you know, back then, I'm not currently calling. Anyway.
You were going somewhere really nice and just blew it.
I'm not sure I was going somewhere really nice, Randy, but blowing it, yeah, that sounds about on brand. Queen 10, blowing it against Queen Jack here as Aziz chooses to flat the cutoff, and he, in turn,
All in.
has problems here. Joe rips it. Note that he still sits 77 million. I say still, obviously, having showered Kempa. He's newly minted to that stack depth.
Look at that reshove sizing. Because Aziz is sitting there with 52 million behind, but felt that the flat call was weak, and reshove took it down for Joe.
Mm-hmm.
%31% of all the chips at the table. Table chip leader, 83 million in chips. Jai-O for Joe.
You mean Jai Ho from Slumdog Millionaire? That song? That's not where you were going. with that.
It's Chinese.
Okay, because I
Add the oil. I told you this last time. Gosh.
I thought you were. Anyways, great movie, by the way, Slumdog. Did you see that one, Randy?
No, actually I didn't.
My God,
Randy. I don't even know what's it about. A dog, I assume. Lassie, I don't know.
It has nothing to do with dogs. It's not Lassie.
Just saying. I'm not the only one who hasn't seen it. I promise you that.
No, maybe there's some people who've never heard
I
of
don't
electricity in the Amazon.
Joe has not
Randy.
seen. Joe has not seen it. Guaranteed.
Okay, but you know he's behind the Great Wall of
Andy
the Great
hasn't seen it.
Firewall. Anyway, Andy's probably seen it. Andy's seen Ace 8 suited.
He
in
might
the
just
big is what
reshove
he's
this.
seen. I was just thinking that this is danger. Button open to 2.3 from this fresh big stack of over 80 mil.
All in.
This got it snapped off. Button versus big blind. And he's in trouble. Can't fault him for reshoving ace 8 suited
No, you
against
sure
the table
can't.
chip leader.
You sure can't. Ace 10 off, making the call. All of a sudden, Joe playing another 30 million chip pot, and he's doing well again. Ace 6 versus 10-9 moments ago. Ace 10 versus Ace 8 here. This could be a real catapult up the leaderboard. Andy took our breath away with a 10-9 of his own earlier. This is not going to be a flop that rates to take this pot away, though. It would be such a shame to lose Andy. The 4 providing opportunity, a 5 for the carve up, an 8 for a naughty W.
Two side.
And it's no side.
Brother.
A 3 on the end. And another fallen soldier at the hands of General Joe, who's beginning to emerge as the boss stack in the room overall. One has to imagine at this point. I know it's just a couple of data points, but maybe he's beginning somewhat of a dynasty.
Castle gets bigger and bigger.
Yes, the Joe dynasty.
Pulls in a whole lot of terracotta. New warriors arriving.
If you go on like this, I won't be able to see you even. You can hide behind the...
I gotta give some love to Andy Nee.
Just
you
one
know.
big blind, everybody.
He's
No need to go crazy.
Nothing to get here. Nothing
just
to
a little.
mainly been
Matthias Eibinger all in and at risk out here. Got it in with the ace-jack. Against Sirzet's kings. King, 10, 8, and an 8 on the turn. Sealed the deal. It resulted in Eibinger's elimination in 29th place for more than $180,000. Good run for him. In the end, could not come back after losing with the aces against Rikita's set of 10s. More chips for Sirzat. And 28 players now left in the World Series of Poker Super May. Guys?
Thanks, Jeff.
Side-by-side walk for Andy Nee and Matthias Eibinger busting at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And the field got much less dangerous. On to this one. See a 7-5 offsuit, which was open-ended and did miss against the trip aces. Blind versus blind confrontation. These chips aren't gonna return.
And now. Wrapping the table there. Balance transfer across the way to Maimone.
Don't bluff when I have top of range. Bluff when I have top of range.
25 but back, just call. Just call. He bet. He link, you call.
I check.
Wow.
Trap
You
it,
are
trap.
dangerous. I know, very dangerous.
Fuck solvers.
Okay, I know how to play now. Thank you. I'm learning quick too. King, queen, check too. They have a perfect hand check.
Maybe, you never know.
Very dangerous.
I just play by what I feel, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Chris Nguyen feels like opening queen 10 offsuit under the gun.
You're like a 50 million, right? Around the 50 million?
2 million to go. Len. Just identifying the stack depth before stepping aside.
Nguyen's like, please, Adamo, you're gonna fold the big blind eventually, right? Of course not. Ace-9 offsuit coming in. Adamo once again defending. Chris has played a very c-bet heavy strategy at the moment, so going to continue to do so against the wide defense of Adamo, which rates to just miss quite often.
Sure.
Here, ace-9, still ace-9 high, beating weaker ace-highs on paired hands like this. 9 of clubs helpful. Would expect them to continue, even against the undergun open, just because Nguyen opened off of a pretty large stack, so it's got more hands are just looking to let go, but he does pass.
Well, here we go. Vadzim open button. Bonomo jammed with 2 jacks. Wow. Vadzim made the call with the 9s, flopped a 9. But Justin Bonomo rivers a jack. What a roller coaster ride we were on in that one. Again, Lapalka open button. Bonomo jammed in the big. Was snapped off by the 9s. 9 on the flop. But a jack on the river. Justin Bonomo still alive. Count it down. 5, 7, maybe gets him up to 35-ish million or so. And with that, we'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks, Jeff.
Bori's all in. And she got there against Haney.
Wow, top pair against the two kings. She's blocking one of those 10s that would give Haney the W. King is no good for him. Can he find the 3-outer? No, a board pairing jack. And he's left with just $2.5 million. As you see Bori exhale.
That pray emoji was working hard.
Yeah, it was.
All smiles for Liv Bori.
Seen them lose to ace-x like 3 times.
There's the crumbs of Derek Haney.
We played it perfect.
Closing your eyes too.
I mean, you give me 5 outs, you have to give me 3.
You can breathe now, Liv. It almost crossed the 100 million chip mark.
That's insane. 9-figure stack, trending in nothing but the right direction, it would seem, since just a few hiccups at the onset of the day. Takes it to 2 million from the button.
Yeah, and Lachey is just
Yeah.
thinking, this is a Damo. Look, if you got it, you got it. But I know I'm just going to take this down so often pre. You can see players just adjusting their ranges for this player specifically.
Ace deuce. Touchdown.
Put your timer in 1 hour, look on YouTube, and you'll see.
You ahead 100%, no matter what you have.
Look at the overall chip counts in the room. Joe, Damo, moneymaker. At the tops, Zubov, Minko, Haney. Just 2 bigs in front of Haney, man. That is painful. Pocket Kings, what are you going to do?
Yeah, not much Haney could do, but Liv Bori's currently second in chips at the palm table with that double, but if you look at the chip distribution on Lagoon and Reef, that's where all the chips are at.
Sure is.
Damo and Yinan Joe with very similar stacks. Some firepower here for win.
Yes, sir.
$65.
So 3-bet as expected. They're playing 50 big blinds effective. We've seen Renlin get feisty, and he showed the King-9 earlier when he clicked the 4-bet bluff. But he might not get the opportunity to react because Minko's got ace-queen suited with 13.1 million behind. I believe this is go time for him in the spot. It's got to expect Nguyen to just 3-bet bluff with random ace queen should be good usually.
So in comes most, if not all, 13 million in total. Pocket eights really crumbling under this weight.
Yeah, it hurts to lay down eights in his spot. But you got to look at Nguyen's stack behind, which pretty much covers yours, very similar. So you could be risking 50 million right now.
Sure could.
13 euro. 13. Sorry.
18?
Still got you.
I almost call. Yeah.
So chips do go in, officially.
I think I fold best in. No future.
Pair or raise?
Very big pair.
Bigger than 6?
Predictable outcome here.
It's the Lady Gaga table. Come on, Lady Gaga.
Bigger than 6?
Why are you quiet? Come on.
The eights were the best hand and performing well, just given the interference here, but it is Win who performs well with the ace-king. And it stays the case on a 10-9 deuce board. Minko calling for the jack.
Ah, chop chop.
It's a deuce.
Friendly. We are friends. Come on, chop chop.
Board pairing 10. Maybe they carve it up.
Mamacita.
No mamacita.
No carve available.
Good game.
The river.
Good game, man.
A 6. Lachey gives his man some GGs. Lynn does as well. But that man gives his stack to Chris Wynn.
Be safe here, my friend. 8-8.
Yeah, there's not much Minko could do in that spot just because Chris Nguyen has clearly been showing signs of pre-flop progression.
Yeah. I got best hands.
DTL.
No future. No future, my friend.
You can do your part of the
On
board.
the big blind.
More action on the outside.
8-5 ace board. 10 on the turn. Haney all in. 1.4 million. Side pot of 1.5. Cabrera, Belcher, and Moneymaker all checking around. A board pairing ace. Believe it or not, Derek Haney is going to find himself a 6.9 million chip main pot here, Randy.
With 8 deuce, and obviously a 10 or ace does beat him. That's great news for Haney because 6.9 million chips, you could play with that at this blind level.
Sure could.
There's a little bit of a side pot. 1.575.
I've got 2 pair.
Oh, come on. You haven't looked at it, have you? I know what I got. Okay. But I could win this.
Money.
This, Doc. I got the smallest 2
After
pair
that
left.
final round of Knuckles says, I've got 2 pair. No, you don't, says Haney. I've got 2 pair.
Woo! Back. You're the worst. How do I call with this hand?
How do you fold?
At least you got the side back.
I lost money.
You got a rebate.
I did get a rebate. How much was it? 425,000. I remember these moments. I don't like them. Why? His name's Derek. I don't like Derek. Yeah, Derek is.
Really more.
Okay, just fold now because.
Okay. I don't know. Maybe 99% people open.
Me?
No. He say I just fold. I say maybe 99% people before the new opens.
Damo. Ace 4. The 9-figure stack in the hijack continues to stay active.
Not surprising. Nice hand to defend with. Jack 8 suited against min raise. Let us see 3.
Another all-in and a call at our outer table. Let's see it. It is a set of 7s on the turn for Vadzim to hang on to his tournament life. Was up against the King-Queen, which I believe was held by Darius Samuel. Queen on the flop. It looked like Vadzim's day was done, but he spikes the 7 on the turn. Had a couple dramatic runouts throughout just the last 5 minutes or so. But there is the 7. With 27 left. Samuel's going to have a little bit behind, but he is most certainly on the ropes. What a pickup for Vadzim Lepalka. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Jeff, for keeping tabs there at the outers.
Where did everyone go?
Maybe just keeping tabs on what's going on elsewhere. Maybe just taking a little break as a pot plays out involving Hanau. Jack 8, backdoor diamonds in the gut shot. Apparently a check raise. Giving him that one.
Nice play.
Mm-hmm.
Nick.
Very weird distribution. It's like either 10 or 50 big blinds.
There.
Everywhere.
Yeah. Nobody has like middle. He has middle.
Yeah.
Except you.
I'll take middle till the end. Still heads up. It's a chill life with middle stack. I don't have raise for sin spots. Michael opens. If he doesn't open, you open. It's not complicated.
Queen 3 suited, raising for Adamo.
Darius Samuel all in and at risk with the ace-king suited. Going up against the ace-3 of diamonds. McMichael does flop a flush draw. Will need that diamond on the river to score the elimination. It does not come. And perhaps the comeback begins for the WSOP Heads Up Championship winner from this last summer. Darius Samuel. Ace-king beats ace-3. We play on with 27 players left.
Wang Yang to the left there. Lean on chips. Jeff working that outer table hard there.
So Adamo raise folds, Queen 3 suited, under gun against the 2 jacks of Hanau.
First time, Columbia.
Very big hand. I 3-bet only.
The all-ins continue to flow. This time, it is Bari who's going to give Derek Haney a spin all by herself. We saw him quadruple. His 5s. Still in front on a queen-queen-6 board. The counterfeiter would be a filthy way to go. That would involve a 6 in this almost 15 million chip pot. 10 would also spoil the fun. And 4th club on the river. Haney gonna double. He had 1.5 million, did he? Before quadrupling, and now he sits 15 back to back.
He sure did, and 15 is good for 15 big blinds. We know he can easily run up a stack. Even more so with that.
Yes, he could.
Second, because you're getting first.
You cannot take back your word.
Take what?
Take back your word.
A word about what?
You told me something a few days ago.
Down third?
Now you got
I don't know. I remember.
same
what
membership
you
you had before, right?
What did I say?
Huh?
Yeah, but it's
I
way
don't
more
know.
fun this one.
I'm not gonna repeat it, but
Is it that bad?
you had a feeling about me.
I had a feeling?
Feeling about me.
Yeah, you were going to preside over the wedding, and that,
Wow.
like
Renlin was a little one-man karaoke action.
Pass.
How much you got?
26.
26?
25
King
next
Queen
hand.
suited's gonna raise it up.
1 million. For the people.
Then raising into Wen, who's got Queen Deuce offsuit. Not a particularly great holding. And folds as expected.
Good fold. Only the nuts.
That's nuts.
I'm an old man now. Only play good hands.
King Gaga, Lady Gaga. Shoot it.
I had ace of diamonds. The other wasn't an ace.
Can I just let you know there's going to be a chip race for the 25Ks if one person in between the hands to buy all the 25Ks?
I'll buy them. Happy to do it.
I don't
Do you
know.
wanna buy 'em? Okay, yeah, sure.
Huh? What about? I could buy them.
You have
What do you say? Do I have to? Can you do it? I hate doing it. I'm not the biggest fan as well. But up to you. I don't care.
It's okay. I'll be
buy
cheap a
it.
little soon. I can buy.
Break or no?
Still after, yeah.
Okay.
Looks like color up incoming. Gonna remove those 25Ks at some point soon.
It's you.
Thank you. You big blind always fall.
I take big blind personally.
King 8 of diamonds could go raise once again.
You want to buy it? $1 million for me?
Yeah.
Just take it, and then you can sell it to Adam. You can sell it to
Could
Adam
see
Owens.
Adamo get involved in this spot. He's got position. Might even 3-bet this.
6.
Maybe a little bit of flat.
5.
Could fold if he respects his opponent's range.
Thank you. Look
And
at
he's
you.
going to go for the passive action.
Lucky.
Lucky. Lucky.
$2 million, a bit too rich for 9-5.
Yeah, take the day off.
I mean, it's just the minimum, but it is pretty poor holding.
I'm pretty
and
sure I have the best hand.
That's your bounce.
I'll show you one this time.
King deuce.
Flip.
They aren't dropping like flies. Some resiliency being shown by the likes of Derek Haney, of course, an exception.
And now going to try to get away with one. Queen 9 suited. Gonna get some resistance from Chris's pocket 7s. This hand rates to play as a flat, more so than 3-bet.
How much you play?
Ren Lin's got ace-jack suited. Kind of like him overcalling this spot against a 30 big blind stack. It's quite a bit of hand where you don't really want to squeeze fold it, especially against under the gun.
And see, okay, just call. I just see it. 也付了Tony，而且
Plenty of playability.
40、60、160、160。
So 3 players to a 7.5 million chip pot, and now the party starter. 2 flatters, neither of whom are even remotely close to this Queen 9, which turns into top 2.
Wouldn't fault Hanal actually checking this over to the button. He's got all of his texture. Can probably induce some in-position bets. He's going to just bet and charge the Broadway stuff.
Chris wins, surely. No heroics on his mind with 2 7s. You know, I said surely, and yet we saw
5.5.
what he tried to do against Ren Lin, and he's trying to do a little bit more of it here. 5.5 million with just the 2 7s. Again, this is a case of the Kleenex.
Robo Chris.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the badge belongs to Hanau here.
I don't really see why you would want to re-raise unless you feel that Chris has always got ace king. I'm sorry, ace queen, king queen, but call is definitely the way to go with no flush draw out there. Not much to fear.
So happy to lie in the weeds is Hanau. Win out from under the lenses. Complete air. On a board such as this, after you get called by an under-the-gun raiser,
You've got to
put
think
off.
that Hanel's got a queen very often to bet call to flop. Hands like 10 jack, king 10 can definitely be in Hanel's range, but sometimes those hands won't even see bet the flop.
Sure.
Trying not to inflate and you know, seeing the turn for cheap. He does unblock these straight draw type hands, but I wouldn't fault him for kind of just checking. If it bricks out, maybe we call bet if we put our opponent on a straight draw that missed.
6.
He's betting once more. I wonder if he's got the game plan of going for one more on the river unimproved.
TBD.
Hanau should still be slow playing when he picks up this flush draw, because that flush draw also taints some of the straight draw outs. But even then, I don't really expect Chris to raise the flop with like jack 10, king jack, king 10 too often.
Can I get a count, please?
There's the jam. Hanau just puts
You have
Nguyen
big
on
Sega?
like ace queen, king queen.
I just need estimate, I don't know. Like 20, right? Yeah.
Where are phones in that over there?
This would be a crazy call.
Sure would.
Yeah, it's okay. I fold, it's fine.
Does fold. And what a huge pot for Hanau. No showdown necessary.
Trevor McMichael button open. Opelka 3-betting out of the small blind. McMichael jamming with the 9s in the big. Opelka snapped the jam with the 2 queens. Those queens held against the 9s. And we are down to 26 players left with the elimination of Trevor McMichael, who does earn $180,300 for a really impressive finish in the World Series of Poker Super May. Guys, we'll go ahead and send it back to you as you send us to break.
Thanks, Jeff. We will be sending you to break. Not quite yet. So we do have one in progress. Ace, Jack, and King, Queen. Advantage, Mr. Ye. The opener under the gun. Zhou. Looking up at a second overcard, which gives Ye a second pair here. 18 million in the middle.
That's a great river card. Just in case he was up against Ace Queen or Queen Jack. Now improving with 2 pair. It seems like Joe is a non-believer. There's a lot of chips in there. And more chips coming in. 8 million. There's not much that Joe beats when the king comes in. Straight draws now get there. Some of these straight draws pick up pairs. Could easily already be behind. I mean, also Steve raised from under the gun, so there's a little bit less of this suited connector stuff, like 8, 9, 10, 8, that might be barreling. These hands don't always open. Oh, he seems unconvinced with just third pair. I don't know, this just seems a little bit too heroic for me. There we go.
Ace, Jack eventually made a believer there. Healthy 26 million chip pot going to be punctuating that particular frame for Steve Ye as the South Korean banner takes one down. The lone delegate remaining in this field, which continues to whittle. Blinds will be whittling away at the short stacks, of which there are 3 sub 10 bigs. 600K, 1.2. Chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Back here at the desk, Ali Najad, Randy Liu, about to send you to about a 10-minute break. And Randy, Derek Haney, showing resilience, 1.5 million in front of him, double, finds his way up to 15 million. Blinds merciless, keeping him down there. But the Dominator came in, 80 million. We knew it was going to be one or the other. He was never just going to tread water out there. 9-figure stack achieved.
Yeah, and he's playing the game that he's been here plenty of times. He has so many tournament wins under his belt, deep runs. He knows he needs to just keep raising. The shorter and medium stacks, they're going to put some resistance with high equity spots, but they're going to kind of let him get away with a lot. And currently the game plan is falling quite nicely for Adamo.
That it is. So we're going to give you a nice little 10-minute break. We're going to come back here to Paradise. We're going to resume coverage of day 4. Don't go anywhere. Don't want to miss the rest of what's to come.
All in. Call.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
Well, we'll let you guys see the end of this one, as that is the end of the road for Sweet Lou Garza. Bonomo opened under the gun, I believe. Garza jammed. Bonomo called with the 2-10s. Was up against Garza's ace-queen. Did see a queen on the flop. It was accompanied, though, by a 10. So Justin Bonomo scores the knockout of Sweet Lou Garza, whose run ends in 36th place for $140,900, guys.
Thanks, Jeff. GG's. Lou Garza. 4-card beast, bracelet winner. Proposed to his girlfriend after winning that bracelet earlier this summer. Right then and there, in the moment, on stream.
Troy Quenneville going to be the one at risk. He does have one chip back. Flop is ace, king, jack, 2 diamonds. George Lemon also in the hands. There goes that final chip, and here we go. A set of kings. George up against ace-10. Straight draw is there. Looks for a queen. Doesn't find it on the turn. He'll need it on the river. Doesn't get there despite making trip aces. It's kings full for George Lemon, and it's good game to Troy Quenneville, out in 35th for $140,900. So that is our second elimination of the day. It also takes place at one of our outer tables, guys.
Thank you, Jeff. Well, won't be the last time we observe this stroll here, and facial expressions obviously tell the story.
Get to it. Webster Lim versus Vadsim Lapalka. I believe it's Lim with the ace-10 up against ace-9. And ace-10 is flopped a straight. Turn is a 9. 10 would chop it up. The river, though, is a 6. And Lim had the ace-9. He's been eliminated by Lapalka, so it's Webster Lim. Busts out for $140,900. The 3-time Triton champion, along with the World Series of Poker bracelet winner, eliminated by Lapalka. Guys.
So it didn't last long on the day for Webster Lim. He is sent packing. Well, Mizzy has 2 queens at the other feature. Cutoff jam over the top of Peaks is 5s.
Wow, you can. I didn't know that.
30 seconds back on your hand. Box out at 458.
This feels like it may have been raised 3-bet, 4-bet jam, Randy. I don't think 6.8 was the open, right?
6.8 was the open. He's got 1.1 back. So he's basically jamming a 10
Oh,
big blind
forgive me.
stack.
Yes, you're right. I overlooked the 1.1 back.
You haven't been here.
Yeah, but I mean,
He's not folding. He's just time banking in case someone else busts because of the pay bubble we're on.
No, I mean.
Anyway, you cannot call the club. That is time banks.
Really?
That's not the rule is you cannot call.
Some of the fours know the rules, some of them don't. That's the problem. But he's a veteran. You can't trick him.
I mean, when you put 6.8 in there, you're supposed to be prepared without 2 other people involved in the all-in to call off the other 1.1, right, Randy?
Yeah, he's just trying to stall, hoping someone else busts on another table.
Oh, I see. Maybe we're on the brink of a pay jump.
It sounded like someone asked, can we call the clock on
How would
Peaks?
it work if I didn't have time banks? You call the time and it doesn't matter, right? Yeah, but I already had 30 seconds anyways.
fold, man. Let's move on to the next one. You still got chips.
I don't think you want me to fold.
You can make it happen.
I don't think you want to.
I want you to fold.
Maybe. Probably good for you, yeah.
I mean, even if you got
Some
equity,
equity.
if you want to fold, it's
Yeah.
ours.
I mean, still 40,000 is 40,000. It's a lot of money. No one's busted. 5 seconds. Live to see another day. Still got chips. Chip and a cherry for that
You only
expression.
have one big one, so
If I use this after you have 30 seconds, right?
You can make it happen.
there's no way you can fold. If you put in like 2 million less, probably.
1 orbit penalty, right? That's a
Come on, man.
veteran execution.
5 seconds.
He talked first.
That was your last time. Thank you for 30 more seconds.
Flower penalty for him.
So we're running through time banks here. As Peaks' intention is always to call. He's just
There we are.
simply trying to milk the clock as much as possible on the hunt for a little ladder.
And you hit a queen.
Queens versus fives.
Thank
Really?
I thought you had 2 unders the way you were talking. Like, no pair, nothing.
As Peaks suspected, Sorrell very much did want the call, at least if he knew he was up against fives.
Yeah, but
King 9 deuce, no 5 on board. And the light begins to flicker for Peaks.
Even worse, that 5 of clubs one is outs, which gives him easily a redraw in case that
Oh,
arrives.
because this is my first tournament ever. So
Jack on the turn. 2 outs, 1 time for the Dutchman.
ooh.
I saw that funny for a second. I knew I was dodging the diamond too. Oh my god. For like
6 on
third
the
of a
end.
second.
And it is official.
You had me for
Yeah,
a second.
you want to avoid this big one.
The way I'm
Nice.
positioned, I didn't see the card right away. I saw
You don't
two
want to pay the
sides
big
here.
one.
Oh my god.
On the
Ooh.
outside
Yeah, redo,
I knew
redo.
I was dodging a diamond.
It's gonna be a redo.
of the page. And welcome back to Paradise for continuing coverage of Day 4 of the World Series of Poker Super Main, a $50 million guarantee that is very much down to the business end of things, Randy. We continue to see people fall left and right. Again, as I touched on prior to the break, a little bit of resiliency, but at the end of the day, only 1 final table's worth of combatants are going to stand. And right now, as it stands, Michael Adamo very much rates to be front and center when we get down to that final table.
I mean, it kind of feels like it's the return of Adamo. You know, in the
Yeah.
past few years, he didn't put in full volume, was taking a little bit of break from poker, coming in here and there, but to thrive here in this super main, he's there at the top by himself with about 96 million in chips, and second place only has 70 million or so. I think it's Adamo's time.
I mean, one would not be faulted, obviously, when you consider the depth of his stack for thinking it is going to be a very easy process by which he could work his way down there. But as we've seen so many times, he's not one of those guys that's content to just get to this threshold and then sit back and tell himself, I don't need to fight. I don't need to get my hands dirty. He wants to actually set himself up for the win right here, right now, as others are maybe trying to cobble.
Yeah, but the thing is, you know, this field is actually still very stacked. The remaining players we've seen at the featured table of Adamo, players playing back at him. They're willing to reshove and not let him get away with just raising relentlessly. We've seen Chris Nguyen squeezing him with Jack 7 also, and you know, even Ren Lin, who played back with the natural 9, King 9, and showing it. So it's not going to be easy for Adamo as he tries to, you know, chip away, you know?
I tend to agree. Not to be overlooked, of course, the presence of some of the other names that are up there toward the top of the leaderboard. Chris Wynn, he gave us a lot to think about, and Chris Moneymaker also given us something to think about, namely whether or not we can simply take people who are longer in the tooth and put them out to pasture. Moneymaker, already a Triton Super High Roller Series title, having paid a visit to that particular series and established himself. And now here he is in this Super Main. What is it about the big multi-table tournament World Series stuff that allows this guy to flourish?
I don't know what it is, but from what I've observed, Moneymaker, not only at Triton season here, he's been playing amazing. He's got his own unique style, and he's sitting in 4th currently.
Well, look, we're not going to turn our attention away from him or any of the action that is still to come. Again, we're going to play down to a single final table here, and then we're going to call it quits for the evening. But we're just about 10 seconds away from getting those cards back in the air. Again, it is Adamo up at the top of the leaderboard as we send you back down to the Atlantis Battlegrounds here on Paradise Island. Six players left.
See the reef table, Enon Joe. Table captain, he was sitting on 100 million not too long ago. Seems like he's lost some chips down to 65.
There's a look at the way things take shape at those 3 features.
And a quick walk for Hanau. He'll take it. He's been surging up to 50 million in chips after taking that pot from Chris Nguyen pre-break.
Manao has been pretty tidy out there. That Queen on his spades, of course, had a lot to do with things. Saw that, as you mentioned, just before the break. Ace-6 suited now for Michael Adamo.
Pocket kings for Lachey. Should be looking to 3-bet small. Try to induce Adamo to play back. Wouldn't mind a customer. Maybe about 6 million or so. Notch up.
Ren. 8-4 offsuit, always animated.
Isn't his hand going to hurt at some point?
He doesn't do it too often. See, Ace-6 of hearts steps away. Belcher now with kings of his own, but they are going to take a flop, and they're going to do so in an absolutely monumental situation. 48 million plus in the middle. Baree, ace, queen off.
Oh, she's done it again against 2 kings.
Does she realize it, by the way? Because she's behind the clasped hands.
She has no idea.
I don't know if she's looking. Randy, I don't know if she realizes she found the ace. It isn't over yet, of course. Oh, now she sees it. And now it's official. Ace, queen, dethroning Belcher's kings. 4.4 million, and Liv's feeling it.
Vamos, vamos a romperla, vamos! Vamos!
He was Papu.
So Bori is the cowboy killer. Cowboys, actually. Ace 10 downs.
Man, Belcher's just
Haney's,
going to
right?
have 4,400 here, Randy. Ay, ay, ay.
Sometimes it's your day. That's for Liv Bori. So back on over here. Adamo calls the 3-bet out of position. What a great flop for Lachey. Type of texture that might hit Adamo a little bit so you can get value.
Yeah, King's rich environment.
Kings on this table is all right. Kings on the reef, not so much.
Yeah, I was under the impression, I think, pre-flop, if this is that same hand, that Adamo had stepped away from it, but he dug in here under the gun against Lache. Luque, unclear which of the two. We're giving it our best. As 5.1 submitted off of almost 20.
Just not much for Adamo to contest with.
Sounds good.
It's hard to steal from the thieves.
Is that like Aladdin? Doesn't he steal from thieves?
He didn't make it look hard right there, but a little bit of a byline there. Aladdin steals from thieves? That's Robin Hood, isn't it? Or no, he takes from the rich.
Yeah, so does Aladdin, doesn't he? Never mind.
You know what? And this is going to come as a surprise potentially to you, Randy.
Okay.
I haven't seen Aladdin. Prince Ali has not seen Aladdin.
You know the song, though.
Are you kidding me? I got bombarded with it when I was in school. King deuce for Zarzubov under the gun, just 14.1 million. Obviously, the straight's becoming more and more dire with each passing orbit for the Russian.
Ace-8 suited into hijack. He's living the moment. Sorrel ace-jack suited.
20, 1995.
Spoonful of medicine for Lehman.
So he's playing, what, a 25 big blind stack? I could even see him reshove this one. I don't think he wants to 3-bet fold too often. Maybe he flats. It's a bit unclear. Yeah, so he comes in with call. Feels like he's more likely to 3-bet if it was offsuit and just fold in the suited variety. Flats. Six-five suited. One more big blind. There we go.
Oh, sorry.
So it's going to be a three-way affair, given that Mizzy chose to flat call. That allows Kerry to take the price and find top two pair on a 6-5 tray board. The ace-high suited holdings not interacting in a way that suggests that they're going to find trouble.
Looks like Kerry doesn't want this one to just check through. Interesting lead. I suppose it does make sense just because the layman is not going to c-bet this flop texture off of his stack too often. Especially against a flat in position, which could consist of pocket pairs not looking to fold. And Carey doesn't really have that stack that can just blindly lead and mess around, but Sorrell's going to call just ace-jack high backdoor hearts.
Boy, he could find himself in a bad way if all of a sudden a jack or ace were to come off. Instead, it's a 5. Lock this one up for Carey with 5s full of 6s.
I would think Carey's got to slip this one over to Mitzi. Let Mitzi try and catch up. Oh, he's going to lead once more. So he's ranging Mitzi on clubs or like 7s or 8s. I didn't want to 3-bet get it in. This might cost him some chips. This would be a heroic call on the turn. Maybe he doesn't expect Carey to continue once more with a 6x. And ranges this to be 5x or nothing, but fold makes sense. Kept them honest for one street.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. It
Diamond.
came in diamond form. Klodnicki had an open-ender, was on his feet what felt like prematurely, and it's Liv Marie who has vanquished him.
Yes, it is.
We caught the very tail end of that one. And holy smokes, ace-queen back up against the wall against the 2 kings moments ago. Left Belcher with vapors and doubled. Here she is with ace high blocking one direction of that straight, and the 5 of diamonds dangler means that Klodnicki is out of there. Big pot Claude.
Or like big pot Liv at the moment.
Yeah, you're right about that.
I don't know if we're allowed at the table though, but I don't know if we're allowed at the table, but
No, I mean, it wasn't a hand. I said it in between the hand. You can speak whatever language you want as long as it's not a live hand.
Fair enough.
Game plan hasn't changed for Adamo. Continuing to raise very light.
$2.4 million with the queen 7 offsuit out of the cutoff.
Okay, developing hand at our outer table. I'll show you all what we have going on. Searzat opened, Bonomo 3-bet. Darius Samuel called it off for his tournament life. Searzat called the 3-bet to 6.7 million. The open was to 2.5 million. Bonomo 3-bet on the button to 6.7. I believe Darius Samuel had a little bit less in the big blind. He called for his tournament life. Searzat calls as well. Flop is 8-8 deuce rainbow. Small side pot developing. Looks to be about 15 million or so in the main. Bonomo firing flop. Here's that out of the way, and here we go. 2 queens for Bonomo. 7-6 for Darius Samuel. Needing some help. Some kind of runner to keep him in this tournament. And that's it. Since the turn is a 3, that gets us down to 3 tables. Darius out in 25th place for more than $180,000. So now down to 24 as Justin Bonomo picks up another pot. And now it is time to redraw. Guys.
Thanks, Jeff. So Bonomo has brought us to 24 players. And as Jeff mentioned, that means we're going to have a redraw for some. Obviously, this will come as a point of relief. Just given seat assignments, table assignments. This is always where I wonder if the chip leaders all end up at the same table. It could happen.
That's what you want to see?
I mean, Adamo's one of the chip leaders, so I got to tell you, I wouldn't mind it, because he's a guy that'll mess around and toss a little bit of that ICM straight out the window. Meanwhile, Derek Haney has slipped back to 10 million, and he's found an ace-6 in the cutoff with which to jam.
I think Belcher's only got 2 million chips back.
So obviously he must have spun off of the 4.4 to get himself up into that 12 mil neighborhood. That's why he's able. Oh no, he hasn't yet made the call. Okay, forgive me. I thought the call had already been made. So he definitely did not spin. What he did do is make the call ultimately. $8.2 million chip pot. Haney, the covering stack. Not a whole lot of stacks in the room that he does cover, but Belcher's is one of them. He was on the receiving end of ace-queen downing the 2 kings, and he's not doing great on this jack-high flop. Might we be down to 23 before the redraw happens? 6 on the turn. Pairs Haney take the 5s off the board. The lights dimming on the Britain's bid. And now they are darkened entirely as he wraps the rail. A smile, of course. Not a bashful payout. 23rd place finish. 180,300 going his way. Derek Haney saying, I'm not going anywhere.
He's starting a run.
That he is. Pardon us. 23rd place finisher coming through. Meanwhile, redraw coming through, and as it does, you get a look at some of the final 23. Obviously, the palm table is going to get filled out along with the lagoon table to bring us to 3 tables of 8. 2 tables of 8 and 1 of 7. Given Belcher's departure over there. And again, fast and furious are the bust outs, and it hasn't always been simply short stacks, as you saw Belcher with the 2 kings. Ouch.
Yeah, and Liv Boerree's run is really turning quite hot, you know, downing kings in against 2 different players, finishing off one player as well with the Klonnicki, right, with the ace-5 and versus the queen-10. So, you know, she's surged up the chip counts. The short stacks are out. You know, it's kind of expected to happen at
I'll
this
tell
point.
you what, when I'm looking at the chip counts, you know, you get the little green arrow, you get the little red arrow. Liv's green arrow is one that sits very healthy in terms of where she's trending, and she's not the only one. So we're going to see how things have shaken up. This break will allow us to update these chip counts and bring you the most accurate information that we can as we continue to work our way down to a final table here today in Atlantis. 10-minute break, and then we'll be back with you. Stay close.
All in. Call.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
Things that you haven't seen in your home market if you are from the bleeding edge, you know, in years.
Don't show them.
You know,
Never ever show
play
them, you know. When you show,
that isn't
nobody trusts
commensurate
you.
with what you have to contend with at your local card room. You got to make little adjustments too. You're like, oh, okay, so you guys really value one pair out here.
Look, I understand what you're saying, but I can also see that kind of ludicrous action over at my local casino pub, you know, like.
What local casino pub is that, Randy? And how come you haven't given me the invite? Because we all like a little ludicrous action.
I don't know. No.
What, you keep the strawberry patch to yourself? Is that what it
okay.
is, Randy?
You know, I don't
break bread,
don't
cousin.
ruin my income. All right.
Still quite deep, maybe, everybody.
I'm out.
You don't want to blow up the spot?
No.
What is it, Crown and Anchor?
Yeah, it's actually, Triton Super High Roller Series.
Oh, yeah, no, that's great, Randy. Thanks for the hot tip. I'll be sure to go down to that pub.
They got big games there. You can really win a lot.
Adamo. Ace-3 suited, picks up Vogel, who flops a 9, and then right behind it come the 3 and the ace for 2 pair.
We start at 40 blinds average. I tried. All I could do, the GG and TD, but it's too
When
late.
Adamo runs hot, man, he
They
can
did on
really
day 3,
get
so I
max
thought that was
value.
the
And,
precedent, and they could do it
you know,
again, but
you're going to think Vogel's saying, yeah, he's got middle pair.
They said the
Probably
big
just going
stacks
to
wouldn't
lose
like
one
it.
bet. But against this opponent, I could see Vogel saying, thinking the 9 might be good.
Yeah, man, this is precarious. Vogel just 12.7 back.
29 big blind average is pretty shallow.
Going to see a lot of very small bets from Adamo against short stacks, especially when he holds pretty much all of his board. Focusing, just needs to check call for now, see what develops. Bit of trouble as Vogelsang picks up a diamond draw. Still second pair.
Where is he going? Nowhere.
Well, let's show you the aftermath of this one. A pretty big hand just took place between Matthias Eibinger, Roland Rakita. Eibinger had the aces. Roland had flopped a set of 10s. I believe Eibinger jammed river. Obviously got snapped by the 10s full. And that is one of the biggest pots that we've seen at our outer tables. It's going to decimate Eibinger's stack, of course.
That's a lot of chips in the middle.
Eibinger down to about 5 million, about 5 big blinds for him. He'll be the small blind next pot. What a pot for Roland Rakita. Guess.
So Rakita, the beneficiary out there.
Nobody busts.
of entanglements with Ibinger.
Oh, that river card is just the end of vocal saying.
All in declared by Adamo, and you're not wrong. No straight available, blocking the diamonds and just deciding.
Queen high. Ace 3.
He needs to see it. And look at the pride with which Vogel was ready to show his hand, Randy. Who can blame him?
Of course. Damo could easily be bluffing or value betting worse.
Yep.
GG. Vogel.
Good game.
Good game.
When I snap call, it's the bottom of my snap call range. You feel like yeah, you're behind more often.
One hand round.
Makes a lot of sense.
So that'll do it for Christoph. Bowing out. Kempe bowing in from the small here. Ripping 10-9 off suit. Getting called by Joe. Ace 6 off, 28.6. Unexpectedly wind into the middle.
A lot of chips in there in this blind versus blind confrontation.
Yep.
Joe making the right call with the ace X. Slight edge.
King Jack 7. Double gutter for Kempe. It could be worse, though he's still unpaired and lagging behind. He's got 51% equity with 2 to come.
On the outer
This is
tables,
an
it's always like a
impactful
normal run.
Yeah,
Here,
yes.
it's
altercation.
kind
Especially,
of
of
weird.
course. Otherwise, it's not fun to watch.
Yeah. Oh.
And
Jack on the turn doesn't help Reiner. Queen 10, 9, 8. That's what he needs to see to reach out and haul in 28-6 and fight on. Will the river let him do that?
Oh my God.
9.
wow. Bye-bye.
Not 1, but 2 jacks. And bye-bye indeed for Reiner Kempe. Cookie crumbles.
Always going to be disappointing. Coin flip pre-flop, coin flip on the flop, and running jacks to just brick.
Oh, I got caught. Oh.
And welcome back to the backside of the final 3-table redraw from here in Atlantis. Ali Najad alongside Randy Liu and 23 hopefuls who are all vying for a $6 million top prize. We began this journey 1,900 and change strong, just a little bit shy of that $50 million guarantee requirement, Randy. And here we are. Michael Adamo, top of the chip counts. Marcelo Aziz in the conversation. Bucket Hat Joe, who's going to be the person to emerge here in this frame? Is it just going to be more of the chip leaders? Are we going to see spins down at the bottom? Do you have a read?
Well, my read is normally I go with the chip leader, but we did have a spin from the bottom. It's Liv Boris spinning up a healthy stack, and also even the short stack of Haney, he's in there once again.
That he is, and of course, not to be denied. We did talk about Moneymaker and Bori, but Chris Wynn, he gave us things to think about. Ren Lin was involved there. Always animated just in his natural environment. Is Ren Lin out there? Shirzad Hisu, not a name that we called much of. Roland Rakita involved in the proceedings. One-time bracelet winner. Is he? Nick Maimoni, also a one-time bracelet winner. We saw Mustafa Kanit just to the left of Liv Bori before we stepped away for the break. You know, Mustafa is one of those guys that, like, he's been around for a minute. You know, I don't know if I can call him old school, but in terms of the new school guys, he's on the earlier part of that, and here he is just showing up. I don't think I've called a single hand that the Italian has played so far.
No, we have definitely not called a single hand. I haven't seen him in a long time, so it's cool to see him out there. And I know what you're saying, old school, new school. Like, he was one of the original online guys that really crush, but hasn't really been playing so much as
No.
of late. But, you know, he's sitting there with 21 bigs.
Yeah, he sure is. Pablo Melonio, one of the Uruguayans who are out there doing their thing. Of course, Lache or Luque, we're not clear entirely on how to pronounce the last name. Also involved in things. Wang Yang, things haven't worked out greatly for him. He's down there. We're going to get a look in just moments at the redraw and those 3 tables, and we'll unpack, obviously, any of the interesting developments that have taken place there. Zubov, he came in lean on chips, continues, it would appear, to find himself in that situation. I don't know, Randy. I mean, I'm not going to call it anyone's game. Obviously, with the blinds where they are, millions in chips doesn't really amount to much. But, boy, we saw Haney with the 2 spins. Maybe quadruples, triples, back-to-back doubles are what's in store for some of the darker horses that are out there in the field. TBD. As we get things back underway, moments away from a glimpse. That was Moneymaker on his feet there. So Justin Carey is going to find himself a chip leader at his table. How fortunate is that? Granted by just a blind over Roland Rakita over at the Reef, 42.9 to 42.4. Also with multiple other 30-some-odd million chip stack. So really tight cluster over there at Reef is what jumps on the page for me. 21 big blind advantage for Adamo, as unfortunately Barry drew his table, as did Moneymaker and Ren Lin. And then you got Marcelo Aziz not having to contend with any of those types as he presides over the boss stack in his neighborhood.
Okay, Wang Yang's got 8-7 offsuit. He's one of the short stacks of the tournament. Can't really activate with this holding, though.
Ace-10 of clubs for Steve Ye. Activation coming from the hijack.
Mew, mew.
Mew, mew.
Well, here's the tournament chip leader. He's a tough big blind to steal.
You know, it's funny because obviously you make the raise on the merits of ace-10 of clubs in the hijack, and then you realize you got to tussle with that dude. King-8 wants to take a peek and see what's what. Three, 3-6. Swing and a miss in both camps.
If you're going to miss, this is a pretty good texture to do so on with ace-10 high. Rates to be the best hand. Not much that Damo can represent. And you got backdoor clubs working as well.
Mm-hmm.
This would be quite a loose peel as the King-8 goes into the muck.
Watch.
Please, please.
Nice pickup there. For Steve, straightforward, as you like to have it take shape against a man like Adamo.
Hello.
Make your life so hard.
Who's Randall talking to?
He's just vibing, Randy, you know?
We've only had one break today, right?
Mm-hmm. Do you know when you add the time bank? Final table?
I think so.
Okay. Give me Lady Gaga A6 or nothing. Okay. I don't want to use time bank.
Where'd you get all those chips, Liv?
Magic.
You've been working.
Little chip envy.
I like the
Lynn.
chairs down there so much better.
Oh, I think
Queen 9 on the button. Motivating.
I don't know. Oh no, it's on that table. Never mind. There's one dodgy one.
Should have connected the small blind.
That was about me.
Seeing Adamo flat the small blind 6-4 suited earlier, so I'd imagine
I think I got a
7-6 of
dodgy.
clubs is going in there.
I need to bust somebody so I can get a better chair.
We actually have an interesting spot here for 5s. Because he's playing such a shallow stack, he's more likely to just jam and try to get this one isolated to heads up without having to try to take it against 2 opponents. This is nice.
Yeah, Zubov with a raise and a flat in front of him. Suspecting that Adamo would have been heard from if he had something that wanted to book a table for 2.
No gamble.
In comes 9.9. Lynn will acquiesce. I would imagine Adamo will do the same in fairly short order.
Yeah, so this squeeze shove is for just under 10 bigs. I mean, if you got a little gamble, I mean, it's tough to call off Queen 9. Be a huge takedown for Zubov. And Renlin is going to make the call, realizing that when he calls, Adamo really can't go after it and gets a little bit of an overlay.
I was almost positive
500?
that Lynn would have no interest in this. This is precarious because obviously you don't expect Zubov to be pushing with anything that doesn't perform well against the Queen 9, Randy. And the thirst for gamble on display, maybe the overlay from Adamo's chips is what,
Lucky 5?
as you were kind of alluding to,
Lady Gaga never.
motivated him.
Pocket 5? You see my card?
And I see Lady Gaga in the window.
Merry Christmas, please, one time. Just one time.
Merry Christmas to me today.
Please, no, for me.
You every day Merry Christmas
Please,
Day.
every, one
So
time.
Yesterday for you, today for me.
Please, one time. One time, please.
Lady Gaga, next time.
He's trying.
So far, so good for the 5s on the ace-jack-jack board. Zubov, nervy, tense moments here as he tries to keep his seat.
Turn on the other side. Nice.
Deuce.
How about ace?
Merry Christmas. 6.
Ace, you got 3 pair.
Please, Merry Christmas, please. One time. One time. Whew. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Double. Every time double, yeah. But I don't know how many times I've double him.
Thank you. Merry Christmas. Queen 9. Thank you.
Well, however many times it's been, Ren, add 1 to the number of occasions.
No more double for you, okay? I'm on deal now.
Merry Christmas, Zubov. You know, Christmas is not quite here yet.
Double from me. Huh?
One more week to go.
Queen 9. Oh, yeah,
Just for the Queen 9 off.
Huh? I know you fucking fine. I came for. What's my Lady Gaga dinner? It's okay, okay. You're so sure. I wanna see you on Queen.
That's his signature hand.
I wanna protect you
Queen
to
X?
final table. Okay.
Just one queen.
Any queen.
Oh, only one queen is Lady Gaga too?
Queens or Queen 9? Queen 9 is not Lady Gaga, right?
National 9.
What's your favorite Lady Gaga song?
Puggy Queen. Oh, the poker face.
Of course.
How imaginative.
Could have guessed that one.
Do you know any others?
Maybe only know this one.
They did an interview with me. There was some artist singing for Poker Stars back in the day, and I'm like, oh yeah, I love them. They're like, what's your favorite song? All of them. Didn't know any of them. My wife was not really happy. She said you should know some of those, but whatever.
I wonder how many Taylor Swift songs name at this table.
Check it off.
There you go.
I got daughters.
Right.
So.
Oh, yeah.
You go home.
That's a good bet.
Raised to
The line is like 3.5.
2.5 million from Barry with
You go over?
Queen 10 of Hearts as gratitude continues to be exhibited by Zubov.
Actually, I don't know. I mean, I know shake it off.
You say me.
Aside from you, I think the line's 3.5.
That might be all I know, actually. I'm trying to think of it. I don't know the name titles.
That's the thing. I can probably sing a couple of them.
How you look at you over here giving me the evil?
I'm just looking at you.
Scary.
I have nothing but love for you, Chris.
And my chips.
So this is two of the bigger stacks at the table going at it. The Bori versus Moneymaker. Nostalgia.
King 10-7, open-ender for Moneymaker, who dug in with the 8-9 offsuit. Bari with that King of Hearts interaction and second pair. And note, 55 million back.
Liv should want to slow this one down quite a bit. She is going to reach for chips, and Moneymaker's got open in a straight draw. Can't be folding this.
They haven't changed. I just wanted to look to make sure.
Wow.
Oh, make
Six
sure, buddy.
of hearts. That's sopping wet. As Moneymaker peels and hits, but note the threats. Backdoor flush draw for Bari. Check from Moneymaker. 10.8 in the middle.
She should want to check this turn card. She wants to play pot control. Try hit the heart. The 10 could still be good. You don't want to value own yourself against a king.
Send me back a final table, okay? You promise?
Final table, okay.
So bricks out for Moneymaker, which is great.
I win.
He's got the nuts. He's got gut shots and straight draws that miss, like Queen Jack, Jack 8, Jack 9. Need a value bet against King X.
Looks like very good.
And Moneymaker with this bet size is precisely targeting King X. Could definitely see King X check back to turn when the straight comes in from a big blind check call range for Bori. The queen is problematic because you do want to pick off Queen Jack, and quickly lays it down. Pot goes over to Moneymaker. Moving on up.
Kind of the first blip I can recall seeing
Make a money.
for Bari.
Easy game.
I want to change my last name.
You want to change your last name?
Yes.
Red Moneymaker?
Well, Ren keeps it fun, doesn't he?
Straight flush.
Last name straight.
He said he wants his last name to be straight.
Oh, nuts. Nuts.
Nuts. Okay, Ren nuts.
Bari did very well, by the way, to check back
You know this ace, huh?
on the turn.
Good try, my friend.
With so
huh?
much hand. Not looking to get blown off the equity.
Special card. Hey, that's one.
Not her first rodeo.
Yeah, save some chips.
Sure.
Could have gotten inflated too. Damo with King Jack offsuit. Could see him actually 3-bet this hand.
7.
Yeah, attacking Liv. The hand's not quite strong enough to just outright flat, so you kind of just use the raw power of the King X. Blocking continues. And, you know, hands that are willing to call 3-bets against you out of position could easily be like 10s, 9s, 8s, so it's nice to have 2 overs. Bad timing for Adamo because Wang Yang's got ace king and a short stack that's going to push it in.
12.8 total. 2.5 became 7. Adamo, you know, we talked about the fact that with a big stack, he likes to keep his chips in motion. But this is motion that is unpleasant for both. Liv, of course, with the ace-9 of hearts, not particularly durable in the face of 2 seats worth of aggression behind it, but then also, of course, for Adamo. But he's already got 7 million in there and 70 back, Randy. You wonder.
Yeah, I think he's going to be forced in with King Jack, especially because Wang Yang.
Is that a raise or not?
100%. Yes. It has to be.
100% yes.
Yeah, Wang Yang could have like 10s, 9s,
Yeah.
ace, queen.
Very bad hand.
Bit of calculation being done by Adamo right now.
How bad are your hands?
Lol.
Seems like Raylan is teasing Adamo. How bad is your hand for you to tank for this price?
Time bank's being utilized as Liv bowed out.
Here comes the
It just seems like the price is just too
Now
good.
he flips over aces.
There we go. Officially calls.
Yeah, the extra 7 million gets in there. Happy to have at least one clean card.
A little bit slow, huh?
A little bit.
I was thinking king
Oh, you're
was
sitting there with 3 deuce suited.
Yeah.
Not be up against
Yeah, I thought it was
aces,
worse.
kings, and the like.
King Jack is a very respectable hand.
Exactly that.
I little
Respectable.
think king do
I don't know. Helmuth had King Jack yesterday, and you would have thought it was the worst
Instead
hand
it's
on
some
the
bullshit.
planet.
Well, that's Helmut. Yeah, he's a special kind of guy.
997 board club coverage for the ace-king of Wang Yang.
Almost respectable. Reasonable, bordering respectable.
King does win.
King do is how.
Deuce on the turn, nothing to worry about. Ace on the river for good measure. Exhale, sir, and enjoy yourself. 32.3 million. That is a really big pickup for Wang Yang, courtesy, of course, of the involvement of Barry.
9-10 suit.
I think it was never call, right?
Ace-9 suited. It was 9-10 suited or ace-9 suited. One of the two.
I mean, I think it's safe to say that based on the table talk, players don't seem to respect Adamo's ranges as they're ranging him on like King Deuce and other premium hands. Curious to see if he adjusts accordingly.
这盘你肯定希望他扣，他一想一般
当然
就是推小。
Gangster style these
他
days.
想他什么牌我都想让他扣啊，他圈圈我
气了也
的
可以，气了也白捡那么多钱。
Jailhouse.
说也有道理，而且现在 money job，
对，也是。
那我还是想让他扣，我想。
那我改。Oh, to find a table.
This is also a potential 3-bet hand.
2.5 million from Barry, king, queen offsuit from Adamo. These are the 2 bigger stacks at this table, Randy. And I don't know. Does he really want to tussle?
6.7.
With the stack as deep as hers, there is your answer as he declares 6.7.
See, Adamo's the type of guy who just doesn't slow down. It's even when he loses a pot. Just plays this game. Live and die by the sword. His type of motto. King, queen offsuit for Wang Yang. I guess we just fold. But we do have more chips and actual fold equity this time. I'm actually very curious how Liv Boree is going to respond knowing what just transpired last hand, ace jack. It's a good hand, but she quickly folds. Nice one for Adamo.
She, too, obviously
Am I
is
the only one that
mindful
just made the money in this tournament? Like I was in for
altercations
6.
involving
This is my
Michael,
This is my bubble.
much like he is of those involving her. But you saw his thirst on display.
You're in for 2, right? One. Were you one and done? No, you weren't. No, but like you would have kept going, right? You don't come.
I don't know.
The Bahamas play one bullet.
Well, congratulations on your
Thank
cash.
you. Appreciate it.
You're digging for the compliment.
I was actually. I was waiting. Nobody was taking the bait.
I took the bait for you.
Thank you. Appreciate you, Chris.
You gonna move those that way so I can? I don't want you to disease my square with your bad cards.
Wow. Oldie.
King Queen suited for Zara Zubov.
2.4.
23 million.
It's that time.
Mystery hand. Liv Baree in the big. Not going to know what she's hanging on to.
You guys are not gonna like height shame her for being
Top
short.
pair for
They were
Zubov
height shaming
here.
people
What
at the
looks
other
like
table.
a nice board. 6.6 in the middle.
The chairs were.
Zubov hand
big on
is
Lucifer
just
being
so
6'4",
strong. He can
I'm
really
like,
just go for 3 streets
5'2",
with his holding.
basically,
He could
and
even
so
get in all the
yeah,
chips
those
on the
chairs are
flop
tough if
if
you're
Bori
I like those chairs a lot
wanted
better,
to
but-
check raise.
But I got the bad chairs. So.
When you're tall, you're good.
2.2 to start things off, 1/3 pot.
Get, what, 50 camera so I can get a new chair.
That's the bounty.
It is the
Only
chair.
if you bust them, though.
What's that now?
Only if you bust them. You're not allowed to replace a chair.
Oh, that's pretty cold.
It's a really quick check call from Bori.
I did
Perhaps
it down
rearrange
there
her
yesterday.
towards
Before
the
someone
7 and
came
5
inside, I
direction
switched the chairs and they
rather
got
than
there
a
and they
King
were
X.
Trying to play with them, like,
Board pairing 7 on the turn. Two-tone texture now as Baree paid the price to take a peek. One more. Now checks it over to Zubov.
Should be a conservative approach on this turn for Zubov. 5x, you don't need to protect against so much, given their outs are reduced. Your opponent could have 7x. You don't want to get in chips here.
well, I don't know. I switched it right away down there the first time. So this is the first bad chair I've been stuck with.
But looks like another bet might be coming in.
Americans put us on videos falling backwards.
I mean, he could come with the pot control. Obviously, a stack on the leaner side, despite the double and cheese that he enjoyed earlier. 5.5 million, though, right in that half pot spot.
So it seems that Zubov is betting the turn because he doesn't think Liv Bori would
defend
check
with a
raise
7?
bluff. No, I think
Okay.
defend a 7, yes, but check raise bluff in the spot. And if he was up against a 7, he's only drawing to a king anyway, so he's not really giving up too much equity. Time card coming in, so if Liv's got a 7, there's definitely reasons to raise now with 2 flush draws out there. Maybe she's got like a combo draw. Yeah, check raise all in. What if she's got 8, 9 of diamonds?
Now, you suggested that this sizing from Zubov was because he didn't think that she would check raise bluff.
Oh, it don't need a time.
Which means this check raise, if you are correct, is going to be given credit. But King Queen is a good bit of hand, and that board does have so many draws available on it. And of course the 7 is supposed to be Liv's. She knows that. She can stick a whole host of hands into the blender.
And the thing is, Zubov is not really supposed to open 7x too much off of his stack in the hijack, as well as if it happened to be like 8-7 suited, probably not betting a flop too often.
Yeah.
So Bori can
Save the timing.
really go hard repping the 7, especially from the big, if she has a combo draw that's just high cards. For example, 8,
Yeah.
9 of diamonds
Yeah.
turning equity. you know, 6-4 diamonds, I could see you taking this play.
42?
42.4.
Maybe even some hearts. I could see it. Before we finish that, seems
Yeah.
like we got ace-jack versus queens.
So not a classic, but not a great spot as Lehman under the gun, jam, Rakita 1 over, rejam, 28.4 million chip pot. To the flop we go. Lehman's back, up against the wall. The German versus the Austrian, and the ace finds its way to the board, as has been the case on more than one occasion on the day.
These big pocket pairs are getting down by ace-x at the moment for the short stacks.
7 on the turn. Reminds us of the hand that we left in progress. Fear not, chat. We're going to get back over to that one. Mystery hand, obviously, Livbury having check raised Zarzubov on the turn. Meanwhile, this one just needs to stay queen free, which it does. Lehman going to haul in 28.4. Let's hurry back then. Zubov going through those time banks.
Yeah, this is the problem with betting the turn. If your opponent has picked up equity on the turn, they might just go hard on you, realizing you don't have much 7x in your range. And now Zubov's in a terrible spot, because if he's behind, he's just drawing to the 2 kings remaining in the deck. But when he's ahead, you gotta know that Livbury likely has a combo draw with a lot of outs. And stacks are pretty shallow, where Liv would probably still check jam 7x at this point. So it's not unreasonable for her to fast play with the way the board's developing. It seems like all the time banks are burnt.
Max tank. What does Liv have? What do you think, Randy? 7?
I think if she's bluffing, she
advertised?
turned diamonds, but seems like it was a 7. Just ran out of time.
7 of spades. Zubov burning through all of his time banks. That obviously could make things tougher on him as the day continues. And obviously that toughness aided by the loss of chips to Livbury just then.
Yeah, it makes sense for him to bet fold the turn if he doesn't expect to get bluffed. As you saw there by the 7x, he didn't really give up that much equity, given he only had 2 outs against the 7.
Nice thing.
Bree has just been northbound and nothing but, it would seem. There was a brief little blip, but net. That woman is giving people fits. Meanwhile, GG Poker is giving you a $50 ticket to the Weekender as long as you're a new account. And you head on over and sign up using the promo code Paradise2024. That's all you got to do. New accounts only. Deposit $20. Of course, not to be overlooked, that little asterisk, but nonetheless, the value is there. $50 ticket to the Weekender is yours. Sign up today at the world's largest online poker room, GG Poker.
You hit all the points, my man.
Do I get all the points then?
Yeah, 10 out of 10.
Okay. I'm into it.
Vote to final table.
There it is. I was wondering when we were going to hear that from Renlin.
Yeah, he's got a lot of taglines.
Yeah.
It's one of his favorites.
Lady Gaga, the other, of course.
You know, he has another one. When he gets to the final table, he goes full to heads up.
I forgot about that one. You're right. He updates once he's at the final table. That one no longer plays.
Oh.
Raise 2.5 million. Fold, fold. Fold. Fold.
A little simple raise and take.
Easy.
Flipping back over.
But just for my last hand,
There's
would it matter
Rakita.
if I used all my tag banks before I called it the ace jack?
Yes.
Action on
So I
Haney.
should have basically done it.
Baby suited ace.
Look at
These
that
are
stack.
ideas.
It's comfy, isn't it? 25 million. Given he had what, 1.5, 1.7 or so
Because they're not
a bit
keeping
ago.
track, like it's not like a hand-for-hand kind of...
It's only on the final table. Or the original cash in the final table bubble. Hand for hand.
2.4 million.
Much to play?
So 8's into his spot against a 20 to 21 big blind stack open. It feels like it falls in the flatting range. It's a bit too strong of a hand to 3-bet fold just because you could be up against a flip. But it's a bit too much to just get in there as well in case you're up against an overpair.
So 2 participants thus far. The cutoff mindful of the under the gun position. Rokita, big little suited. These have been ideas. I don't know that this is the spot here. Just 12.4 million deep covered against the opposition under the gun and cutoff in front of us. But he does appear to want to take a swing. So popping in there. Hand should have a decent amount of clarity. (973) Rainbow. 8's performing well. I would imagine Rokita's hand, the only one that Lache is concerned about having a 9 in it, as played.
Yeah, currently sitting on sub 10 big blinds now after losing that big pot with queens. I wouldn't think he would lead here with his hand. He's just trying to sell the story that he's got a little piece so he can hopefully get a check through and realize some equity. Let's see if it dissuades Haney. He's got ace-5 clubs. Backdoors on his mind. Checking over to the 8s, and it's immediately gonna do an in-position bet.
$1.7. Haney recognizing that texture, not really his, unless he's got the overpair. And Lache presuming that honest poker is afoot. Rokita with the simple release. And I don't know, does Haney want to pick a fight? There's your answer. Bowing out.
It's so nice to just bet 1.7 million into 9 million and just take it down.
Yeah, just kind of the binary act of creating conditions that do allow departures.
Decks though have been the same, but no, everything. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of what you have them, you know, like that.
Deck, please.
What's that?
Show the time. If an ace takes it, maybe cheating. 很喜欢他开，他也开有 A 就可以随便吃，他95%都接不住。
Red mark? There was like a color on it?
Yeah, like a very slight.
他什么37啊、
Who's wearing
46啊，啥都
red
开
nail polish?
哦，赞同。
因为一会儿马就没了。
对，他马已经快烂没。
Not showing my fingers. You have money.
Oh.
Ace-4 offsuit, not enough, I would imagine. Sure enough. Money out of there.
Ace-King gonna be in there. Racing off of a 30 big blind stack.
2.4. Live. Hijack, pocket fives.
You know,
58 million in front of her.
I could see her play this even as a fold, maybe you flat. There's a lot of people behind to act, so it's a bit scary. She is going to call, just hoping, please don't squeeze me. And Adamo's got kings. Steve Yat's got ace-king. Incoming collision.
This is bananas because Adamo, as we've pointed out on so many occasions, Randy, a guy that we expect to just look up at maybe that flat from Baree and think, that's a squeezable spot.
9.6?
8.6 million.
I think you said 9.6.
8.6.
Sorry, I thought I heard 9.
This fold will be simple for Zubov.
There isn't a world where Steve Yat doesn't just slam dunk jam this one into Adamo. Adamo definitely has squeeze folds in his spot.
Yeah. We've pulled the pin in this grenade. And the setup with Liv having chosen to flat those 2-5s in between obviously lends itself even more so toward what we have to imagine, even absent her flat, will be this explosion.
5 seconds.
Exactly. Didn't matter if Liv was in this spot with ace-king.
Time bank being utilized by Steve. Understandable that he wants to kind of think it over.
I think the question for Steve is it better for him to 4-bet rip or 4-bet click to induce from Adamo, who might occasionally make a play with like a worse ace, 5-bet rip it back into him?
These are the questions. Liv, by the way, you know, it's interesting. He's not really focused on her, but she's involved in this pot, working on a salad. It doesn't really have the trappings of somebody, unless you're really going for a reverse tell, who's ever going to make the call. I don't know that that matters to Steve much. He's a bit more focused, of course, on the 3-better Adamo, but nevertheless, observations from within the booth.
You know, it helps to know that unlikely you're being trapped behind. So, you know, there is some data there. But this is not Steve thinking about folding. This is it better for me to click and induce or just 4-bet rip? He definitely knows Adamo's image. You got to keep in mind, we're actually on a direct pay jump bubble too.
23 remaining in the field. 22nd place payout is a jump of 50,000 and change.
5 seconds.
Yeah, you see him looking around now, so it kind of makes sense that he's actually time banking hope someone else busts. I kind of don't mind him if he's going to just stall, is just jam all but one chip, and then you can kind of stall later if you need to. Yeah, I just wonder if he just didn't think about, you know, he just clicks all but one and use the time bank later. So he is going to
What happens
re-raise.
here? 4 bets to 21.6, leaving himself 14.5 million back, as the image suggested. Live snap mucks. Now it's back over to Adamo.
Can I get 100 too? One shot.
Chips are just going in. Don't think Adamo's going to burn time banks in this spot.
All in.
Play roll in.
I mean, I don't think we need any more time banks here. It's ace-king.
We're going to use some time banks.
I mean, you do need to balance trying to secure that pay ladder that you were talking about, Randy, courtesy of perhaps a bust elsewhere in the field.
5 seconds.
Do what you got
versus hanging on to
I have
them.
time to go to the restroom, obviously. You're going to use them all? Are you going to use them all? I'm gonna go to the restroom.
We'll use everything.
Okay, Steve has declared he's going to use all the time banks then. So he's really cobbling for that 50K. It's in bounds. You're allowed to use them however it is that you please, but let's say this ace-king finds a double and then has to preside over a much deeper stack and perhaps bigger decisions down the line.
It could prove very costly, of course. If when he runs out of time banks and he happens to get there of ace-king. And like I said earlier, I'm surprised he didn't just do this earlier. Just in case Adamo folds, he gets to keep 10 time banks. Now he's going to be guaranteed left with 0 the way he kind of went about it.
Yeah.
So what is his pot size going to be after chips do go in? 110 million, it would seem. Or no, is it a little bit less actually, right? Because Adamo's jammed. Some of those chips will go back.
I might need to keep one.
It's not a terrible idea.
Yeah, you know, players are going to have different approaches on how to maximize the use of those time banks. Some looking for pay jumps, others for, you know, key decisions post-flop. You're within your right to use it how you want to. Looked like Liv's finished her lunch.
I mean, I don't remember the last time there was a tank that was long enough for somebody to finish lunch. But,
And Moneymaker's gone to the restroom.
man, the Atlantis has an impressive number of aquariums. You know, I believe some of the largest in the world over here. But even those tanks pale in comparison to this one.
I like that one.
I'm just
that was
saying.
good, Ali.
Okay, here we go. At long last, That which we always knew was going to be the fate of these two hands, which are intertwined inescapably. A pre-flop collision.
Flop.
You see the crew on their feet. What does the deck have in store? It's a king-high flop, Randy. Top set for Adamo. No longer do we hunt the ace, but note that it comes in club form. This one
this is a
wet.
big sweat.
Ooh. Right color, wrong suit for Steve. It's got to be a club. Anything less. And 77 million goes Adamo's way. A board pairing 4 as he makes a full house for good measure. And nobody is going to blame Steve Ye.
No magic today.
Whatsoever. For ending up in 23rd place, unable to secure the pay jump that he provides to the rest of the field. Courtesy of his departure, and the South Korean delegation loses its last combatant.
Good game, Steve.
Yeah.
You know, it made sense why he used his time banks.
He won a big hand.
Was in trouble. Tried to get that pay ladder. But that's the end.
60 million.
Man.
No, almost 70 million.
You know who's clearly the chip leader now? It's Michael Adamo sitting on 110 million in chips.
Yeah, finally you got something very dangerous. Very dangerous. Now I need a very big head. See change.
You know, a part of me wonders, did the table want Adamo to win that pot? Or do they want the pay jump? You can see it's...
I mean, I think you take the pay jump every single time, obviously. But I hear where you're coming from. As the 110 million chip man, freshly hitting his all-time high here in this event.
5 seconds.
Pocket nines for Baree. She takes it to 2.5. He will step aside.
All right, Moneymaker versus Boree coming in once more. 10-8 suited versus 9s.
There it is.
Oh, it's gone back. It's a bad omen.
Is it, Randy? I don't believe in such things.
Yeah, what about the 5-5-5 flop?
Well, it's a lot different than the 6-6-6 flop. You know, this isn't Mark of the Beast, just 15 cents.
Just flop the full house.
Easy continue here, and this one should be all wrapped
All you
up.
have to do is cough.
That was not the flop we were looking for.
And blinds up, ladies and gents, 816, 1.6, 1.6 combined.
Oh boy. If you're a short stack, that is not what you want to be seeing. 800, 1.6 million, the unrelenting nature of a poker tournament. 1 hour levels, and up we go once more. The lean ones harmed greatly by these big level increases.
You know, the pressure cooker turning up.
What do you know about cooking, Randy?
It's a pressure cooker. Don't you just throw a chicken in there and you wait and it cooks?
I mean, that does feel like the kind of recipe that's in your range, if I'm being honest. I thought you were going to go with air fryer.
No, I
turning
use
up
an
the
air
heat
fryer.
here.
Okay.
You know, as being a more appropriate, perhaps,
You want me to go
angle for you to take.
Lines up, air fryer heating up.
Pocket tens for Mizzy. 3.2 now Zubov. Ace 8 of spades.
It's been played in a tidy
Did
game.
the graphics guys just shower the ace 8 of spades a little
like-
prematurely there? I don't think he had folded.
They're like, Zubov's not playing this.
Yeah. They're like, come on, man. You know you don't like it. Long Yang, King 5. 29 million back. Covering stack. And he'll just step away. These pickups, rather, are important ones.
Got a green chips. Bad hand. No, I wasn't in a shot.
Flip it back over.
Worst sign raise.
Mood feels relaxed. Obviously the ladder
But not me.
doesn't hurt that. Flat payouts of 230,600 until we get to the 17 to 16 transition. Top 16 players, 2 tables worth, will each enjoy another ladder of 65,000, let's call it.
Right, so there should be no stalling at this point. Just some good old-fashioned poker. King 7 offsuit for the button, that's playable. Especially off of a 55 million chip stack.
.3 from the button. 8-6 suited.
How much you play? Like 30?
Let's take a peek.
Maybe even almost 40.
Gut shot straight draw versus King High. The 7 occupied. Still 3 others available. 8 and a 6 would work as well.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a hard board to see bet. This King 7 does have a little bit of blockers to that stuff between 9 and 5 that can continue. There you go.
Hello, 7. That was just a magical little development there.
Quickly reaching for chips.
Yeah. Lehman taking matters.
He knows where he's at. He's betting just 1.8 million to get Lachey to come along, and I don't blame him for using a small sizing because Lachey is supposed to bet Jack X on the flop, strong 9s. So it kind of seems like Lachey is just usually drawing dead with that flop check back. What did Lachey just do? Min raise in position?
This is curious. I mean, as we saw check on the flop, Lehman could easily have Jack X, 9X just checking with the flow here. Maybe he is trying to hunt showdown without more than 1.8 extra chips involved in getting there. Because if he calls here, then obviously a natural graduation of sizings could very well leave him having to pay off a bigger bet. But he could also just flat and then decide on the river to step away. You see Lehman, backdoor heart showed up, and that slowed him down a little bit.
Yeah, that's interesting. Just raise to buy
Flat.
showdown.
You know,
King 7,
obviously,
I mean, but yeah.
6-8 wasn't the nuts.
Nah,
On
but
the end,
he was feeling good about 6-8.
Yeah, I lost minimum. Yes.
I'm not sure if he lost minimum because had he just called with the King 7 on that run out, he probably doesn't lose any more chips.
here's my thought. Is the turn 3 bet perhaps the more available pursuit to Lehman? I don't think he wins anymore, but nevertheless, there's a peek on the back end of that exchange. Carry Adamo and Joe. 31 bigs, enough to do it over at the Reef table. As you see the immediate impact of the increase in blind level, Randy, from 612 to 816.
I mean, second place only has 37 bigs. It's just Adamo up there at the top by himself.
Ace-5 diamonds when you had the ace-jack.
You wouldn't have got that, right? It was a flush on the top. No.
Well, I would have, yeah, there was a 5. He won with a 6 and there was a
6,
5.
4, 5.
Yes.
Oh, so you would have got that, right?
$4.5. That's big, right?
4. Just shy of 3x.
It seems
This is the hand.
a bit big, and that's the problem is when short stacks reshove on you, you get priced in a bit more.
Yeah, my Monet. Pocket 7s. Ripping the button.
1.1 exactly.
What 1.11?
Exactly.
And I understand why he made it
11 million, yes.
bigger now is because Rokita was in the big blind with a short stack.
Yeah. There was some rhyme and reason to this, but is ace deuce enough of a reason to continue? No, and the decision was made rather promptly.
I had your hand. I should have busted you.
Nice.
I had ace 10 yesterday. He shoved 8 blinds with 7s, and I folded ace 10. And I would have busted him. He would have been out with like 30 left. I made a tight fold. And then look at him now. I appreciate the fold.
Annoying us all.
Yeah. Very close. 8.5 big blinds. But
It's not the sweetest hand to have then.
just out of reach. Can you give me 3 purples, please? The purples and the grays fuck me up. Thank you.
Yeah, that's everybody has to say. Everybody has the same
It's just
problem.
too close, and then it's weird that they're just half increment of the other. It's
Yeah.
usually like
At
1
least
million
make 'em
and then
bigger.
5 million and then 25 million, not like a 5 and or a 5 million, 10 million is very strange.
Yeah.
Six four suited on the button.
I would have hit over card, so I forgave you this time. 1-1.
Not enough.
1-1,
Rakita, king queen off in the small.
getting a
Let's
7
see
right
how
in
he
there
wants
after
to
that
approach
time, but
things to optimally
Still good for me to get the fold.
be in service of this
It's always like that,
6.6.
you get a very bad call.
Yeah,
and
you
then
can't look to induce
out
with
is
this
gone.
hand. You only have 7.4 million total. A snap
Oh.
from Haney. He's
He-
not that far behind, though.
Woke up with the ace jack. Obviously, the king queen is so much hand for Rakita to be taking a final spin with here.
High in the big blind versus
But
small
it
blind
is behind. 3-2 dog. 16.4 in the middle.
Short deck.
If Rokita can get there, he can get up to 10 big blinds. Much needed pot for Haney. He's got 6.8 back. Here we go.
Ace high board. This is tragic for king queen.
Needs paint. Or 10.
No, the latter of them showing up to keep Rakita drawing live.
You don't want 2 pair, Haney.
No, he doesn't. And only one of 3 remaining jacks will rescue Rakita from a 22nd place finish. Can he find Jacob? No. It's an ugly duckling, and it's the end of the road. For Roland Rakita, every time we see that Austrian flag, Randy, we always expect great things, and I don't think a 22nd place finish is shy of that designation. Rakita, hold your head up high, sir.
Little high five to Lachey on his way out. Another high five.
Is that Muellacher?
That's Muller.
Muller, okay.
Yeah.
On hand.
Backgammon in between.
Yeah, that's a good game too.
Oh, so close, but yet so far.
Pro level backgammon. My mother's a life masters in bridge. We're card playing, gambling family. Nice one. In the blood. What's your best gambling sport? Poker or? I gave up poker years ago. I just accidentally found my way here today. It's good. It's a good accident to find yourself there.
Sounded like Haney kind of gave up poker and found his way back in paradise.
Well, you know, at the top of the show, Jeff Platt was working around the room and just giving us a little snippet on just about everybody in the field. And with respect to Haney, he mentioned that he's kind of drifted into the e-commerce streets. Maybe he owns Temu.
Temu. Yeah. How about something more, you know?
Do you think Temu's not printing?
I mean,
Randy?
they're printing, but you know exactly.
$1.50 at a time, but still. Meanwhile, 3.4 at a time for the ace-9 in the cutoff. Ace-king, of course, making noise directly behind.
I guess I'm glad I didn't jam.
Yes, you are. Ace-9 into the muck. A show from Lehman.
Supposed to jam there.
Not necessarily gambling, but there is probability.
Getting so many hands.
Is it kind of like paddle? I don't know anything. It's similar.
Happy to show that one.
They both actually have quite a bit of game series. Certain types of shots that you need to hit.
Well, you have
attack.
Maybe I hit a 9, but I'm free rolling.
Somebody, and if you never do that, then they never have to like think about dodging or getting out of the way. So you attack a certain percentage of the time. But if you attack too often, then as soon as
if you
sees
decide to go
anything coming, they'll just not.
then you also.
Oh
yeah, that's great.
So you have to.
No, I'm saying how can I like just open full damage? I'm saying.
It's quite a bit of a leveling game, right?
Yeah, and if you just attack, you might do it again.
King 9, a click back of ace-9, and one further position removed. Into the bin it's sent. Same story. Awaits 10-6. See what Haney's got in mind on the button here.
Balance, yeah.
Lapalka, ace-10 in the small blind. Belarus in the house.
Nikita Badziakowski, obviously the better known of the Belarusians to be out there. Not in this field at present, but a super high roller with plenty of accolades and tens of millions in career earnings.
So Lapalka limped ace-10 off of 25 bigs. Let's Jack-7 see a flop.
And that flop produces second pair for the best hand for Mr. Carey. Gut shot Broadway draw here, and Lapalka takes chips that could have been employed pre-flop, puts them to work post.
Yeah, it makes sense that he did limp ace-10 just because he's not looking to get stacks in pre-flop, given they're both very healthy. For now, he's going to attack with ace-10. Might even double barrel this one with the gut shot and one over to the king. Quick call from Carey, middle pair. So far, so standard. Lapalka can really lean on 4x and Jack X
What a comeback.
with his hand.
Hopefully I can do that.
Maybe he interprets
I'm
the
sure
snap
you can.
call as
I was
something a bit marginal. Does check it over.
big blinds, less than 2 big blinds.
Sick.
4 ways.
Sick.
Now, Carey not
What?
facing a second barrel.
No.
It didn't matter what I had, right? Like
No.
Could navigate in a couple of ways. I mean, they sit similar stack depth, 8 million in the middle. A check back is the pot control method. See if the turn complicates things for the Jack-7 at all. The river, rather. No, quite the opposite. A third hook. As ace-10 doesn't find the needed queen or ace. And unclear whether or not it's going to find any sort of appetite either.
A very comfy spot for Kerry, just in case he was up against the king.
I think we've all been.
Yes, for sure.
Feels like Kerry is going to try and target the king X. 4x it doesn't rate to bet the flop too often for the small blind. Even ace highs, they're not really expected to bet too much, so you should try to bet against the hand that can pay you off, which is king X.
Perfect.
Hence the big bet of 6.8 million.
Me too. Went to the bar till 3 and got home 3:30 and then slept 6 hours.
Really?
Yeah, of course.
You went to the bar till 3:30?
Of course. How can I sleep otherwise?
It feels like a jack. Your opponent called you on a flop, check back turn, and betting big once it comes.
No, the one like if you walk
6-8.
through the casino and then on the next one on your right.
What did you drink?
Just a normal beer.
Does Lapalka smell a rat? If he does, it's a rat that's got trips.
It was an honest rat.
Yeah.
It took me an hour to change my flight. Very good problem to have.
Yes.
Don't know what time it is right now.
No.
Do you know what time it is?
Don't tell.
Sorrel Mitzi, queen 10 suited. His first to act, he's going to juice it up.
Mystery hand time. Adamo, as if it isn't tough enough to predict what that man's going to do. How about when you have no clue what his holding is? Suited one gapper. Under the gun. Gets flatted by Adamo. That'd be so great if he just mucked pre. You're like, oh, what did he have, guys? 7-4 off.
You prefer him mucking pre for the LOLs rather than getting a mystery hand with Adamo. Okay.
Why are you going to make it seem like I'm the minister of darkness and doom somehow, Randy? Just
Not
because
minister
I
of
like
darkness
the
and doom,
impish
minister of
mischief
mischief.
it. Yeah. Yeah, that's me.
That's you.
For sure.
We don't like you guys.
Brie, the ministress of mischief with a little baby suited connector, hops aboard the Mitzi wagon. Queen high flop, but 2 3s with the 3 of clubs out there interacting with Brie. She checks it.
There's push-ups happening in front of me.
Is that Ren Lin? By the way, earlier you talked about these push-ups. I got to tell you, mine don't come in that quick. Light frame on Ren, but nevertheless, that was a brisk pace. Meanwhile, a brisk $2.5 million from Mitzi. There's that face, Randy. This ain't a mystery hand because Adamo's going to just step away. And I feel as though we might be going north.
It would seem odd, though, to raise on this board texture.
I'm not disagreeing.
Yeah, he comes in with call, and it doesn't necessarily need to be a made hand at this point. Adamo could float with some backdoor clubs, maybe a backdoor spade if he's got like ace-10 offsuit. As played, given that Mitzi has the perceived weakest kicker of the queen, you should send this one to the check call mode to defend and balance your light c-bets. Can't really get called by worse queen. Given I don't think Adamo's flatting queen 9 suited and lower. And so Sorrel, he opened off of, I believe, around 16 to 17 big blinds. So Oh, actually, he's going to bet once again. Interesting.
Undeterred by Adamo flatting. He does fire again. See him sneaking a peek there at the opposition.
Yeah, so the range is changed based on what stack Mitzi was playing off of. I believe Adamo wouldn't have like ace queen. He'd be looking to 3-bet, get that in. He could have queen jack suited, which would make sense to not want to re-raise pre-flop. Spades come in.
2 streets of stickiness out of the Dominator. Just 15.1. Mitzi really setting this up near 0.5 SPR. But the spade is real pesky. What's even peskier, though, is if you check and you know Adamo, whether he's made something or he hasn't, can absolutely read it as honest and maybe stick you in a blender. The check from Mitzi, setting the stage for what I have to imagine is going to be cheap thrills here for the mystery hand.
Yeah, we're definitely going to get a bet here. Yeah, Adamo could have spades. I think that's a big part of his value range. What is the worst queen that he would jam? Would he still jam queen jack? I think that's pretty unclear. He does jam what we expected to happen. He doesn't have any... He's not supposed to have that many, like, pure bluffs because, sure, backdoor clubs would have floated the flop, but on the turn against a double barrel seems kind of unlikely. A 6-7 seems a bit ambitious, unless it's spades.
You saw the audience taking shape there. And now Mitzi must make a decision for his tournament life. Some suspect spades in the chat. What do you think's brewing? What's under the hood?
Spades, of course, makes a lot of sense.
That's the story being told, is it not?
Yeah, there might be a little bit of slow play pre-aces and kings. I could see it, thinking that Mitzi's just going to fold to a 3-bet and try to induce behind.
Yeah.
It's a small part of the range, but I don't want to, look over that.
I mean, listen, it's much easier for him to have a suited combo that didn't want to 3-bet the under the gun open that included spades. Is there ever any ace deuce involved here with the ace of spades, perhaps?
I think he throws that more into the 3-bet fold range.
Yeah, as a flatter against the under the gun open, you're right. We really need to remove that. But again, it is the Dominator. Could it be ace 3 of hearts?
Possible. He's going to fold. What's the Adamo got?
Whatever it is. And it was a suited ace with spades. So credit to Mitzi. He got value on the 2 streets in which the queen was best, and then he got away from it when it was worse. And the Dominator just cannot be stopped like a hot knife through butter. He continues to cut his way through this super main field.
Yeah, it makes sense. Flatting ace-jack suited. As we move along.
Where
Okay.
we find ourselves. Ace-king on ace-king violence. This is going to be uneventful. Bonomo and Chris Wynn. Not quite clear the path traveled. Hijack small blind. Maybe it was a raise, 3-bet, 4-bet.
Any way you want, these ships go in with these 2 hands.
All on the table.
Everyone goes. We can't have that many seats at the final table.
Well, first off, that one's trademarked, Zubov. That's the Ren Lin special. But of course, paying homage to the always entertaining Ren. Wong playing homage to Queen 10 off suit, raising the wounded Sorel Mitzi's big blind.
Like to see Sorel reshove ace-4 off.
Eight
Still has
million?
fold equity. Kind of interesting that he's gone for 8 million of all choices in terms of sizing. Wang Yang's just ripped in Queen 10. Okay.
So 3-bet to 8 million suddenly becomes show me all of it. Are you surprised that he's willing to play this 29 million chip spot despite covering Sorel Mitzi with something like Queen 10 off? I mean, Mitzi's not supposed to be 3-betting light for 2/3 of his remaining
Just
stack.
Lady Gaga, 2 queens.
A little
One
bit.
queen, lady.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's getting a good price, but still, it's a loose one, you know? Ace 4's good right now for Mitzi.
Yeah. Loose all in. Tight little ace, which is hanging on for dear life. Keep that board Queen and 10 free dealer. On Mitzi's mind, no problem. On the dealer's mind, as the deck taketh and then giveth from Mitzi.
He's the original tournament king from way back when. He's here with 30 million chips.
Uh-huh. He sure is.
Haven't really seen him nurse a big stack yet, but he's navigating that 20 big blinds pretty well. Wang Yang. Chips are downed. I mean, we're just at the stage of the tournament where the short stacks need to just find opportunities, give themselves a chance for a 7-figure payday at that final table.
I gotta say that choice there felt unnecessary.
That's a little bit forced. Yeah.
I mean, you know, that's a flag that doesn't lack an appetite for gamble.
I think I told you before, he used to drive like race cars. Just, I'm not sure what's precisely. Perhaps he just kind of said, let's just take it for a spin and you
Yeah.
know.
Go for a drive, as our partner Henry Kilbane has been describing his time in the ultimate Texas Hold'em streets out in the casino here at Atlantis. The other day, we were walking out, myself, him, and Rast, and he peeled off. I said, all right, boys. I said, where are you going?
This is my stop.
He said, so I'm gonna go for a drive. Rast immediately looked up and knew what he was talking about. I'm like, Henry, you drive? I'm like, you have a car here? And he just gave me this naughty grin as a naughty pair of queens rates to polish off Wang Yang, who has
Holly.
decided with King Jack that was dominating, mind you, the Jack 8 suited friskiness under the gun from Adamo and would have taken it away
Holly.
from Michael. It's got a problem. Talk to me, Randy. What's up?
Renlin has
Don't snap
his
a call,
favorite
please.
hand.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. You know he can't go calling out Lady Gaga now. Okay, once we're at
Lady Gaga
Showdown,
gets Lady
yes. But before that,
There's Leo Lady Gaga.
I know it's confirmation bias, Randy, but it does feel like nobody gets dealt queens more than Ren Lin. That said, nobody else calls as much attention to it when it happens. 37.2 million in the middle. Might it all be coming undone for the King Jack? Ace 5 deuce certainly makes us feel that way. No diamond in hand, no club on board. A queen needed to make Broadway. You could draw dead on the turn, and that's exactly... Oh, hang on. You
We're not
can't
quite
draw dead
there.
on the turn.
One more card.
Cowboy available. Ambitious. And now it's official. Well, Randy, I don't know. How do we explain that one? Not the King Jack suited jam, but just the 1-2
Yeah, jam this time
punch
you call if he don't owing.
to Wang Yang.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do kind of agree with you that Queen 10 felt a bit forced, and it put him in that situation where he just needs to now reshove against the chip leader with King Jack suited. ran into the Gagas.
Tell you what, a lot of the guys and gals in our YouTube chat right now are suggesting that the special teams were on the field there. Claiming punt. There was something that just felt hasty about the prior hand, and maybe Wang Yang forced things.
That very hand where he got eliminated, no problem there. I was just kind of surprised he's out so quickly.
Yeah.
As we go over here, Jacks versus Aces.
Cabrera can't find help on the queen high board. Chris Wynn. This is hijack cutoff. It all came flowing forward. Pre-flop. Oh, hang on.
He can get there.
All of a sudden, the king adding seasoning to a dish that Cabrera didn't have much of a taste for prior. He trades 2 jacks for 6 outs. Ooh, and the 8 was in the territory, but in the end, Cabrera vanquished by Chris Wynn, and Uruguay loses a runner. Adios, amigo.
Oh, I love that handshake there. That was nice. You know, he played a great game. He showed us that sick mystery hand bluff when he had King 10. World-class player.
Randy, was there something specific about the handshake? Did it seem devoid of sweat and not too tight but not too loose that you loved about it? Was it a technical thing, or you just meant in general?
Well, just in general, world-class. You know, it's just like, this is one of the biggest spots of most players' careers, and, you know, after all, it's a game amongst your peers, and, you know, just realizing good luck, wrap at the table.
Yeah.
It's all right. He played his best.
That he did. Nothing wrong with that. It happens. Jacks into aces. The spot was the spot. And unfortunately for Cabrera, his spot will be cemented as a 20th place finisher as he picks up one of the 180K and change payouts. Now we pick things up back here where jacks have resurfaced. Adamo, Moneymaker, and Mitzi all involved. Have to imagine Moneymaker party started. Mitzi, unclear how he proceeded on the button. I would imagine it wasn't a 3-bet because I wouldn't expect Adamo to call 3 cold or money to still be in there if that were the case. Looks like a round of checks on the ace turn. Gut shot straight draw for Mitzi the whole way down. The deuce is an absolute desiccant.
Yeah, the more I look at this, I'm surprised Mitzi didn't get in Jack's pre, and it did look like he flatted, trying to induce Adamo to go reckless. Now he's allowed Adamo to catch the queen and go for value, despite the ace being out there. And if Adamo gets paid off here, he's getting paid off by the 9.
Wow. This is reputational. This is Moneymaker looking over that big stack, understanding as the jacks really cannot overcall here. Maybe though. There's a world in which Mitzi could turn this hand into a bluff, Randy. If you did flop the nuts. No. Okay.
Yeah, no way. Not with the flop check through and turn check through.
I'm saying, you know, Adamo gets value where others don't. And you see Ren Lin immediately calling him out on it. Professional bet.
You know how I'm seeing it right now for Adamo? It feels like he's getting paid so much more than he would if it was a different opponent. And also, he's been building that history for years, and now he's just taking it to the max in the tournament that it means the most.
Don't bet against that man or his stack. And don't bet against GG Poker. They're the world's largest online room, and they like to give things away. How about a free $50 ticket to the Weekender? I know it pales in comparison to the overlay provided to this field here in the form of a $50 million guarantee, but new signups, use promo code Paradise2024, toss 20 into your account, and get in on the fun.
You may be for the best hand. King Queen, my friend.
No, he's calling with King Queen.
Come on, man.
I see the camera.
I really thought I was going to end up having the best hand, then he bet. I was like, well, that sucks.
Borgie's got pocket nines.
The ideas are sound from the hijack, 3.5 million of them.
So Zubov actually doesn't have much fold equity off of this stack against a hijack open, so he might actually slip this into call rather than rejam.
Not wanting to take a spin and assuming that Barry is just going to call wide.
Right, and also it allows you to maybe steal the pot post flop. You know, you have a stop and go stack. Maybe you can get like a pair like nines down if you just flop like a gut shot or something. There's just different ways to navigate post flop off of the short stack.
Ace A3 rainbow. Barry, range advantage.
I would like to see her bet very small on this flop because her hand is very vulnerable. And a good amount of the strong aces are going to reshove on you, so you can discount that ace by quite a bit. Can even go like min.
$2.3, what she comes up with. Zubov steps away with ease. Gary in the chat, by the way, writes in to say, Ali, nice jacket. Any chance you got it at the TikTok shop? I don't even know what the TikTok shop is because I'll have you know this, I don't have TikTok.
I know we got it. Temu.
Where they got just what I need? Is that what it is? No, no, no. You actually have dabbled into the John Barbados streets yourself of late, Randy. For those that are wondering where our paychecks end up, it's directly into the wardrobe required in order to earn them. As Randy and I punt away. Randy famously once riding a train an hour outside of London in order to get down to the outlets. Frugal, prudent, and allowed. Since full retail is not really how we like to proceed.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the rundown. Should have just went with Temu.
I've never bought anything from Temu. Randy?
I have an account.
Yeah. See, that's the thing with TikTok, Temu. I'm not, 23andMe. I'm good. You don't get my DNA. You don't get my info.
Ooh, Jets.
Stay off those radars. Meanwhile, Zubov. It's going to be a blip on Adamo's radar momentarily here. Small blind. Decided to just flat with the King-Jack moments ago. And note, it was a good decision versus rip it in. We would assume Turn and River did not reveal themselves, but this spot is going to be so much better than the one before it as he jams with the best hand, 8.6.
It's like 10, right?
That's going to be a snap off. Not much more.
8.6.
Do you think Zubov asks one time? Christmas gift?
I'm not sure.
My sons, too.
I do know that Zubov was playing some mean roulette with Artur Martirosyan the other day. The man actually hit 25 on the number, was betting his children's birthdays, got himself unburied in the casino, and looking to get himself out under a dirty day's pain. And this is not the flop that rates to help him do that. Soiled by the queen of diamonds are these jacks. Now take one last swing. Mr. Zubov exhales and must say goodbye.
Good game.
Great game. That's a whole lot of talent under that Triton scarf, Randy. We've had a chance to observe it in the super high roller streets, and now the Supermain has had its last taste.
For 2 tables or
Adama
still 3 tables?
Do we go 2 tables at 18?
continues to wet his beak.
When do you balance? Stop.
I like Zubov a lot, Randy.
Up.
It's a solid player right there. Great game on him. GG's. Queen 10-4, a couple of spades. How about this for a flop, Mr. Carey? One of these queen nines, not quite as useful as the other. A round of checks. Now it's 2 pair for both the queen nines, and somehow Haney, with the little nublet on the button of 200,000, has made the straight. The bulk of these biscuits in the side basket, 6.6. Lehman's got a stone problem on his hand. Free roll for Carey.
Well, the obvious straight is there, so doesn't really make you want to raise. So there's the call. Side pot is 15 million in chips.
Deuce on the river is nice and cozy. Look at Haney, just has to quietly sit there with the nuts. Can't obviously tilt his hands.
He should slow roll them.
Slow roll him, Randy. What's wrong with you?
He taps the table, you know?
Oh, my God. You know what? With 200,000, I'll allow it.
I'm like...
I don't think anyone's raging after they carve up the side pot.
Does it get snapped off?
If
But
you just, you know...
Up like floor.
Wow, guys.
Final 2 tables, redraw. Psych.
And look, see, Lehman loves it. He's clapping. He wants Haney to stick around.
So this is going to be the second time
Yeah, I saw you.
Haney's got a nub and running it back up.
Yes. No, so they really don't make this game easy.
Good luck.
I got the nuts. Yeah. It's quite hard for us to beat him if he has the nuts, right? We tried. He's okay.
Nice on you.
Do it again. I hear the Chinese
So Haney
guy is still in.
Fight's on, though fight is a generous way to describe what he's going to be able to do, just given how lean he remains. Thank you, dealer, announced from under the gun with the king 9 of diamonds as the all-in came in. Boy, they're lighthearted out here, aren't they?
Yeah, they sure are.
Just 2.4, a blind and a half for Haney. Queen deuce, not the one, of course.
Yeah, take the free hands. No need to go with this spot.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
9.7.
So Z's got ace-7 offsuit.
All in.
Play roll in.
Decides to go with it.
Yep.
Going to be
Here we go.
Is
Now.
there a point of these
slight favorite
right
for
now?
the
Me
Brazilian.
and you are the only short stacks. Huh?
I'm all for you using.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I can. I'm just.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's obviously. It's
Are you not
obviously-
even allowed to say that?
No. It's obviously no. It's it's obviously my prerogative. I'm just the only, and you and I are the only short people. I'm gonna win the hand anyway. So.
Okay. They really are having a little bit too much fun. 6 million up top, 18 remaining. The weight of this.
This is the point. 65K jump, but no one else is short. So, all right, double me up, good.
There we go.
Good luck.
Yeah, I thought my money had opened for all of it. Instead, he left himself a little bit back, but always foregone was the conclusion in the face of an all-in, which came from the Brazilian Aziz. Ace high.
9.8
in front, but 44% equity. It could be much worse in a 26.6 million chip pot. Can my money
This could
keep his seat?
Your little run to start. Yeah.
What a hand with 6 bigs and gun. 6 hands.
Yeah.
He waits with bated breath for flop authorizations to come down from the production truck. Word has arrived, but help has not. 8-5-4. 1 diamond working. Couple of overs.
Take the king of clubs.
Oh, I want to say the 7 of diamonds.
Say 6 of diamonds.
Jack. Not useful. 6 outs. 1 time. Or it's an 18th place finish for the American. Trying to stay optimistic. A little gallows humor. And from lighthearted to perhaps a touch heavy-hearted, we go.
Good game, dude. Man, that was tough. I didn't have the best hand 1 time at the table. Golly. Didn't even make a pair.
I mean,
Good game.
despite not making a pair, he's made it quite far. But has to settle for that finish.
Yes, he does. One that will include $230,600. Aziz. Riding high. We all right with the King 9 suited as a decision there under the gun off of that stack depth, not looking to play out the orbit?
Yes, he's going to hit the big blind the very next hand.
Right.
His hand rates to block some hands that continue. And you can even see there, when he got called by Ace-7, he still had 44% equity, which is quite all right. 17 remaining.
Next pay jump is on tap. 65K roughly the difference between 17th and 16th. And of course, it'll be the difference between playing three tables and 2 tables. Haney hoping that his departure is not that, which brings us there. Hijack. 5 deuce. Not it, of course.
So Aziz is sitting on 98 million in chips. Should be good for second overall leaderboard.
I slept on just how deep Aziz was after taking that pot down. Here he is, offsuit 1 gapper.
7.8.
Oh, and he's causing problems from the small. See what Lehman's got cooking. Jack 6 suited. 7.8 the sizing. This is big. Normally 4.8, I think, is what we settle on here. Randy, right? 3x?
Yeah, he's actually made it like 4x, right? Oh, more, 4.8x maybe or so. Just basically saying, look, I'm making it big, so don't defend the big blind, otherwise I might put you to test on the river. And this is an adjustment we see pros make, as you know, against players who might play a little bit more snug, expecting straightforward play.
Is that good?
So Haney's in.
I couldn't
matter much.
Every chip matters right now. I know.
I
but,
don't know.
I couldn't even start to think.
Got no
why
choice,
the
Randy.
one would be better or the other.
Yeah.
He can double that, but not that.
Ah, okay, yeah. Less, yes. Yeah. Somebody has to win less if somebody else can win more. Yeah, that's.
So Haney's in there, forced with Jack 7 offsuit. Pauka King 10 gonna raise. Aziz the same hand into the muck.
This is all I can hope for.
Haney's last stand. 2 clean cards. Jack 7. Lopalka. King 10.
That was the 80 problem. Waiting for the big
4
blind.
million chip pot.
Yeah.
And one of these guys is sweating it a lot harder than the other. No need
No,
to elaborate
I understand.
or explain.
I also didn't do it with the last one, but I got immediately berated. So. No one is rooting for me.
You're rooting for yourself, Haney.
I'm not rooting against you, or am I?
It ain't personal. It's just business, baby. When you get showered, the rest of us pick up a cool 65.
I think it's more the people at the other tables.
A 6-3, monotone, no heart in hand. Looking for a hockey stick or a hook.
There you go.
Hearts are live.
Oh, yeah. Another heart on the river for the chop suey.
Also, 2 cards less to win the hand.
Lopalka's all right with it.
That's it.
Yep. 9 on the end. The board pairs. The last of the 230K payouts is distributed, and 3 tables will become 2.
So will it be automatically break as well? Or? That's not up to me, but it's possible. Maybe not.
Derek Haney
I might.
out
I
of
don't know.
there.
I'm trying to,
What's
I got
this?
a tour stop as
Adamo
well, so
pulling in
I
chips?
might
Shocker.
Come to Uruguay, and I might.
Should have used my time
What is this?
Oh, hang on. Just when you thought that we get down to 2 tables.
Oh my God, look at this.
A field of 7 or 16 rather. Maybe it'll be a field of 15. Doesn't rate to be the case, of course, but King 10 suited got itself in a big mess here. The Colombian has run into 2 kings. 94.8 million chip pot.
What a spot for Joe. Oh, there's a chance for Hanau.
Just relax, Joe. They're kings. Why, he looked like he was ready to get on his feet. Hanau sunken deeply into his chair. And the King 10 is drowning for the time being, so it all adds up. The deuce, however, ain't mathin' for King 10. ¿Hay 10? No. ¿Unas?
How about Shisha?
Yeah, sure, Randy. 5.4 million left behind for Hanau as a absolutely seismic balance transfer there from the Bank of Colombia to the Bank of China.
Yeah, that was a massive jam. Seems like he did reshove. 50 million. Bad timing.
Very, very bad timing. But he will be a part of what becomes 2 tables here as you get a look at 3 prior to consolidation there, along with the chip counts, the Dominator, 96 bigs. He is the boss man. 150 million plus in front of him. Blinds will be static at 801.6. Back at the desk just quickly. Going to hot swap out. Ali and Randy going to be giving way to Henry and James. Hell of a frame, though. All about Adamo.
All about Adamo. He's got 150 million chips. I'm telling you, this is a tournament for him.
All right, I'm sad that we're going to miss it, but of course you guys are going to be in the good, competent hands of Captain Kilbane and Mr. Dempsey. Just about a 90-second break, and then they're going to be here to shepherd you through the rest of the way down to the FT. Keep it close.
All in. Called.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
And just like that, we are back here at the Atlantis. James Dempsey alongside Henry Kilbane. And Henry, I'm a little out of breath and I've only walked from over there. But that was a rapid turnover, of course. As this tournament is somewhat of a rapid turnaround, already down to just 16 players.
Yeah, I don't think I quite anticipated to be here at this stage of the day. I was expecting people to come back, not necessarily play KG on day 4, but with the pay jumps getting the way that they are, I thought the pace of play would be a little bit slower. But look, man, final 2 tables for me, and I think for a lot of poker fans out there, is one of, if not the most entertaining stages of any tournament. A byproduct of final tables is the intense ICM pressure that a lot of people are under, so it gets pretty tight, especially when you have an overwhelming chip leader. Here, though, we can see who really wants to just put themselves in a great spot to actually go on and win this tournament. And, yeah, may the best man or woman go on to win this.
And, yeah, winning it, of course, it comes with a lot of riches. $6 million up top. But, of course, that will be awarded tomorrow. For now, I just want to focus on a little, perhaps, bit of a wrinkle in this payout structure, in that the jumps, Henry, we have from 11th to 10th to 9th to 8th go 370, 500, 750, and then 1 million. So quite a big leap in that area. So I wonder, with 2 tables left, will we see things start to kind of grind to a halt a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I've kind of just shot myself in the foot by discussing ICM on final tables, but the ICM there, you're spot on. At the end of today, 11 to 9th is almost 2x. I mean, 11th will receive 370,000. 9th is going to get 750K. So it's going to be very cagey once we get down to like 2 tables of 6, I think.
Right, I was thinking that. But then also, I was looking at the list of players involved in our final 16 and thinking, well, it's supposed to go that way, but will it? I mean, you know, Adamo, he's going to go all out. We know that. That's just the man's style. Then you've got the likes of, no disrespect, no misstep in them, but like Surzat Hisu, we know he plays these big stakes all the time. Probably looking to go for the glory, as perhaps the likes of Bonomo, Mizzy may be willing to gamble up a little bit more in that stage than the book says. Moneymaker as well, of course, probably someone who's not too worried about the ladders between 11th and 8th.
Hey, listen, man, Moneymaker, that's the storyline for me. I mean, 21 years removed, from him winning the main back in 2003, biggest ever poker boom. If we can get the Moneymaker 2.0 boom here in the first ever Super Main, I mean, what a storyline that would be.
Well, Henry, I think it's about time for us to head down to the floor and see how this redraw has panned out. Such a crucial part of any tournament. Who is going to be on the right of Michael Adamo? It's the seat nobody wants for now, but someone will have to take it. And his table, there we go. Ian Anjo in the mix with him. Chris Wen, Justin Bonomo on that table. Also, of course, number 2 in the all-time money list. Cyril Mizzi, the shortest stack over there, but not the shortest stack in the tournament. That is Sebastian Heno over on the Lagoon, where Marcelo Aziz has avoided Adamo, as have Renlin, Mustakanip, with those stack sizes that perhaps could have been punished by the big chip leader. Liv Brie over there as well, of course. We've seen her up and down today. Twice, I believe it was, getting it in against Kings with Ace-X and hitting both times.
Really? Wow.
She did say on day 2 when speaking with Jeff that she felt like this tournament just wants her to win it. And it certainly has that little bit of feel to it, Henry.
Wow.
And your boy, of course. I say your boy. The boy of the crowd, Chris Moneymaker.
Chris Moneymaker,
like
man.
you said, how can we not be rooting for this guy to go deep in this, make the final table, perhaps? I've mentioned it a couple of times, but I'm going to repeat myself anyway, Henry. At one point in time, of course, he had won the biggest 10K of all time when he won the main event. Could he, though, also hold the title of winning the biggest 25K of all time? That would be something special.
The thing for me about Chris, and I'm not going to harp on about Moneymaker, but there aren't many people that love the game as much as Moneymaker does. I said this yesterday, like for the fans that aren't actually here, and for the fans that haven't perhaps been to like a Triton. The guy was playing super high rollers at the Triton series earlier on this year, and then when the tournament day would wrap up or he would bust and have nothing to do in the evening, he would go and grind 1-3, no limit. So we're going from like a 50K buy-in or a 100K buy-in to a $500 buy-in cash game. And it's been the same here. He's been playing 5-5 PLO in the evenings just to, you know.
Love that.
He just loves the game, man, and I'm all for it.
And here he is in the big blind list first hand at this new feature table. It's the regional blinds, Henry 8-16, but they are due to go up in a couple of hands' time.
Okay.
Final 16 happening just before a schedule break.
Wow, this is oh sorry, this is small blind. I do apologize.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Aziz is still up to the same tricks as yesterday.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Moneymaker just not.
Bro, what a beast. What an absolute beast. Just against like the 4X, he's like, wags the finger, not today, mate. Increases his stack by, what, almost 20%?
I didn't like that.
Oh.
Great start for him. Great start for us because Henry's a Moneymaker fanboy.
How could you not?
We need to keep. That's how we keep Henry full of energy in this one. Well, we'll come back to that in a minute because Adamo, the Dominator, the overall chip leader, raising this one up 2-7 from under the gun. Mizzi with, well, far more ammunition than he needs to attack this player. Finds Ace King in the small one. Joe.
No, but I think because Moneymaker
for a
switched his
count.
chess.
One
At
assumes
least Moneymaker's he got a special one.
not playing this one, Henry.
Wow, how about this for a seat draw for Joe, by the way? He's second in chips, and he's just got Adamo on his direct left.
Well, I did say someone would have to get that bum seat, and it turned out to be the man second in chips.
This isn't posturing from Adamo. I mean, this is 15 bigs, probably bottom of the raise calling range from under the gun. The thing about Adamo's situation right now is he's overwhelming chip leader, and he really doesn't want to, you know, take the higher variance spots and potentially give other good players a path back into this one. But 7's just too good of a hand for 15.
Especially when you have the perceived range of Adamo and perhaps the recognition that Mizzi is the one who's capable of stepping out and adjusting to the aggressive side.
I agree. I think Mizzi's probably one of the few where Adamo actually has like 2 overs. Sorry, the pair to like an ace-5 or like 5s or 6s. Like Mizzi might just be jamming 4s here. So,
well, here we go then to kick things off with 2 tables left. Sorel all in at risk. Adamo has been like a chainsaw through this field. And a queen 6 tray board. Reducing Mizzy to just 6 outs with 2 pulls. Oh, dead. On the turn, the anticlimactic 7 sends Sorel Mizzy out in 16th. Good for $295,000. Of course, the same pay level as the next 3 will get. Next jump coming at 12. So for now, not too much to worry about in terms of any kind of stalling or time bank usage to be seen from some players facing all-ins. But game's getting expensive. See the clock in the background there? I did reference blind's about to go up. We're just 1 minute away from that raise where more pressure will be heaped on those medium stacks.
I'm telling you now, a Dominator, when he's running well and playing well, is a force to be reckoned with. I mean, we're talking Category 5 Hurricane style, man. This guy could literally get us down to the final table in the blink of an eye.
You'd be a fool to bet against him, Henry.
Well, thanks for that, James, because as you know, as I just told you on break, I have got some bets out there, and a lot of my bets are against Adamo.
Like I said, you'd be a fool to bet against him.
Anyone wants to slide into my DMs, I'm happy to take more action. But yeah, I mean,
no slight on Adamo. You just got some others out there you like the look of.
Like, you know, there's just a lot of. You've got Liv here, you've got Mustafa here, you've got Bonomo here, you've got Moneymaker here. It just feels like something special is about to happen. Not to say that obviously if Adamo took it down, it wouldn't be special, but.
All right, Chris went under the gun. Ace, deuce of spades raising up, and here's Kerry. Just slips in the call against under the gun, Henry.
Never been so wrecked in a cash game spot as I was against Kerry the other night. The guy absolutely destroyed me. It's a pleasure playing with him. He came second over the summer in a WSOP event. He's been grinding cash.
The Millie Maker, I want to say.
That's right. Another one of those young American pros that just really takes the game seriously. Very passionate about poker, and he's putting the time and effort in. Great to see him here, 15 left after having satellited his way in.
Showing caution against the under the gun open with 15 left and these 2 queens, keeping in far weaker as well, of course. Multiple benefits from flanking with this hand. And of course, Adamo's in the big blind. He might just squeeze. You never know, Henry. you gotta give him rope.
You never know. Also, I think I mean, you say you use the word caution. It might just be a really nice ICM adjustment for Kerry.
Well, exactly that, right? It's that stage of the tournament. Suddenly, I mean, I've really learned that over the last few years, Henry. Not because I've been deep in tournaments myself. That doesn't happen. But watching the best of the best kind of work these 2-table situations out, and I've just learned how tight you actually do have to play, or at least how cautious you have to play.
Especially with these payouts, and obviously we'll keep the chat and the viewers informed on bust outs and how much they're receiving. But everyone guaranteed 295,000. But we're just 3 spots away from a 75k ladder as Kerry takes it down. I see Scroll will saying, can you imagine an NFL commentator saying he has bets on a game? Hey, listen, different sport, all right? Poker, we all love a little bet.
Yeah, Henry's the guy who'd bet against the Chiefs. He'd bet against Brady. He'd bet against them all. Instead, what he should be doing is what you're doing, which is signing up at GG Poker. Getting yourself a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. Use that promo code right there on your screen. Paradise 2024. All it takes is $20 deposit to get that $50 return. 2.5x. It took Randy a week to calculate, but that is the return.
Wow. Strong, Randy.
Come on in. GG Poker.
Yeah,
No support.
I don't like it.
What we got going on over here?
Not good for the low back.
Lepalka, one of the young Belarusians that we've seen, I want to say, over the last 12 to 18 months. Obviously, we saw Alexander Shilko take down a very big 25k not too long ago. And these young Belarusians, man, I tell you what, whenever I see their flag pop up online, they are very tough, very aggressive. They seem to be very ICM savvy as well.
Let's see how he fares here. Blinds, of course, up to 1 mil, 2 mil. Live. The opener from under the gun, ace deuce of spades, does stab for a blind and change. The poker continuing, of course, with that flopped 8. Deuce on the turn improves Bari, but in reality, if she was ahead on the flop, she still is, and if she was behind, she still is.
That's true, actually. Yeah, I mean, she's already ahead of, you know, Jack 9, 10 9, heart draws. I do think we have enough showdown here. Gets difficult though. Should Lepalco decide to bet out, does have options available, especially against turn check.
Right on that particular turn as well, Henry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
precisely. Which kind of just leads me to try and view it through the lens of Lepalco, that Bari has some very low to medium strength kind of showdown, like an ace high, like a small pair, and he's targeting exactly that. Very good fold from Bari, by the way. Just against 20% pot. I'm excited to see this young man play, especially if he builds up a bit of a stack.
Yeah, before we came on air, you were talking to me about this young man.
After 4 days of grinding, see if the pressure leads to anyone buckling. The bright lights, the cameras, the entire poker world watching your every move.
Yeah, obviously, since this event was announced during the summer, one of the most talked about, anticipated events for a long time. And the winner will be one of these 15.
Sorry.
Might it be this man, Ren Lin? What a favourite he is for the crowd. I mean, I love this man.
He's great. He's just great for poker. Absolute gent. Always entertaining at the table.
Really is. Henry, I was old enough to remember watching Chris Moneymaker win his event.
Were you playing poker back then?
I was playing poker before he won, yeah.
Wow.
Only just, but...
Oh, you really are old.
Yeah.
You're like ancient, bro.
I am ancient. But I think I might have been in Vegas when he won it. At the World Series. Maybe that was the... Maybe I went the year after. Maybe the year after. How old am I?
Oh, so you were like properly...
Oh,
so
no,
you
I
were
wasn't
grinding
old
like
enough.
a series, kind of.
No, I didn't play any of the events.
Okay.
I went whilst the World Series was on for like a week and played a bunch of $100 tournaments around the place. Just experience. But I think it might have been a couple of years. It might have been the Hashem year, 2005.
Professional bluff.
Huh?
Professional bluff.
Professional bluff?
I go watching TV later. Tonight I go home watching TV.
Look at this lineup, man. What is it? 2012? Can it live? Ren? Money?
Yeah. This is my era, Henry. You just step aside. I'll take care of the. I'll take care of the technicals. I folded for 2 orbits, so I had a loose image, a tight image. So I raised under the gun light. You know. That's how we used to do things.
I'm looking forward to seeing some of those kind of plays.
I think
you
this
take your
stage-
GTO and throw it out the window.
Yeah. Things might get a little bit tighter. Oh. No tightness there, and now forced all in from the big blind. Just 1.4 back. Makes the defense Aziz.
50-50.
Yeah.
Trying to walk those sticks home.
Ren's saying it's 50-50. What, 50% bust, 50% to double up? I don't think that's how it works.
Okay. Ace, ace, queen.
I mean, that's a favorable flop.
Yeah.
Double our outs. Seen worse flops. Chuck a 9 into the mix. 9 queen or a king.
Not to be.
Again,
Did you?
GG's indeed, sir. As Ease continues his climb.
GG.
That's a shame, obviously, because, I mean, Hanao, one of those guys really posing a threat with his aggressive playstyle, took that massive re-jam spot from the small against the button open, and then the big blind just woke up with kings for like 30 big blinds apiece. So yeah, obviously timing not ideal. Would have been nice to see him make a bit of a run here. Alas, out in 15th, 295,000 for him. So James, now that means we are, what, 2 away?
2 away all of a sudden.
75k pay jump at 12.
It pops up on us nice and quick.
Final table together too. 25k. Bahama. Remember?
Oh.
You finished first? Oh, okay. You cannot flip it with me. There's a lucky guy on the wall. Yeah, heads up. 4 to final table heads up. It's okay.
Well, Ren, I think there's sort of 12 other people who might take issue with you two being heads up.
Well, if Mustafa gets heads up, he will become #1 on Italy's all-time money list.
Wow, there you go.
He needs to cash for more than 4 million in this, so top 2 would see him overtaking Dario Sammartino.
Oh, I was going to say, give me a pause. I was going to try and guess who it was.
Sorry.
I wouldn't have guessed, so you saved me looking like an idiot.
But yeah, how about that resume? I mean, first ever live poker victory.
Go on.
Came in May 2010 in a $500 buy-in in Italy. The results this guy's had over the years. Be nice to see him pick up the bracelet here. Something he doesn't own.
Isn't that right? He doesn't have a bracelet. I'm kind of
According
surprised by
to
that.
his Hendon Mob, yeah.
Oh, I believe you. Just kind of a little surprised.
Won a couple of Poker Masters, a couple of EPT high rollers.
Yeah.
Aussie Million side events, but never picked up a bracelet.
Not eligible for the wonderful free roll that's taking place here today, Henry. Let me tell you about it. It snuck up on us. I didn't know what was going on. But for
How much?
47.
47.
people who won seats through GG here to the World Series Poker Paradise, those who bought the early bird 100k package, and bracelet winners eligible to play just a casual 1 mil free roll here today.
Nice.
Just turn up. Room's buzzing. It's a nice touch.
Yeah, I saw that. I was speaking to some of the guys.
But I'm in here with you instead. It's fine. You know, nowhere I'd rather be.
Oh, of course, you've got a bracelet, right?
I was trying to slip it in, yeah. Oh, yes, Henry, I
Sorry,
do, as it
mate.
happens. Thanks, yeah. Yeah, I just... Oh, yeah, seeing as you've asked, Henry, yes, I do have a bracelet, yeah.
It probably came in one of those, like, pot limit hold'em events or whatever nonsense it was you were playing back in the day.
The purest of pure games, Henry, that one.
Go on, what did your bracelet come in?
Pot limit hold'em, Henry.
So you can't even, like, overbet jam or put someone all in pre.
But you can't just jam pre. You're forced to play flops, Henry. It's the true test of the game.
That's brilliant.
Although, having said that, back in those days as well, it was a time when you used to jest that it doesn't make a difference except for pre-flop, because no one used to ever bet more than the pot anyway. Back in those days, post-flop, it was such a rare thing to see an overbet. So it really only changed the pre-flop nature of the game, and of course there being no antes, which made it pretty nitty. That's enough about pot limit hold'em. It's a game that's been consigned to the
history books.
Yeah. Other winners of that same event include Brian Rast, Antonio Esfandiari. Just saying, you know, it's a illustrious crew. It used to be the game, Henry, in England. That was obviously PLO was the game, and then all hold'em games were pot limit. You didn't have no limit hold'em games.
See if Aziz really wants to get out of line here. I mean, 10-3 does kind of fit the description of hand types we'd want to ISO with here. Something like 3.5. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
that 7.5, a little bit more.
Really understanding the situation here, although not dissimilar stacks, recognizing that.
Professional blood. 7 deuce?
Yeah.
Yeah, watching TV later, okay?
Okay.
Aziz is loving it. Looks the
Yeah. Look at, he sat between Renlin and Chris Moneymaker, playing for $6 million here at the World Series of Poker Paradise on this incredible set. What a backdrop. What a buzz to be in this environment.
Just looking at Liv's Hendon as well.
It's been quiet for a while.
Took down San Remo.
I'm going to tell you a hand about that.
2010 for 1.7 million. Bracelet came in the tag team championship.
Mm-hmm. The 10K, I believe.
It was, yeah.
With Igor.
That's pretty incredible. I mean, her and Igor winning the bracelet together.
Take that, Foxons. But yeah, we were referencing before about, you know, in the old days, if you've been playing tight, you would just feel like you could open a hand because everyone's going to give you respect. It wasn't so much based on the actual hand competition you have, Henry. In that EPT, in San Remo that Liv won, we were on the same table, like, reasonably deep. And she opens under the gun off like kind of a shallow stack. And the next seat called. And I just had like this horrible suspicion the next seat was like trapping. I was like, oh no, I had this read.
Okay.
Anyway, the board came out. I want to say like 10-7 deuce. And I see Liv bet and this guy raises and I'm like, oh no, Liv, this I just feel like he's got it. I just sense something. Liv jams and the guy snaps and flips down the aces on this 10-7 deuce board. Liv?
Tops that.
Under the gun? 7 deuce 0.
No way.
Holds and goes on to win the tournament.
Wow. She just opened in the 7 deuce.
She's like, I folded for 3 orbits in a row. I thought it would look really strong.
That's brilliant.
Under the gun was the new button back then.
Brilliant story from old school Liv. Yeah, you're right. As Lynn takes one down. Her resume did have a cash during the summer, a lone cash, and there was another lone cash during the World Series in 2022. But then, other than that, we're going way back to 2019, which feels like it should only be a year ago. But 2019 is almost 6 years ago now, so.
Yeah, pretty wild.
What? What have you read?
They're exchanging like little nods. I like it.
Oh, I thought you.
Ren's just, even without saying anything, he just brings a bit of color to the table. Gets Lepalka just nodding along. Yeah, we're having a good time. Just soften the exterior. It's okay to be excited. 14 left in one of the biggest tournaments of the year.
No, we've got some real characters here. I mean, Len, Musti, Liv, Money, Bonomo, Adamo. Real cast of characters.
So then, here is Renan. He's suit in the big blind. I love this man's demeanor at the table. Almost in the complete opposite way
of what we just described.
Of Ren, yeah. Like, just so business-like. Posture. Quite incredible, Henry. As a man who won't have a bad back.
Yeah, you get very polar arguments to both sides, right? You have people like Ren who just enjoy keeping themselves relaxed, having fun, and then you have people like Hisu just taking it as seriously as possible, as one should. It is, you know, their profession. Not engaging in table talk, and there's always a bit of a back and forth, whether it's in the YouTube comment section or on Twitter or socials, about, you know, making it as fun and recreational friendly as possible. But look, I can see both sides of the argument, and I'll never I'll never hold a grudge against, you know, these young pros that take the game really seriously and they're very kind of like, almost like this dark, serious demeanor at the table.
Also, it has to be said, especially when you're referring to the young pros, is they do just have less experience of sitting there in live arena and are perhaps understandably concerned about perhaps, you know, giving off tells or whatever it is. So it's always the older school players, those with more experience, you seem more likely to be chatty at the table. I think it's not something you want to be doing in your local 2-5 game, Henry,
No,
being
I
that
agree.
guy. But when you're in
Yeah.
these spots playing for millions of dollars, it's okay to go full business.
Yeah, I agree. In cash games, you're meant to make it as, in my opinion, as fun and entertaining as possible for the recreationals and poker hobbyists.
Here we go. Remember the ones.
He has been one of the more active players at this table. Let's see if he faces any resistance.
Yeah, unluckily for him, it's complete garbage around.
Oh. Wow. Welcome to my company. Wow.
You play just aces and Lady Gaga?
Aces and the Lady Gaga. The other handful.
Other hand full?
So,
Yeah.
so.
Me too.
Yeah.
James, the viewers are going wild. Allegations of a fart being dropped.
Sorry about that.
Into, was that from your side of the break desk? I actually missed it, but
I think it's just a.
The guys at home, they're dialed
Yeah,
in on this
I
one.
missed it as well. So, but
Okay.
chat, nice to see you're engaged in the high level poker here. And it's the only thing that's caused our screen to flood is a noise, rather than. Well, I guess in fairness, there hasn't been that much action so far. We've had a couple of bust outs, but no particular severe talking point yet, Henry.
Also, they got a couple of dry British guys in the booth, so you know.
Henry, I don't think you really count as British anymore.
That's true.
You've Americanized all the words you can.
America.
You haven't lived in the country for years. Do you still have a passport? Can we take it back?
At this point, you should get it back.
Last month.
What's a big one?
I'll live with the playable one out the small. One of those ones that would love to see a flop, so maybe just comes with limp, because she can still limp call against like a 3.5x.
Maybe
Up against Muster.
You never been to Brazil.
No.
Maybe.
Oh,
Too serious.
Henry. Spades in abundance.
Uh-oh.
Minimum.
Minimum announced. Liv in trouble, though the SPR very high here. Should another spade roll off? I don't think on a paired board 9 high spades and queen high spades are stacking off.
Okay. It's like Liv doesn't know it, and it's up there in the good cards for her.
Now has 6 outs in the betting lead. She's going to have more ace-x from the small traps in the form of queens, kings, aces.
I guess some cause concern in the fact that she does block Muster's peels that are non-made hands.
Oh, hello.
There we go. Easy game.
Just like that, eh?
Inferior flush draw. Not a problem. I'll make a pair.
Musty with queen high and showdown facing 2 checks. Yeah, he's just going
to... he's going to be...
Last box.
And she knows she got away with one there. But as you say, not like she was going to do a whole stack in the hand, but should a spade have come, it certainly would have caused problems.
I was like, I thought I had the best hand with queen high, I swear. I was calling river. Probably, I swear. That was my feeling.
Love the theatrics from Kenneth. Always animated.
Liviana.
What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do?
Lose. To me, lose.
Nope.
Yeah, Liviana.
Aziz, the big stack over here, wielding 40 blinds. And try and make hay while the sun shines, whilst Adamo's otherwise occupied on the other table. You wouldn't be trying this on Adamo's table.
No, that's true. These guys have a lot more freedom and wiggle room over here.
How much you got, my friend?
I love how Misty just snap called Liv a luck box. That's the kind of trash talking we need.
Okay, you're my friend. I don't gamble with you.
Especially for this one.
Typo.
Lynn not defending. Can someone check the price of Fart Coin? Assuming it's just absolutely skyrocketed after what just occurred. Probably Ali clicking buttons in a room somewhere trying to short it at the top.
There's all sorts of jokes I was going to make, but
friend,
I'm not going to
15
allow
million?
myself to it.
No, right? 30 million? Is it?
You're allowed to joke every now and then, James.
Ah, but I'm going a little bit more
30,
highbrow,
maybe like that.
Henry.
A little bit more highbrow.
Yeah.
And look,
I'm
final
gonna stay
two
away
tables,
from
it's
the,
okay.
from the fart jokes for now.
Do you?
Is he going to come down if you make the final table?
He can't travel outside the US right now because he's waiting for his visa.
There's a big
So
stage, so
that's why. Otherwise he'd
naturally
be.
fills here.
So he's
Lady Gaga. Money maker again.
Yeah, brother.
Lots of deep runs.
More bracelets won by that man than any other human in the history of the game.
Deal with the devil.
Phil Hellmuth.
This is fun. I forgot how fun can be.
Yeah,
Professional, Choco. You don't know how good you are. Wow.
It's definitely fun.
Ren. Out
Nice
flopping
on your-
Aziz.
I played the main in the summer for like 2 hours, but then otherwise.
We're going to see a turn card.
Are we going to see you again more?
We'll see. I don't know. I mean, not in any. I don't know. I doubt in any regular way. I'm just gonna be a main event.
Main event.
Main event.
You final table this, we're going to see more. And if you win this, we're going to see a lot more.
I don't think so. I think it'll be about the same.
I don't know. We'll see.
Wow. Never fold, my friend.
No. Ren betting that bottom pair, getting called by Aziz with the gut shot.
I'm all about the win-win these days.
If you win, that'll be a good win-win.
Yeah, Lynn's hand does like betting flops. It just wants to get clearance from, 6 random outs in the form of 2 overcards. And obviously when he does get called here on the 6-3 deuce, just naturally trying to get this 10 deuce to showdown. Did go check on the turn. Frontal spades do get there. I think if Aziz can find the bluff, which feels somewhat compulsory.
Right. Hard to imagine we have weaker than this hand. Most obvious draw completing.
How much did he say? 7-5? 15-5.
Whoa.
Lady Gaga.
Huge bet here,
Ay,
Henry.
Mamma mia.
1.5 times the
15 and
pot.
5. So much.
It's piqued the interest of Renlin. Henry trying to say flush or nothing.
That's a professional bluff. Forgot that Aziz is Brazilian. Just sheer
Yeah, he's keeping his
aggression.
passport, Henry, even if you're going to lose yours.
He is indeed. Love to see it. Love seeing a little overbet. 14 left in the Super Main. Keep an eye on this Brazilian guy. Been showing some signs of true talent, poker talent. Sicko bet as well, because I feel like 10 million out there, if he comes with something like 6, 7 million, a 6 is always calling. A 9 is always calling, although it's tough for Ren to have 9s, but maybe something like 9-5 suited that had a gut shot. But just, you know, just bang out the old B150. No spade in hand.
Live from the hijack. Gonna take it down. Perfect timing.
Correct. And then it's like, what? Yeah, I play twice a year actually.
Twice a year. They're like her making the final table. I just need.
You know, let's just see how it goes. But it turns.
Phil, please remember there's a 40-minute delay. Don't post that anytime too soon.
Guaranteed that it got posted immediately.
No one like Phil.
No, we hate each other.
Why you hate so many people?
Him? My first Vegas. It goes back 13 years. Next time he comes with a phone, I'm gonna call the floor.
I believe Musti as well. Oh, to be a fly on the wall. The exchanges between those two.
I want to know more.
Well, it's probably Mustafa busting Helmuth out in some spot or winning a big pot.
Please.
Ooh. Ren. Henry. Seen Liv get a little jiggy.
Maybe he heard you talking about the 7 deuce hand that she played back in
just
San Remo.
Going for the jack head of hearts from the hijack now. She's attempting the queen jack off from +1. Obviously recognizing perhaps that Liv is a little less cautious about that final table-ish bubble scenario. Recognizing that she is going to be playing, aiming towards more the top prizes.
Is it?
For him. Good pull for him.
Yeah, good pull for him, maybe.
50-50. Maybe King Gaga.
King Gaga, nah.
Maybe.
What's King Gaga now?
King Gaga is Lady Gaga.
Oh, King Queen? I think that's unlikely. I had some Gaga.
Musta Gaga. No.
Bit of a stare down there from Liv.
Well, this is how things look over on the reef, where our eyes have not been on. Adamo still doing just fine, wielding the overall chip lead there. In fact, what's that? Nearly double Aziz. Only Yinan Zhou's. Oh, pardon me, and Chris Wen. I'm trying to make storylines here, Henry, but there are 3 people within 2x of Adamo. I'm just so used to Adamo having 2x more than everybody else in every tournament he's ever played in. That's the storyline I was going for. Justin Bonomo over there wielding 29 blinds. Number 2 on the all-time money list can close that gap on Bryn Kenya here quite considerably if he were to close this thing out.
That's a great point. I forgot about that. Yeah, if he does actually go on to take this down, he'll close the gap.
It always seems like those two just post huge results all the time. You think, well, that'll be it. The other one's out of sight for so long now. But then, never seems to be the case. They love flip-flopping.
To be fair, Bren has held it for a very long time now. But
Yeah.
Bonomo did have some close scores.
Am I right in saying he's held it since the original Triton Million back in
Think so.
2019? Or did
Oh,
Bonomo
no, I
sneak
think-
ahead? I think Bonomo did get ahead again for a minute.
He did for a...
Because he had a huge result in maybe a...
It was for a
was
minute.
it the World Series Million, the one drop there or something? He had some crazy score that closed the gap where no one thought he'd close it for a long time, and he did get ahead again, I think, for a minute.
He got ahead for a minute, and then Bryn took that personally, showed up to Triton London, won the invitational there for 6 million,
Yeah.
and then
Uno.
you know,
Lady
just
Gaga
now in Monte
always.
Carlo, went on an insane run as well. Yeah, Brynner's ahead by 9 million.
And then Bonomo is how far ahead of, is it Chidwick now in third, I believe?
Yeah, Chidwick's in third. Bonomo's only ahead of Chidwick by 1 million.
Right, okay, so looking down as well as up.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy that Chidwick's managed to close that gap as much as he has.
Yeah, I fold all the time. You see, I always fold. Still didn't play. I check.
I think it was a few years ago. I remember hearing Jason Kuhn say
record.
that, give it a few years, Stephen Chidwick will have every record in poker. And he's closing in on the all-time money list. And the volume he puts in, perhaps over those other two, makes you feel like it's
inevitable.
Almost inevitable, yeah, as long as he keeps plugging away.
I remember when he overtook Trickett for the first time. Do you remember? It wasn't too long ago. It was only like 4 years ago.
When Trickett, obviously got second to Antonio Esfandiari, in the first million one-drop event in Vegas, it was like, well, no one's ever getting close to him in the English or British all-time money list. He'd be so far ahead for forever, and now he's nowhere near.
I have a feeling you will
Stevie.
learn.
We've got a little mystery had here between two OGs of poker.
Push your chips to me.
So far, seems reasonable. Mr. Playing this ace-10, seven-handed from under the gun, and an 8-7-5 board, very coordinated. He does hold the 10 of diamonds, which could come into play as this one progresses. Liv checking in flow. Muster understandably on this texture, electing to check back, and well, that is the card that brings the 10 of diamonds into focus, Henry.
I mean, cue the endless amounts of highlight reels that we've had over the last 15 years between these two, and then add this one to it.
You beat me every hand, huh? Every hand blunt for me.
Obviously, Liv reaching for chips here, Henry. Now, in Muster's spot, we are expecting a lot of bets, aren't we, from Liv on this kind of board against our under-the-gun open that checks back, aren't we?
100%. This is very much a part of her big blind defending range. Has every flush available, has every straight available, every two pair, every set. Whereas Muster, you know, he's still going to have some over pairs that check back on this flop just because of ICM, wants to play defense and pot control. Also, he's going to mix in hands like ace-king, ace-queen, broadways. And given that it's such a natural bluff spot for Liv to start repping this board on this turn after flop goes check, check, Cannett's got a very interesting bluff catch decision. Should Liv bet again?
Of course, that 9 rolling off. Problematic to some of Liv's value. Some of the two pairs Henry mentioned, the 5-7, 7-8, 8-5s. Won't be enjoying that. Flushes for the most part. Still be feeling confident. Straights the same way, although not impossible to check back 2 big diamonds, is it?
No, certainly not. Not on this board. The bluffs are mainly coming from Jack X with a diamond. What size has she gone for? She hasn't gone huge, you know.
Yeah, just over half the pot now.
So it feels like 2 pair is too thin here now. Like, would you bet like king 8 with the king of diamonds here for this sizing? I don't know. I don't think we would.
Oh, that seems ambitious to me, yeah.
So even though she's only gone a little north of half pot, this is a genuine decision here for Cannett. I mean, he's beating... I'm trying to think how wide Liv defends off of, at the start of the hand, what, 30 bigs? Like, is she defending, let's say, king 4, king of diamonds? Queen 4, queen of diamonds? I think the bluffs come predominantly from those types of hands.
Yeah, I'd imagine she'd fold those myself, just from what I've observed over the last couple of days. Especially against Muster from that early seat. Ten of diamonds, both a good card and a bad card to hold.
Yeah.
Arguments both ways.
Especially when she bets turn and bets river as well, because it really narrows down the range of hands that would comfortably bet for value, right? So he's used multiple time banks, and he knows how valuable those are. Oh, he's made the call.
Wow. Wow. Musta.
Wow. Musta.
That's what I thought you had.
Touchdown, Musta.
Good call.
Oh, my word.
That is pure savagery, Henry.
Almost. You're pretty perfect. But calling
Mustafa Kanat take a bow on the biggest stage in the world.
Calling station, call to future. Wow.
With 14 left.
Touchdown.
Leave me alone, Lady Gaga. I'm enjoying my moment, okay?
Let's go, Musta! You're the fucking best! Always! Send you back to retirement.
I love Liv.
Oh, this guy very dangerous.
Classy dude.
Number one calling station. Don't believe this guy.
Wow.
Never go ace high.
Musta Kani.
Last time
with-
called me king high.
That
And I
is.
bust it out.
I almost want to say, Henry, that's like an
Against you, you
insulting
just need to
call.
beat a queen, you know?
It's like saying, I know you can't help yourself. I know you're just blasting into me here.
I know my
And he was
friends, they
right.
always try to bluff me. Always.
Queen Jack, no
They can't help
diamond.
themselves. That's why I love my friends.
All your friends hurt you, huh?
Huh?
All the friends hurt you. Huh?
Yeah, they try.
Does it look at that very smart?
I am so happy I was in the booth for that one. And the post-mortem as well. Light-hearted, of course. Don't read too much into it. Liv and Mr. Good Friends saying he's sending Liv back into retirement.
Yeah.
Is,
It's funny because obviously they got on very well. There was a very friendly exchange afterwards. She said, I play good, he played better, all that. Then he did the jokey over celebration, but there was a little look on her face when he did the sort of send you back to retirement. It's all fun and games, good-natured, but we are playing for $6 million, Henry, and maybe just a light scratch to the heart there.
Maybe. I mean, we're all sheepish at times when we're sent back home with our tail between our legs after having run a savage bluff and getting looked up pretty lightly.
Right. Here, over 100 million and the seep downwind of Adamo. Loves looking down at 2 9s once the former has folded. And Lachey, ace 9-0 in the cutoff. 13 blinds. Will perhaps be aware that Wen won't get as many opens as he wants and might open more often once Adamo folds, but with so many to act behind, does make way from that hand, whereas Carey with ace queen 0 on the cutoff, Henry.
This is very close. He's going to take it. I mean, when opening with Adamo behind, with Bonomo in the big blind, it's going to be tighter than it normally would be.
Are you surprised by this sizing?
Not at all.
Okay.
I think 2.5x off of, what, 17 bigs? Just going really polar here. The question is whether we're 3-betting to fold. That's what I'm most curious about.
Yeah, that's what I mean. In my mind, I don't want a 3-bet fold, so that's why I posited the question.
Oh, I do apologize. Win is on the left of Adamo,
Yeah.
so could it be a bit wider?
Yeah.
I think 9's just too much here for 17 bigs.
Right, especially when there are going to be 3-bet folds. Just, to me, seems like a lot of hand.
Are we also just like Kerry is sick enough to just 3-bet and juice this as well?
But that's what I worry.
That's the sick thing. Like he could just like 3-bet and juice like king, queen, ace 10, ace 5. Biggest flip of his tournament career, not to state the obvious for the young American pro. to coming so close in the Millie Maker this summer.
Yeah, fantastic finish there, getting just over $1 million for second.
Wait,
Can
the
he
Millie
round?
Maker made 2 millionaires?
It does.
Wow.
Generally make 2 millionaires, yeah. Usually by virtue of a slightly quirky payout. So getting second in that one worth more than you'd usually expect. A very big ICM dynamic three-handed there. A slightly unusual payout structure like the one we have here, where Kerry has put his life on the line in the quest for a big stack. 766. Not the board he was after.
No, not at all. Not to state the obvious. Does have running hearts as a potential escape hatch for him.
Turn. No help. Carey's life in this tournament hangs on this final card.
Man, the dealer's really making us sweat this one. Brutal tension.
Oh, not to be.
Good luck, good luck.
Class act as always. Justin Carey with another near swing and a miss in a WSOP event, going home with 295,000 for his efforts. Dreams, of course, of making one of the biggest final tables in WSOP history.
Yes.
Unable to win a flip.
Still a fantastic end to the year, of course, for him. Big payout just before Christmas. Go home, enjoy the holidays. No doubt he'll be playing a full slate, Henry, come the summer.
GG's, mate. Another great result for the American Pro. With that, down to 13.
Which means, Henry,
we're one off that 75k pay jump.
Here we go. Carey, like the next player out, getting 295k. After that, we raise things up to 370k.
Yeah, 295, not a bad score for Carey after satelliting in. I'm glad he put my money to good use, James, you know. Stacked me in the cash games, flicked in a satellite, won a seat. 14th for 295k, not the worst parlay.
It'll do. Adamo doing Adamo things. By that I mean raising under the gun. Not that the ace deuce isn't warranted, Henry.
Interesting to see Bonomo taking the max time bank there, and I saw it from a couple of other players, not to just call Bonomo out. I think that is going to be the case until we do have that elimination. So we are on a 75k pay jump.
So then, Joe defending with the dominating ace-8 from the big. These three big stacks sat in a row. The only three over 100 million in the field. Certainly a rough draw for him, as we've already touched upon.
Yeah, he's also got win now.
Yeah.
On the left of Adamo with more than 100 mil as well.
He's third in chips, and he's got the chip leader and second chip leader, the two on his left. And not just that, Henry, but hyper-capable chip leaders as well will know what to do with those stacks.
That's true, but you also just like win the tournament a lot by stacking one of the two. You know, if he just wins an all-in, he just has 25% of the chips in play with 12 left. So
yeah, that's true. Look at you being all positive today, Henry.
I mean, how can you not be, man? We got 6 mil up top, 13 left. Someone's trying to send me a promo clip. Scroll Will. Commentator, what's your email? I've got the sickest promo clip for you. Listen, man, I've been burnt by YouTube chat before, okay? I don't know whether I'm ready to trust fully, but you can find me on socials. There has been some funny outtakes over the last couple of weeks from the booth.
Ooh, ace queen suited.
That wins up to 145 million, eh?
Yeah, that was a huge flip. Goes without saying, of course, any all-in-one at this juncture is going to be crucial, but he's moved up to, you know, just shy of 15% of the chips in play. If he had lost that, would be about half the chips he has now. Really, really key. Bonomo, as Henry mentioned, whatever he's going to do, it's going to be at the maximum time. 20 seconds pre-flop is the allotted time before a time extension is required. And more of this Henry on this table, I think, than the other. I think this is the table where players are more familiar, perhaps, with this stage of a tournament.
10,500,000.
Here he goes. Targeting under the gun open. Now, went past the test last time, Henry, but this one perhaps a little harder, given the depth involved.
Yeah, Bonomo is going to get smacked on the wrist here. The 25 bigs.
How much do you have, Justin? There's a black behind, right? So it's 40. All in?
He strikes, as Henry said he would. Well, Bonomo knows 10 million chips have gone south.
Win fading the snap. Loves that.
Yeah. What he wants to see is it fold in about 3 seconds, because he knows this is just a pause for time rather than a potential call, but using exactly 20 seconds before folding.
King in hand.
So we got like 60% of the chips over here. Thereabouts.
Yeah, he must have. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a 2-to-1 discrepancy.
Bonomo losing 20% of his stack. Very standard 3-bet fold, but it's unfortunate to do so at this stage of the tournament.
This is our table of 6, isn't it? Yeah.
He's not playing. Oh, he's not playing, right?
I think so. Badleish taking his time. Yeah,
But Lehman's not in his seat.
Sorry, who's not in his seat?
Lehman. I heard O'Shea say something like that. Or is he not playing? Something. So he's got up from his seat, not been dealt into this hand, I think was what happened there.
Oh, apparently so. That's strong. I mean, I aspire to be that rich.
And would have lost, so...
Yeah, missing that. I mean, hard to calculate. Well, not hard to calculate. Some wizard in the chat can go and calculate it, but I wonder the value of a hand at this stage, Henry. Just the stakes we're playing, the blinds where they are, the stage the tournament we're at.
How far away are we from a break? Was it a toilet break, or was he just like watching what was going on the other table?
Yeah. Maybe. We came back from our last break, what, 1 hour ago, so you'd hope
So about an hour
bladder
away.
durability would have allowed him to last that long.
2-0 burgers here, but the problem is you've got Michael Adamo with some backdoor straight potential and no showdown value, and you've got Win with bottom pair. So you never know, James Dempsey. This one could turn into a big pot.
For now, we check through. Ooh, Adamo sneaks a piece and gets ahead. Is there a little disrespect in this limp from Adamo with 10-3-0? Is this just a case of we're just playing everything from the small?
I haven't seen the dynamics so far. I only recently joined this table, right? But also with it being big blind ante, you're just getting laid a really good price from the small to complete. I think Adamo less likely to get attacked as he does cover Win, and these two in a weird way, you know, there's like a lot of things that go unsaid about not playing big pots against each other.
Right. Case in point here, both comfortable to try and check this down in the hopes their mediocre pairs will do the job. Oh, pardon me. Wow. Feisty, Henry.
Might even get looked up here.
Is it just recognition that when we play pretty much every deuce this way?
3.
That's actually insane.
Yeah.
That's like the guys just value bet 4th pair and got called off by 5th pair. I mean,
Yeah, and it's funny how he sort of said it, because he recognised he could be valuing into an 8, one presumes. He sort of went, I've got a 3, should be good, but you might have better.
that's actually hilarious.
Might have a 9, but I think you just got a deuce. I think a deuce plays this way.
What an absolute legend. Got 20,000 legends over on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel, watching the show alongside myself and James Dempsey. As always, get involved in the conversation. Who are you rooting for? Who would you like to see take this one down? Let us know whereabouts in the world you're watching the show from. And if you haven't already, do just drop us a quick like. Takes a couple of seconds to click that button. And
a lot of you haven't.
A lot of you haven't.
I'm looking at the likes. And I'm looking at watching now, and there's a discrepancy there. Now some of you've pinged this up onto the TV at home. I don't want you getting up off the sofa. Just chill, relax. But if it's as simple as a click on a screen with a mouse or a finger, whack away.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
Give us some love.
If you've got it up on the big screen on the TV and you've got a beer on the side,
give you.
The dogs are up on the couch.
Yeah,
that's fine. You just,
I don't want you moving.
Chill there.
24 million. Thank you.
Everyone else, give us a like. It just helps, Henry. You understand these things. I don't. Algorithms and SEO and all this silly stuff, but it bumps up. The more you guys like, the more eyes get on this, the more we get to see this amazing action. Like this. Chris Wen just applying the pressure from the small against the Shea in the big. Shea, even yesterday we saw quite early on, I think there was a pay jump at 75 left, and he started tanking at like 85 left. Hyper aware of these jumps is going to take maximum time here, but we know not calling Queen 5.
It's a pretty good car, but not a pretty good card. German Karodi.
Q5, very funny.
Anodi.
That's some very dry German humour there. I picked up on it, which probably means I've been hanging out with Germans too much. Live the 7 saying casters aren't catering to the contrarians that will only do the opposite when you ask for a like. That is true. But let's be honest, there's probably only about 10 contrarians out of the 20,000 in the chat. We've got Brisbane, Australia in the chat saying let's go Adamo.
Yeah, popular down there.
Pretty good car, but not a good card.
I'd say thank you to the hundreds who did follow the call to action. Give us a like. Much appreciated. Rumor has it if we get to 3,000, they're going to bring Henry back next year.
Huh? Did you look at your cards? Yeah, of course.
Well, now no one's going to click the like button. Jesus, James. We actually had a chance.
Show's got a chance here. Ace King of Spades from the hijack. Look at that, bro. He's opening two behind. Damo in the cutoff. Went on the button with the monster stacks. Makes sense. It's a real hand, Henry. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That's rough.
11 blinds to start the hand. Obviously knows that Joe's going to be opening a little bit tighter in the hijack with those two behind, but ace-queen, Henry, it's just so much hand.
We've also got 10.5 big blinds.
Okay, going to leave a milli behind for the obvious reason of burning some time should he get action. Pay jump reminder is $75,000. That's first prize in a lot of tournaments, Henry. It's a pay jump here. And not even a final table pay jump.
Good luck, chaps. Not to state the obvious, but one of the biggest equity spots of both of their careers. He's made the call.
One time. Oh.
Yeah, protecting those time banks. Did look at the other tables. One can only assume Henry must have... Dealer was maybe washing the cards, hand complete over there, so realised that tanking 3 minutes would have served no use. Better to save them in case he needs them.
He just used his one time as well.
Okay. Well...
Said queen one time. I respect it if there's ever a time to do it. Oh, now he's taking it back. He's saying he'll chop. Not sure how I feel about this juju. You can't say queen one time and then agree to a chop. Someone suggesting they run it twice. Fair.
995. Chop is a possibility. That eventuality will occur 16% of the time here. 12% of the time. Well, Lachey will win if he can find a queen. Doesn't seem that likely. Never feels like you get there in these kind of spots. And a paying card.
Like in that movie with the boat. Jack.
Is this the end of the young man's run?
One time.
Redeploying the one time.
One time.
Not to be. Joe improving. The king's up. Lachey, the 13th place finisher, good for $295,000. Well played, sir.
That stings, man. I mean, all of these bust outs sting at this stage of the tournament. Especially after 4 days of grinding. But hey, 295K for his efforts.
Yeah. Start the day, of course, with a guaranteed payout of 140. So in some ways, doubled that payout.
Yeah, he was small. Yeah. Sorry.
Not a terrible day, but not where we want to be. So then, 370 is what's on tap, Henry.
1.5.
Well, as we are down to our final 12, a chance to remind you, there is still time to sign up at GG Poker and use that promo code Paradise2024. If you do so and deposit at least 20 bucks, you will get a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. If you're really lucky, you'll pick the weekend that Henry's playing in it.
That extra bit of value, eh?
Yeah, you know. It's always nice. Sprinkle a little extra in there. Am I remembering things right? Didn't you have a big score on GG a little while back? I seem to remember you having a... I say a little score, I mean, quite a big one. Is that right?
Yeah, chopped with your boy.
That's what I thought, Mr. Mormon and you chopped the tournament, did you not?
Yeah, that was during COVID, man. Jesus, that was like I want to say end of 2020. I want to say November 2020. This was back when the GG. It was called the GG Millions, I think, but it was a $525 buy, $530 buy.
Like a no bluff.
Chopped it for a quarter of a mil.
There we go.
You can bluff. I played against it. I had a very fun hand against him yesterday.
Man, forgot about that.
Blinds up. And Wsop attacking Moneymaker's 8 big blind stack, who has well,
had fun.
attacked back with a sledgehammer.
The table. I had fun. I mean, Rainly, he's funny. We were talking a lot.
I think Canet doing some napkin math here. Yeah, he's called it off.
Yeah, that larger opening size.
Queen Jack, Queen 5, all in.
That's blind. That's нормально. Все четко.
It's a page jump too.
Money in great shape for the double up here, Henry.
90
Found himself
million.
in this very
To
good
start.
scenario. Couldn't have imagined much better to get his final 20 million in. And what a nice looking flop as well. 10-9 deuce. Plenty of outs to just kill this one. We'll start drawing live, heading to the river. And the nuts. Easy.
How much?
20 million.
So you're saying the Moneymaker Boom 2.0 dream is still alive?
No future.
Yeah, Musta really trying to apply pressure there.
You got nuts, right?
Larger size, Henry trying to
You got
sway
nuts.
Chris Peeling.
Y'all have waited for that good of a hand.
Yeah, you got nuts.
I know I made the nuts.
Wow, you're saving me.
I always make the nuts.
Thank you, Musa.
I had Lady Gaga, got excited.
I know.
He got Lady Gaga better kicker, got more excited.
Yeah, I liked my kicker. It was sexy. How much do you have? 20?
Yeah.
Huh?
21 points.
I'm sorry?
21 points.
Oh, yeah, more. You lied. It's okay. I won't hold it against you.
Live. It's bounced back a little bit. 24 bigs. Musta, who was up to 70 mil, down to 44 now
Okay.
after doubling up Moneymaker.
You told me coming, so I need listening. Okay, Luis.
Ren, his turn to open up on this button. He's too getting very short in the big blind. Finds a hand, Henry, that, well, can certainly look to play.
Expect to see him defend here. No. Wow.
Wow, I find that somewhat surprising, Henry, especially when the next page number isn't until there are 10 left.
I hope someone's playing
That's
a
pretty
drinking game on
insane.
the stream
I had
for Lady Gaga every time he gets mentioned.
Jack 4, not Queen Jack, so. Oh,
There'll
well.
be some upside to this.
Wow, live
You
with
have,
daggers.
25, 30. Yeah. Oh, you have lots still. You have 40. Yeah.
Yeah, this table far inferior in terms of chips.
Raise.
Musta. Yeah, it's actually crazy, Henry, looking at the distribution of chips on this table versus the other. You said maybe a 60-40 split. I think
it might be more.
I think it's quite a lot more. I mean,
Well,
obviously.
you've got Adamo with 160, you've got Win with 150, you've got Joe with like 120.
That's nearly half the chips right
That's
there.
half the chips right there, right? So, yeah, that other table is where our eventual chip leader is likely to come from.
Yeah. And what a great draw it is for you if you're at this table and one of these stacks, the fact that you do get the chance to play more hands like Musta's done here from the hijack. This is a much tougher proposition on the other table. He and Ren Lin with the best of it here. Flat Earth Poker saying, what's happened since the Ace-10 high call? I was eating supper. Well, nothing as exciting as that hand has happened since then, let me tell you. There's been some action, but that was a somewhat of a standout hand, Henry.
Yeah, he needs to go on to final table this in order for that to like really become a memorable hand in terms of like the storyline and like, this playing down to the FT. But yeah, that was incredible. It's going to go viral for sure.
Otherwise, you're the golfer who got a hole-in-one but didn't make the cut.
Yeah, it's like me.
What you make? I don't think you're making hole-in-ones, Henry.
Wow. Does pin height count? Does getting it on the green count?
There's good lies here, like a putt-putt course with a sports bar attached.
Yeah, I haven't played that yet. Perhaps something I'll do on the...
Yeah, pop by there at the end of day 2. Obviously a short day. Oh, here we go. Ren, Ace-8 from the hijack. Liv looks down at a very big hand in the big blind here and is surely just working out whether she wants to jam this in, Henry, perhaps induce Ren with weaker. I mean, we know in these scenarios close to final tables we tend to shy away from inducing, but...
It's getting close with ICM. I think 10s is probably bottom of hands we want to induce with. Like 9s, I think we just jam. 10s, we probably mix, player dependent.
Induce, the order of the day, taken up to 16 million.
How much total you played?
Started with like 60.
60?
Don't do it, Ren. Ren's got one of those aces that just folds a bunch, but if he had like ace-5, might get ripped in.
It's also Ren in though, Henry. This man sometimes just goes for it. Try and read that face.
There's also the dynamic of the back and forth that they've been having with some light 3-bets and some light-hearted banter.
Yeah, it feels like this corner of the table. Is it? Wow, here he goes. Renlin rips it all in. Liv not beating him in the pot, but one assumes will be making the call, Henry. But look at her studying her man, just in case she can find something.
I don't know if it's guaranteed that she makes the call, mate. This is a huge spot. 12 left. The WSOP super main event. She's 3-bet the 10. She's got the answer from Lin. I mean, some old school leveling going on here. We saw Lin with the light 3-bet earlier with the King 6.
Yeah.
Saw Liv trying to run one against Musti with Queen High.
How many have I used?
It's close, man. I mean,
do we combine
really
at 10?
close.
Do you know?
Best case.
Huge.
It feels like you're up against like 9's best case scenario. We can obviously see here, Lin's actually wider than that. He's got the ace-8 in there. Ace-5. I mean, if he's jamming ace-8, then he's also mixing in some like king-queens.
Huge, huge spot for Liv.
She's used up multiple time banks. I don't know how many she has left, actually. I think she's only got one left.
I think I can see multiple there, but you might be right.
Oh, you're right. You're right. She's got a few.
Can she? Wow!
Really?
Show. I think
Show it.
No, no, no.
I showed a huge.
See the TV later. See it.
Folded a huge hand.
Huh?
Folded a huge hand.
Huge hand.
I mean.
Ace deuce.
Oh.
Go for it.
You have ace king?
No matter what you have, I think you'll be high.
No, I had tens.
Hit tens?
No, you full tens. That was bad for flip.
You had ace king?
Pocket 10, came full.
Really? Okay.
Lynn getting away with murder.
Huh?
Wow, I'm surprised to see that fold, Henry. I think perhaps, if I might be so bold, if we're going to be in a situation where we're 3-bet folding tens, maybe best served with just ripping it over the open. But and also, you know, this is the style that's got Liv here, where she's confident in making reads on opponents, staring them down. The problem is, when you get a customer as cool as the likes of Ren Lin, you perhaps...
It just felt like Ren was waiting for Liv to 3-bet him, and he was always going to respond with 4-bet. So when that's the case, given the dynamics that we've seen, I just think tens is even more so of a call. I mean, case in point, Ren was 4-bet jamming with the ace-8. But I can also understand it, right? 12 left.
Yep.
Okay, it's not the WSOP main event in Vegas, but to be the first woman to ever WSOP, final table of WSOP main, you know, that's a pretty huge kind of moment for Liv as well. So a lot coming into effect here.
King 9-8, Lehman from the hijack. All the best of it with that top pair. Adamo came along for the ride in the big. He finds a piece in the middle. So, well, no crab in sight for him. Lehman. Gonna see bet here, Henry. Keeping it small on this two-tone semi-connected board.
Yeah, against the blinds as well. We don't just want to bomb here. I mean, we've got Jack of Hearts. We want to get value. Want to keep the continuing range as wide as possible. Want to keep 8x in, 9x in as well. You know, once we start betting really big, especially three ways, what are those, 19 out there? If you start betting more than like 9.5 million, more than half pot, you really narrow the range of hands that can do that successfully. And you also narrow the range of hands that can continue against that size as well.
Right.
And you could argue that, you know, when you bet more than half pot, the hands that actually continue, some of them even beat you.
Lehman on that brick turn, deciding to jam, perhaps looking to both deny draws, but also, Henry, represent draws with this bet. Try and make it very hard for Adamo to fold a king. Should he be in there with one? Hand like this, though, second pair with the 10 of hearts. Looks like it'd be very hard to continue.
I know. 100 million, 100 million, 1.5.
I can get behind it. You know, sometimes you just get snapped off here by 9-8.
How much is
right.
that?
King 8. But
35?
Yeah, and I do apologise. Some people correctly calling me out that
I wasn't going to correct you on air, Henry.
No, you're good. You're good. You have to in these spots. Like if I say something that's factually incorrect, especially regarding WSOP and the brand, I should have qualified the statement. And very ignorantly of me saying like post moneymaker.
I
boom.
knew what you meant when you said
I know
it,
you knew what I meant, but people calling it out that Barbara Enright did make and is to this day the only female to reach a WSOP main event final table. She even had a little interview with Poker News this summer. So it's been 29 years since a woman last made the FT, and she was hoping that, well, Miss Foxen was going to be the one to make it.
Right. Of course, we were referencing the other night when Gail Bowman and...
Time to sub it up.
10th and 11th?
Yes, it is.
I can't remember the girl
Oh,
from
about you?
Norway.
Oh.
But
Next
yeah,
time,
10th
let me
and
double
11th.
up this time.
But obviously,
But
when we
I'm
reference this main event, not quite the same
I'm
thing, because if we put this in the same ilk, then we must do the same with the World Series of Poker Europe, which of course had a very famous
32 now. I had
winner,
34 before,
the
now I'm
youngest
32.
winner of the main event, a female, Annette Oberstrad, winning in London World Series of Poker Europe main event. So if we're looking at overall World Series main events, that feat has been accomplished, but certainly in Vegas.
All right, I'm going to start doing what I'm doing.
The boom.
Smart, that's what they're doing.
So far
No shame in
hasn't
it.
been accomplished.
Talking
Elizabeth Hile, thank you very much, chat.
Don't never call me. Tango in the call.
Regarding that
I'm
boom,
going to tank, don't worry.
that man on your screen's right there, responsible for said
I mean, you
boom.
use one of these, I haven't looked yet.
That's boss behavior.
What's that now?
I said that's boss
I will do
behavior.
the same.
I like it.
Look. You let me finish.
But you've got, there's a whole...
Give me one.
Chris just used a time bank chip without looking at his cards.
There's no money jumping now. It's fine.
Yeah, but it's pride jump. I can kill Lady Gaga a little bit.
Wow.
Chris, genuinely tanking here with King High. We've spoken about
I was never thinking about it anyways.
his old school play
Never
style.
ball? Okay.
Trolling us there with the tank.
Oh, Hisu getting
Snap something.
Not this time.
pushed out of this
I
one.
had enough to ship, but not enough to call.
Has not enough money left, Henry, to survive 2 orbits at the table. So that Hisu needs to get
That's more
something
pair.
going
I
and
don't
going
mind your call.
fast.
What's that now?
Yeah, that
Small pair.
10-8
We're
of
flipping in
spades
probably.
fold from the big earlier on
Depends how
was
small.
really on the
Those
tight
4
side.
5s were flipping.
Okay. So you're better fold. I think it's a good fold.
Oh, it's a good fold. I have king 6. No call. I was never calling. I just wanted to utilize my time effectively.
Live playing 20 bigs. That my name in the chat saying I love how Chris is just enjoying the moment. He really is, man. Just loves poker.
Yeah.
Soaking it all up, one hand at a time.
Yeah, you've really got to enjoy these moments. Not often you're going to be in a situation like this, life-changing money on the line. And Henry, most of the time it's not going to work out. You know? So enjoy it. Argument being, it already has worked out. 25k, you're guaranteed 370.
Sure.
Life's not bad. But you've got to be prepared to fall at any moment in a poker tournament like this. So enjoy it whilst you're there.
It's very strong. You wanna go again? Against me?
Only Lady Gaga.
Ren and Canna exchanging some light-hearted banter.
Yeah, that pot with the 4-bet jam against Liv from Ren. Can it be really defining potentially? As we say, look at this. He has over 100 million on a table where the players don't have a lot. He can really now look to leverage as we get towards that final table.
Point.
Yeah, just gets the stomp all over them, Henry.
It's crazy because on the other table he'd be like joint fourth in chips, but over here he's just ruling the roost, really enjoying his time here, applying max pressure as you said.
Yeah, Money's got what, 15 blinds. Hisu, just 4 blinds. The Palka sub 10, Liv, what, 18 blinds? Wow, I wonder how difficult this situation is for her now. After the 10s fold, Henry, she sees Ren going for it.
Like, it's just a fold, man. You're 3 away from the final table. You've got one guy on 4 bigs. You've got another guy on sub 10. Like, we're sat there with 17. Best case scenario, we're up against like deuces through 6s. Worst case scenario, we're crushed. And a lot of the time we're just flipping. So do we really want to flip the wheel there?
Plus, of course, another table going. There could be short stack over there, potentially.
Yeah, it's just a fold, man. But Ren is locked in over here.
And now look at
60 should have.
Ren just counting Musta's stack. The next biggest stack at this table, just 60 mil. He's working out whether he can do the same move again here with the wide range. King 6-0. Probably not going to slip into that.
Typo.
Money, 2 jacks. Hisu just not getting dealt in at the moment. Rapalka the same way. Yeah, Musta recognizing the situation, recognizing that Chris has to have a pretty good hand to be opening with, so not going to get involved with the King 6 of his own. He's going to protect that chip position. Exactly everything Henry just said. With these short stacks around, he wants to get to that final table and preserve as many as he can till he gets there. Not really in chip accumulation mode at the moment.
Well, to just give context to the people that have perhaps only stumbled into the stream over the last 30 minutes or so, everyone's guaranteed 370,000 right now. But if you make the final table, which is in just 3 spots time, that's when the day 4 ends. You'll also be going to bed having locked up $750,000. So it's literally a 2x from here to the final table. So we're going to be seeing the likes of Renlin, the likes of Adamo on the other table, just pushing everyone around.
And it's kind of what we opened this frame with. When we came on air, I posited to you that this could be the situation with this kind of unique payout structure. That we are going to see things, or theoretically see things seize up a bit at this stage. Hisu, well, there's some oil for his seizing. Queen Jack, oh, and 4 blinds.
And it goes. And, well, talk about terrible timing.
And the Palka asking for the count. Obviously, Ace-Jack, great hand for himself to jam, but way ahead of the range of Hisu. And a chance, Henry, not just to win a pot, but to knock someone out at this stage is so valuable too.
Listen, finding the rejam with Ace-Jack for 8 bigs in your tournament life, that's a hard gulp kind of moment, but the Belarusians found it.
Yeah, he's going to be delighted to see that. So that he's to the opposite. His face telling you everything you need to know. A man who picked up the chip lead quite early on in this tournament on day 3 and held it for a long way through that day. Had a bit of a turbulent last couple of levels last night, but still is here with 12 left. Can he continue the run? 10-7-4 would suggest no. The dominate hand in bad shape.
Good news is neither player can be dead on the turn.
Neither can be dead on the turn, but one will be dead on the river. Rates to be Hisu unless he finds a little Lady Gaga. No.
Good game, buddy.
Hisu, impressive throughout. A high roller reg. No surprise to see him make it deep here, but
I call you
ultimately 12th is as far as his run will go.
I had a 10 too.
No, I had 10-9.
GG's, mate.
Me too.
Yeah, obviously held the chip lead most of yesterday. Last couple of levels just got pushed around a bit, but still has to be thrilled with that result. 12th place for $370,000 and change. Sure, we'll be seeing plenty more of Serzan at future WSOP events. I saw someone in the chat asking what I think her calling off range should be here. Honestly,
33 behind?
I don't know.
12,
I haven't studied
30,
these spots, but
33.
I would say
Yeah.
10s plus
33 plus
ace-queen suited. You could even argue that ace-queen's a bit of a gamble.
Yeah, he's so cool, Henry. Nice little run of Wsop Europe just before coming here. Second in the 50k there. Got 6th in 25k and a relatively deep run in the main as well, finishing 26th place. Nice end to the year. Mooster raising it up and just praying to get through Ren Lin, the man who can make his life difficult. Ren looking down at 6-5 offsuit. How feisty is he going to get? You've got to be careful because you've got Moneymaker behind. Moneymaker's one of those guys who's just like, I don't care. I'm going to try and win the tournament. Whoa! Ren Lin. Oh, here we go, Henry. Is this one of those moments? Money just wants to win.
He does want to win. Ren's one of my
He
favorite
does.
players.
He goes for it. Moneymaker goes for it.
If he eliminates Moneymaker
in this fashion,
Lin's just going to get cold. And his Christmas stockings.
Must have really keen to see the hand that Ren Lin jam with.
You can beat the ace.
5-6 offsuit. All of a sudden, Moneymaker with a chance to have the table lead.
Oh, it's always sweaty.
Jack 8-4. He does improve, but Lin finds a gut shot straight draw.
It can never just be Jack,
I'm all in, yeah.
ace.
Ace, Jack.
It's all over.
Oh my word. Additional outs.
Oh, this is absolutely disgusting. Hold your breath, chat.
He's a man who's sweat enough of these in his life before. Can Moneymaker hold? He does. Ren Lin doubling up Chris Moneymaker.
You deserve it, you know.
How much?
I don't know. He's going to tell you in a minute.
The money man.
You're really comfortable crashing the table, and now you're going to suck.
No,
You're
guys.
going to be bullied.
Let's go, Moneymaker. Over here, Bonomo is all in for his tournament life.
Oh,
Button
yeah.
against Big Blind. Looked like 10 bigs went in pre-flop.
Well, they're leaving the 100k back. Beneficial, of course, to Bonomo. And you'd argue far more beneficial to Adamo for Joe to leave this back. I wonder if he ever does just request the 100k for that reason. You know, if he were to leave a Bonomo on 100k, hard for him to enter pots with the chip leader behind.
Oh, he sat back down as well. That's.
I think he was
pretty
just checking the other table, right?
King Jack high is good. Bonomo going to be back up to 22 bigs.
Just burning time. 2 away from the final table. Trying to play as few hands as possible on this table. Bonomo gets the good news. King high is best on this run out. He secures a double up and will need many more to keep this thing going. I was just working out, Henry, by my reckoning, The average stack is around 90 million. Nobody on this table has 90 million.
Raise.
Yeah, it's like a Billy in play.
Yeah. The entire table is below average in chips. How often do you see that?
That just goes to show how crazy it is on the other table as well. But yeah, you're right. I mean, these guys over here are just fighting for dear life. Oh no.
Musta.
Oh no.
Pops it up from the cutoff.
37.
The power cut
35.
makes a stand here, Henry, with the Queen Jack of Diamonds. Trying to leverage the pressure back on Musta, knowing that this is...
Wow. James is just choking on something, chat. Don't worry, I'll take over from here. Get some water down you, mate. Producers. Can it? Ace-10, facing the rejam. One of the short stacks. And as we mentioned, because the average stack on this table is so much lower than the field average, there's just some insane ICM nonsense going on. I honestly think Ace-10 is really cuspy.
I wouldn't be surprised to see this fold, Henry. Everything you just mentioned. So much on the line. Is Lapalka really going to step out of line here? Musta knows he can and makes the call. These two, not dissimilar in stacks. Obviously, we can see Musta has the majority of the chips. But should he lose this, we'll be down to just 16 million. Lapalka live as you like.
We're on a 130k pay jump as well. Uh-oh.
9, 4. Lapalka picks up some additional outs in the form of Canet's 10. Musta was hoping for a spade.
Oh, he stood up.
Finds a club instead, but it's still Queen Jack 10 free, which is how it has to remain. Lapalka, one last pull in this event, and it finds a jack. Just in time, Henry.
The old stand-up trick.
Yeah. Cheat code. Yeah? Cheat code.
I know how to counteract it, though, so don't use it on me.
Moneymaker saying the old stand-up trick. Lapalka saying it's the cheat code. Apparently Moneymaker's got the answer to that one.
Well, that would make a lot of sense, Henry, given the results of Chris Moneymaker. So Lapalka fans breathe a sigh of relief as their man carries on in this event.
Man, wins up to 160 million.
Yeah, this is just insane how many chips these three have between them. Yeah, so look at this. Layman, 68 million. Would be just behind the chip leaders on the other table. They have 80 apiece. Bonomo over 54.
Even Bonomo. I mean, the guys over here just really need to be aware that, okay, versus the table, they're on short stacks, but versus the field, they're actually doing pretty good.
Anyway, this is a very similar situation we saw earlier, where when opened ace-queen, Bonomo 3-bet, sent a suited ace combo, and got jammed on. This time, just shies away from the spot. Oh, now, this will be curious. The two chip leaders dealt ace-king apiece.
No way.
Is this just...
What is going on here?
Does Adamo have to 3-bet here, Henry? Or with the situation the way it is?
I think he has to 3-bet, and I think Win just plays calls a very decent amount of the time.
This is fascinating.
5 seconds.
Probably goes big as well.
25 million?
Yeah, I was going to say 22. It's gone 25.
And Chris Wen's blinking non-stop. Suddenly a huge situation developing. 1 and 2 in chips with 11 left. Current payout 370. First prize 6 million.
5 seconds.
So obviously, look, the value of Win's stack right now is worth millions of dollars. The merit of picking up this additional 25 million that Adamo's put out there really doesn't increase his stack value that much. But if he was to be eliminated
yeah, you called
by
it, Henry.
jamming and then getting snapped, and he's then out in 11th, you know, it's just not worth the risk. So comes with call, plays defense, and now we just get to see these two sweat this one out because they both flop top.
Well, this is quite an interesting one. I was kind of more enthused about seeing a board they both miss, but King 10-5 will feel good to both.
Well, yes and no. I mean, it's a very wet one spade, two clubs connected with the King 10 around those Broadway combos.
Right, more concern for Adamo on this board than there is for Wen.
I think there's a way that Win actually wins this one. Excuse the pun. And depending on run out, of course.
Win's like, how am I in this spot? What is going on here? Open under the gun with the chip lead and the biggest lunatic left in the field. And by that, I'm not being unkind to Adamo, but the most capable of going for it is surely Adamo. It has come at me with a big 3-bet. Now a follow through on this King 10-5.
Oh.
Let's just both say all in for funsies.
No. 80 million chips in the middle.
Jack of spades, please, dealer.
Near enough an average deck. Oh, okay, we're getting serious now. We've got the 80 million chip mark. The sunglasses, come on. Now we know the number. Brick on the turn. Is this where both will potentially look to slow things down, Henry?
I'm not sure, actually. I don't think so. We lose to tens. We lose to aces. Don't think kings traps. Think fives folds pre, although they are pretty deep. So in Adamo's shoes, wants to get clearance from ace queen, ace jack. Wants to get value from king queen, jacks, maybe even queens.
Yeah, hard to imagine queens wanting to 4-bet pre. For everything you mentioned before the flop. Adamo with 110 behind. These two between them have a third of the chips in play.
I love how casual Win seems in the moment, but you can see his heart is just beating out of his chest through that hoodie. He's trying to play it really cool, but the reality is you're staring down the barrel of one of the most aggressive and most decorated players of the last 3 years.
5 seconds.
20.
Bet 20 million.
Quarter pot, the number that Adamo arrives on. All of a sudden, we're in the realms of a 3/4 pot jam potential on the river. And that's what Wayne is worried about. Not this 20 million here, but what could potentially follow up afterwards. But again, we know with this holding, Henry, it's a clear call. There are going to be some other hands that become far more problematic. Those you mentioned, the jacks, the queens, the king-queen suiteds of the world. But he must start quaking his boots now, thinking of what will come on the river, surely.
Yeah, I think we just play as cool, given the size that's being laid to us. We still have 100 million back, which is more than average stack.
Call.
There's the call.
And Adamo.
It doesn't
little
feel
gulp there
like
you see
aces,
from him.
though.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying, Henry, but chip lead pot underway. It's nervy. Brick on the end.
Well, SPR 0.75. We've sized it to perfection.
Is there a world in which he goes for non-all-in? With a bet size here ever? Is there cause for that?
I don't think so. I'd be very surprised to see him use a small sizing here. Like we're using a small sizing to then fold to a jam. Can still get value from king, queen suited. Also has to be concerned of the traps that Win does potentially have. You know, tens, aces.
But that's it, right?
That's it, yeah. And Adamo's not scared money.
No. If you look up scared money in the dictionary, you do not find that man, Henry. You do not find that man. And that furthers into this. He can get value here where a lot of players can't. Because it's Adamo. What are you doing in Win shoes with that king-queen suited you reference, with queens, with jacks, when this man comes for the third bullet?
5 seconds.
An insane situation with 11 left. Lagoon sitting there all in their short stacks. Perhaps unaware of what's brewing over here, Henry, on the reef.
$30.
He does come out with a small bet, and a bet that kind of just much easier for when to play.
Nice king.
Wow, you absolutely nailed it. You went for the down all in.
Look how happy they both are, Henry. I like that. Adamo said ace king. And when, this is beautiful.
Should I maybe rip it, man? It's okay.
Sorry?
Maybe I should just rip it, man. It's okay.
No, you madman.
Yeah, actually, you're right, man.
Both players hated that situation. Hated it, Henry.
Yeah.
Sweet relief.
Huge, huge sigh of relief for both. Happy to chop that one up. Ren's chipped up a little bit.
Interesting, though, that Chris straight away was like, maybe I should have ripped it. Maybe I should have read that I'm up against that kind of hand.
I mean, it's easy, you know, once you've seen the cards in the moment. If you're jamming ace king there, it's just pretty insane, even if you are up against someone like Adamo. But yeah, the relief was very wholesome. Both just recognizing how insane of a spot it is, first against second in chips, with 11 left, with 6 mil up top.
Both laugh, little fist pumps.
Not little easy. You call me ace jagger. Not that easy. Dangerous.
Meanwhile, the Brendan show. God, I can only imagine what they both went through during that hand.
Oh, you saw, I mean, you even saw Adamo's shirt pounding a little bit there. I mean,
Wynn's just sitting there thinking, please just check Adamo. Please just check. Then comes 30.
30 is a sigh of relief, by the way.
Yeah, it's a sweet relief.
Yeah.
Sweet relief.
You're just like,
I'm
okay.
always calling.
Worst case scenario, I've got 70 million at the end of the hand.
Yeah.
Like,
Just bliss. Okay. Liv. Ace king. One would suggest that she won't have a tough spot with this hand as those boys just had over there off this stack size.
what is this, 15 bigs?
It is.
I wonder if she induces
All
or
in.
just goes, yeah, just jams.
Oh my word, Muster. It's down to just 16 million himself, of course, having lost the ace 10 big queen jack. Asking for a count, of course, we know he's going nowhere.
Oh my word. And this was after the hero call from Canet. He then celebrated, said to Barry, sending you back into retirement. He was up to, what, 80 million at one point, but then lost it back. He's down to 15 here. Is it 6.5 bigs? Good luck to both, I mean. And there's still action behind. There's the call. Moneymaker. Gonna take a bit of time.
And then a call.
We are on a big pay jump. $130,000 pay jump between 11th and 10th. So blind's going to get out of the way. We have a classic race here for Mustafa Canet's tournament life.
Yeah, these hands certainly worthy of bigger stacks, but this is what we play today. 38 million chip pot. Effectively,
I have no idea how much.
swapping stacks should.
She has him covered. That's all.
Can he win?
That's about all I know.
11 left here in the super main.
It's a shame that one of these two has to lose this one. It would have been great to have both. I mean, they both could still make the final table, but not looking likely.
9-6-3. Well, things leaning the way of the Italian. Liv in her now typical pose needs to strike the river.
6 outs once.
Safe. Musta survives.
16-8 should be.
Liv, the latest below 10 big blinds. Really not gone her way this last hour or so, but not out of it yet, Henry.
It's so sick, man. You see the all-in in front of you. You've got queens, and you're just up against 2 overs, man.
One more million?
Yeah.
Being an absolute
doesn't seem
nit
fair
here,
to either
but
of them.
No.
100?
It's huge, huge spot.
Under me, almost.
I'd love to see Liv spin back into this one. Tournament poker, I mean, 4 days you've been grinding, 2 off the final table, 15 bigs, just open down the ace king, run into queens. I mean,
Right, comeback time.
22,000 people alongside us for this one, James. Just sharing Liv's pain there.
Sharing the drama. I don't think my nervousness, my anxiety has reset yet after the ace-king v ace-king, and I could see it was going to be a chop, Henry.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I was picturing being in both players' shoes and just hating life. It's like, why, poker gods, have you dealt me into this situation? I'm just a wuss. I would have just peeled the ace-king from the big in the Dharma shoes just to avoid that. I don't like the pain, Henry. I don't like it.
Oh, come on, you've been in spots as big as that before. Aren't you the man that 4-bet against Tony Dunce with like 12 left in, what was it, the Bellagio Super Main or whatever it was?
Yeah, gave it a little go.
With pocket 4s, was it?
Pairs a pair, mate.
Pairs a pair.
What are they going to do? They got a call, and then they got to win the race. Come on. So Palka ace-10 in the small. Not far removed from his double up. That queen jack of diamonds itself striking the river, leading to his survival, and he's coming after Moneymaker.
Oh, go on, son. Finds the 3-bet.
Along like a 20.
Love to see this. I mean, anyone that's playing Fearless at this stage of the tournament just automatically tip the hat. I've got a lot of love for people.
Well, let's give
playing
that
aggressively
to this whole table because they're going for it.
Polka up to 76 million. Drew's in the chat with a great suggestion. Saying everyone comment where you're watching from. He's joining us from Australia, rooting for Adamo, one would have to assume. Got Ecuador in the chat. Got Kentville. Romania. Bahamas. Says James Dempsey. Enjoy the show, ladies and gents. Glad to have you all here with us for this day 4 coverage. Free of charge, courtesy of the World Series of Poker and GG Poker. We've been here for, what's it been, 14 days now? 13
Day
days?
12 of our coverage, Henry. Obviously, the first half of the coverage, being the Triton co-branded portion. 2 bracelets awarded there. The Triton Million, and then of course the Triton 100K. Now on our 5th day of coverage of this event? 6th day of coverage, I think.
Yeah.
Even though it's only day 4. We managed it, Henry.
It feels like we've really been spoiled over the last 12 days or so. I mean,
oh, yeah.
The Lococo win for 12 million, to then see Foxen ship the main for 3.8, and now we've got this. It's just shaping up to be a classic here. 6 million up top. As Liv jams her final 6. And for chips, we flick it in with ICM. Not sure how I feel about 8-6.
Yeah, hard to imagine he wants to invest another 12 of his only 34 remaining.
Lets it go. Crucial pickup. I mean, Liv increasing our stack by 30%. Will happily take the fold.
Interesting to note there, Henry. Wsop has no time cards remaining.
Yeah, that's a great point, actually.
Now, they will get replenished at the final 9. And he is playing a short stack, so perhaps unlikely to stumble across particularly tough decisions, but you never know. Could be a couple of jams in front of him, something marginal, only 20 seconds to solve it. Of course, if you're going to bet on someone figuring it out in 20 seconds, it may well be a man with the experience he's had, but something to keep an eye on.
This literally feels like I'm watching a highlight reel from 2012, man. We've got Liv Barry jamming into Mustafa Kanat. Got Moneymaker. What even is life? I mean, if Moneymaker wins this, confirms that we're living in a sim, right? Can we just finally get that out of the way with and confirm that? If he goes on to win this?
I mean, I'm not going to fight it. Claim to fame.
How much did he satellite into the WSOP main back in 2003? It was like less than
40
100
or 80 bucks,
right?
something, yeah.
Less than 100.
30 bucks maybe. His biggest accomplishment, though, Henry, was not winning the main event, was not winning that Triton event earlier this year, was not making it this deep in this event, but it was following me on Instagram this week. Shout out, Chris.
Wow, I mean, maybe he's just finally having a midlife crisis. He just
oh, hang on.
Him late in life.
Hang on.
There's nothing to hang on about.
Pardon me. I misread the action here, Henry. I thought we'd seen a Kanat jam from the small.
98 total. Oh, take that is 95. Yes.
Absolutely nothing to hang on for. He's got no time banks, right? Just going to wind down the clock.
Just burning time here, of course. We're playing 11 left with these big pay jumps on offer. Playing the game.
Musta, welcome to my company, Musta.
We make straight flush together.
Yep, 11 left. Huge money on tap. 370, 1 away from that jump to 500 and 2 away from the jump to 750. We double our money with 2 jumps. This is the point of the final table bubble. Myself and Henry both thought that we could see things slow right down. I would argue that they haven't really slowed right down. It's just that the poker gods have seen to it that certain players to survive, partly because of the chip distribution on this table being so shallow.
James, I don't want to, you know, be the guy who just disagrees with you in front of thousands of people.
Go for it.
We just saw Canet max time bank.
All in.
I don't know what else to say when it comes to going slowly.
No, but I mean, the
I hear what
cards,
you
the
say in terms of the
hands.
action, but
This is a saviour, perhaps, for Musta and for Liv. Unlikely to see these two hands meet in the middle because Lipalka has given it a go from the hijack, trying to sneak one through. I find it hard to believe that if he'd folded, a Buri Jam may well have been looked up by Musta with the covering stack.
with Lipalka behind, and 2 players behind, by the way,
Yeah.
Ren and Money. I don't know if we call off 8s here. I mean,
No,
it's
I'd
up
be
there.
very surprised if he calls this off, given we have the opener, given the 2 players behind. Liv jamming with not a whole lot of foldability. An open jam, for sure, we'd have been playing with.
The jam's going to get through. Liv's going to chip up nicely. 12 bigs.
Made to sweat. But the sweat is over. Yeah, lovely pickup. Not just getting a rejam through there, Henry, with 8 bigs is massive.
Emma Phoenix.
Well, she's practically
Oh,
doubled
sorry.
up.
I want to keep him.
That King 7 jam, blind v blind, and then
Yeah.
getting this rejam through. She's now
rise
up
from
to
the
north of
ashes.
30. Hero says she's a
That's
phoenix
big.
rising from the ashes.
Made a big fold.
Yeah.
Well, well, well. 11 left.
Yeah, Henry, I was just thinking how, you know, action on this table is likely given the shallowness of the stacks, and it just occurs to me that we're not far away from the blinds going up again. And that's really going to hurt this table.
It's pretty brutal over here. We'll be going up to 1.53 mil. Question is, are we going to be coming back with 11 players?
All in.
Or 10 as Liv does open jam.
Can it?
12 bigs.
About 30.
Lynn asking for a call. Asking for a count, rather. Wow, Freudian slip on my part.
Ren in his 100 million stack.
This is just posturing.
Yeah.
Really making Liv sweat this one out.
Again, obviously, the biggest stack on the table theoretically wants to get as many hands in as
31.
possible, but also kind of still disincentivized to have too many hands go on at this table. Tragedy could befall him. Doesn't take long to lose 40 blinds in a tournament. Oh.
You gotta sweat.
Oh.
Well, we know what that means.
Mullen.
Chris, Moneymaker, jams over the top of the Liv Buri jam and dominates.
We all knew what that means. Moneymaker is a 69% favorite to be playing 100 million chips at the end of this hand, or a little shy, and becoming one of the
She's got 30, I got
tournament chip leaders at this table.
50.
We saw him double up not long ago with Ace-Jack against Ren Lin's 5-6. Can he make the same hand hold against Queen-Jack of clubs? No! A queen on the flop for Liv. Chris cannot believe it. 10 of clubs on the turn gives him a gut shot. Ace or non-club king would send us down to 10.
Doubles his outs.
Liv Buri with the hold once more. A full double up.
Lucky Liv.
Lucky Liv indeed. No fault, of course, to the play by either there. Those
No, I think
ones
it's less than that.
played themselves, but wow. Henry,
No, it's, yeah. Wait.
what a reprieve for Liv Boeree as we head to break.
Man, that's going to... let me just take a moment to just soak in what we've just witnessed there.
31, yes.
She said again the other day, this tournament feels like it just wants me to win it. Here she is, still in the mix on that short-handed table, short-handed and short stacks, where the chip leader, Ren Lin, will have just 33 blinds when we return from this break and play the new blind levels. Other table is where all the damage is. That chip distribution is wild, but not quite as wild as that run and that frame has been for Liv Boeree.
That's top 5 funnest frames of my commentary career. I'm just going to say it. I mean, you heard her say she's like a phoenix coming and rising from the ashes again. She was down to 15 million after losing the flip against the queens with the ace-king. Got that jam through with the king-7, then reshoved on, I believe it was the Pauker.
That's right, with the
and
king-queen.
then now just open jamming the queen-jack for 12 bigs, running into ace-jack. But the sick thing is even after that double, I mean, when she comes back from break, as you mentioned, the difference in chip stacks on the two tables, she's only got, I say only, I mean, it's worth a lot of money in equity, but 22 bigs.
Yeah, certainly a chance. Now, of course, this is the point in the evening where the players would usually be going on a dinner break. But given there are 11 left, given we're only playing to the final table of 9, they've taken it upon themselves to say, hey guys, let's go for dinner after the Deanie's done. 2 people are not going to be happy anyway. Let's send the rest off happy. So we are going to skip that break. And so for right now, we're going to take a very short break, just 90 seconds, and we'll be back to unpack more of this final 2 tables here in the main event.
All in. Called.
Every moment counts. Every second matters. Be ready for the unexpected. Make your move. Trust your game and turn weekends into epic wins. Let's conquer the world, one hand at a time. Copac, official supplier of the WSOP.
Henry.
James.
Why did you stop?
I can't do it in front
Come
of
on.
the Mr.
There we
Roberto,
go.
whatever it's called.
There we go. We get treated to that every time during that little bumper. And he always stops before the cameras start
Well,
rolling.
You know, what's that UK show that a lot of Americans aren't gonna? Someone in the chat help.
Well, it turns out you don't know it
I
either.
don't know.
So
I don't
should we
know
move on
either.
from that
Yeah,
thought?
we'll move on. But I'm kind of annoyed that we went on break. Not to put the producers on blast, but like 90 seconds. I wanted to just soak all of that up with the 20,000 plus people we got here, because that was just an insane spin. She folded the 10s as well against Lynn's jam when he 4-bet jammed the ace-8, to then be down to, what was it, like sub 10, and then spin it back up. I mean, this is, yeah.
Well, that was obviously the tail of that table, that with the moneymaker double, then losing that all in. But the other table, where all the chips are, and where perhaps we perceived some of the action to be, the big standout hand, of course, being that ace-king v ace-king. What an insane setup that could have been.
Yeah, and I mean, they're 6-handed over there on Liv and Moneymaker's table. They're 5-handed. So, you know, there's a lot of variance in tournament poker. We often talk about the variance behind, you know, winning flips and all that kind of stuff. But there's some variance in having like a damo on your left with the chip lead.
Right, and case in point, 6 and 5. Let's say, for example, the next bust out occurs on the short stack table, which is more likely. We're seeing the all-ins there. One player from the other table will get parachuted into the shallow stack table. And what a boon that could be if it was someone like Chris Wen or Zhou who have one of those stacks, right? Or even a Bonomo in there with like a medium stack.
We saw the stage where Lin got up to like 110 million.
That's
and
right.
he just started open jamming. He was then re-jamming on Mustafa with 6-5 offsuit. So if you were to bring one of those larger stacks from the other table over to that shallower table, I think that's just going to be what happens over there, where they just get to play the role of table captain. Everyone else is going to be in ICM jail. Not something you want to, you know, find yourself in. But with 370k guaranteed, with 11 and 750 being locked up, if you can just make it down to the final 9, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's still real squeaky for now. Just about 10 seconds before we get play back underway here. Of course, as exciting as that was, Henry, let's just raise the blinds a little bit. Let's put even more pressure on these guys as we're about to resume action with Muster right at the bottom of it. Pardon me, Muster double and Moneymaker right at the bottom of it, I would imagine now, having lost that big all-in.
All right, players in the super main event, welcome back from break. 11 players remaining. Our new level is 1,500,000, 3 million, 3 million. That's a 1.5 million big blind, a small blind, 3 million big blind, 3 million big blind ante. Good luck, players, dealers, shuffle up and deal.
So then there we go, Anya Tillman getting us back underway. This is a reminder of how things look as we head into this new level. 1.53 mil means Moneymaker has just 9 blinds. Muster a sniff ahead with 11. It's all cagey over there. Renlin though, perhaps the opportunity to abuse the situation. That's where we're going to kick action off. So much more jeopardy perhaps possible here. Deuces in the muck for Muster, recognizing exactly the situation. Let's see how Money wants to play this from the bottom. One assumes a fold and burning of some time. Opalka over 20 blinds. Decides to limp in here against Liv. Everyone on board, it seems, at this table with the notion of just taking a moment or two. So much money on the line with those pay jumps. Liv retains the lead, but Lapalka does find clubs, Henry.
Yeah, it's really nice to see as well how much it means to all of these players. Not to state the obvious, there's a lot on the line here. You know, 6 million up top. Racer, but I mean, you've seen Liv in her all-in spots just really sweating. Every card means so much to her. Means so much to everyone.
Justin, what happened?
I cannot imagine the emotions Liv has been through in the last couple of hours. Tortured with that tens fold.
Just running that bluff.
Tortured with
Jack.
tortured with the call from Muster, calling with ace high against her 2-street bluff. Losing a flip. And then flopping it. Queen Jack against Ace Jack. Ren going to press home that advantage on this table.
Cannon's got an ace.
Yeah, obviously up against the Ren open, but that open is going to be pretty liberal, given the separation he has from the field on this table.
All in.
Sick.
Wow.
29.
Wow, Henry.
That's pretty sick that he's found that jam. Fair play, mate.
What a boss. For 10 blinds, the 3-bet jam comes in over the top of the Renlin Open, recognizing how wide it may well be. Willing to risk it all here with 11 left.
Fading the snap is always nice. Not that a tank always means fold. Nice little pickup there. I mean, increasing his stack by 33%. You know, we've done the commentator bingo cards before over at Triton.
I did hear you utter the words. This is shaping up to be a classic.
Yeah. A few people have ticked off a very decent score on their bingo cards today. Zero Sum saying, Henry is being very careful not to state the obvious today. That's actually a great comment.
You just declared that Must had an ace, though.
I don't think you're picking up on the facetiousness of the comment. Or you're going 3 levels and you're playing 4D chess over there and I've just made a complete fool of myself. So, you know, one of the two, James.
Live with 10-9 suited on the button.
Straight over his head. My head, that is.
Wow, just finds the 4. I was wondering if we were going to see maybe a limp employed there. With the 10-9 of spades up against this 2, but she's just getting out the way. Perhaps happy for some collision equity behind with a fold. These two may get it in a situation just like this.
Yeah, just let the heart rate drop a little bit rather than being all in every hand.
Game ball now.
I have good hands.
Can it's
Both
up to
times.
50 and big, so the dream of getting both live and can it on the FT. Still in with a chance.
Napalka keeping his powder dry.
A bit more.
Really hasn't been overly involved, as you would expect at this stage of a tournament.
46.
Just trying, like the rest of them.
Well, he's just taking shove spots, right?
Yeah. I think one light open. 10-9 offsuit under the gun that Liv punished for 8 blinds. And that's it. Playing by the book. Wsop. Ace Queen O. I sense Henry. He wants to induce with this one. Against these two players. Both capable.
Especially...
Total, right?
This is going in.
Yeah. We saw Ren with 6-5 offsuit in exactly the same spot. This hand far more reasonable, and he has declared it. Henry Muster will surely beat him in the pot in this one. Well, He won't, because he'll take the 20 seconds. Ah, near enough. He's keen. He wants to get this over with. Henry.
I can't call the action on this. Good luck, gents. I mean,
yeah,
biggest spot of both of their careers.
Hero on hero.
Two of the most entertaining players in poker. 11 left.
Ooh, queen in a window was nice for Kenny, but a jack rolls out behind. It's never easy in this game. Red 4. All of a sudden, Henry, are we going to see Muster go from the shortest stack on the table with just a handful of blinds to the chip lead and 33? We are.
Guy, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Muster. With all the money. Disaster for Lynn.
45-9.
And he's taking it like a champ.
45-9.
I can get behind.
You can see Muster visibly
No,
shaking.
No, dude, he's fired up, man. There's 11 left. There's 6 million up top. I mean,
That's what I mean. Look at this. We're looking at the elite super pros. How much it means.
Tillman just having a little wet.
Anything.
Look, I
No, he
can
didn't say
get
about
behind
you,
the
he said about the
celebration,
table is gentle.
but in Ren's face like that, I think is a bit borderline for me. I mean, Ren's the classiest guy in the game. Like, the classiest guy. I mean, what was it? The 100K we were covering a week ago, where someone apologized for winning a hand, and, like, Ren was immediately like, you don't need to ever say sorry in poker. So I don't know, man. I mean, look.
I know you're going at. I feel like.
And even Liv earlier on,
Yeah.
like it seemed like it bothered her a bit, and Musti asked for a fist bump, and she didn't really give one back.
No, but this is exactly it. This moment is so big. You can see emotion, perhaps
Sure.
understandably,
Wow,
ripping
now he's
through
king.
him. You could see him shaking after the hand was
63.
finished. Just adrenaline coursing through his veins. And I think I agree with you. Maybe a bit much, but it'd be unfair to judge a man in that
No,
state.
not at all. Like I said, you know,
Yeah.
it's I can see both sides of it. It's a huge moment, and I love
Oh,
emotion
no.
in poker. Love emotion in poker. So
Oh no, Henry. 14 blinds over the new chip leaders open. Yeah. Ren's going for it. Are we going to see Ren 1-2 punched out of here?
the Italian looking very likely to KO.
Oh my word. Came back from that break. Ren Lin having a dreamy scenario on this table. And now he's the one at risk. Happily
One
to
time,
see
Lady Gaga.
live cards needing one of his Gagas. What a turn of events this has been. You see Ren now. Emotions running through him as he sees a Jack-8 deuce board does present an extra path. An alley, if you will, a 9 will get him there. King takes some off the board, but an ace now and out.
Queen and 10 aren't part of it anymore.
One time. Oh.
Did you? Had queen 10
Not
too.
to be.
Let's go.
Ren
Let's go, Musta.
Lin. Unbelievable, Henry. Just moments ago on the break, we were discussing the situation he was in and how good it was, how fortuitous it was to have 33 bigs, the next biggest stack on the table, having 22. Unbelievably, he's the next out. 2 all-ins
Pausing the clock or?
to
You
Musta.
pause the clock?
That's rough, man. Ren, take a bow, mate. 370K. Solid run here.
What must this man be going through?
I mean, the emotions are really visible, not to state the obvious. Tick off the bingo card. But yeah, no. I'm loving the emotions. And when it's not in someone's face and he's just kind of cheering himself on, big fan of this. Let's go, Muster. Let's go.
Money with quite the understatement there. Not a bad spin up. Queens, the ace king holds.
Well, Ren's gone from what? Third in chips with 11 left to out.
We are just paused at this table. As we mentioned earlier, Henry, if someone busted out here, we'd have to parachute someone in from the reef, and that person is going to be, well, any player from reef wants to be the person that gets parachuted over here. Although, looking at the position of the button, that player would take the seat between Liv and Muster, so they would be out of position to Muster. But I feel like it's still advantageous to be in that seat than any other on the other table.
Imagine if Muster just stands up and says, "Who wants some? Who wants some? Come get it. Don't be scared. Come join us."
Well, I do gather, Henry, after that unfortunate bust out, Ren is already ready to speak to one Jeff Platt.
Oh, we hate this part right here. Renlin out in 11th. I see you shaking your head. What are you thinking about?
I just I play bad a little game or too much like a last hour. I play bad.
How do you think you played throughout the entire tournament leading up to this? Are you happy with how you played before this last hour or so?
I mean, yeah, I enjoyed the whole series and the whole game, but you know, this poker, I'm not really care like what the money jump or everything. I just want to win, so I just keep the fight.
And finally, how tough is this on you right now to be eliminated in this kind of spot?
I mean, it's a little bit sad, but it's this poker, you know. So be happy. So it's good for me now.
And you make us happy to see you run so deep. Thank you very much for the time. Appreciate it as always. Renlin, there he goes, out in 11th place at the WSOP Superman. Guys.
Well, thank you, Jeff, and fair play to Ren for stopping around and having a word, because he's got to be feeling sick. He said he didn't think he played well, maybe too much gamble, but Henry, these are the cards he was dealt. This situation allowed him to leverage the chip position and go after these players. And that's what makes Ren who he is, and the fact that he said he was more interested in playing for the win than he was about these ladder ups.
I think that's what separates, you know, some of the best in the world from the average regs, is their willingness to obviously take aggressive lines, try and play for the win, but then to also just recognize that perhaps they need to adjust some spots. That 6-5 rejam was a bit, you know.
Yeah, that one
was
maybe a little bit out there.
That was out there.
Soft game for him. If we get too far ahead or too far behind, they'll slow it up.
Yeah. They count and then, yeah.
I think it should be a time for him.
So, Stone Bubble
Who you take from?
of the World Series of Poker.
No.
Super main, first of its kind.
I made it very early.
Largest ever guaranteed prize pool in tournament poker history. Everyone guaranteed $500,000.
A lot on that table. Because Adamo here, not a chip leader.
Yeah, I know. Top table, definitely.
Apalka limping in, King 9 suited in the small. Liv. Gonna get C3 with this 10-6 suited, as Show just informs the guys of tails from the other table. Very happy to be joining this lineup off the table he was on, where he was out of position. Perhaps he's gone from the worst seat on that table as well when he's got moved off, so especially thrilled to be over here.
I open, he jam, I call, ace queen, king jack, I hold. Next hand I open.
Modern
he
day
jam,
cooler
call, ace king.
brewing here. Blind v blind, limped pot, top pair against middle pair. Let's Liv bets out, looking for both clearance and value.
No, played bad. I mean, it's close. It's fine
On
jams,
that
both of
turn,
them are fine.
I think it just
Big
checks
variance.
through. Slapalka is out of position. Liv now behind hands like 9-8, 8-7, all of the gut shots, straight draws.
Who won? Adamu?
She might bet one more and then just check rivers rather than check deciding, but that's played. Oh, she just gets there. 15 million out there. Spikes the 5 outer.
Yeah. Live on the rush just at the right time. One-third pot, the number decided upon by Lepalka. It's a spot, Henry, where Liv against that size has to raise.
Against that size, she might, you know. It feels a little bit thin. She's reaching for raisin chips, and it looks like a very nice sizing as well. Like, as milky as it gets. This is the sizing you'd want to raise. It's like still get value from King X. Get value from King X, but then, you know, be able to find folds if Lepalka comes over the top. You might pay this off. Very tempting size being offered here by Liv.
Is it too tempting, Henry?
I've been impressed with the Belarusian. If he can fold this, that would really be the icing on the cake for his performance so far. Feels like a very underbluffed spot. We can talk ourselves into calls though because of the sizing. Fold it, Lepalka. Save yourself 8 million.
Yeah, just 8 million more. Such a tempting price. 7x, clubs, missing.
Nice fold, mate. Very nice fold. Man, so Liv's up to 80 mil, eh?
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? It seems like getting shackled with a short stack at some point here is what leads to a spin, what leads to riches.
It's wild because both Liv and Musti were almost out, right? They were both like sub-7 big blinds at one point, and now they're bossing it up at this table.
Money, 6 blinds in the cutoff, pocket pair. Shortest stack in the tournament. Is it time?
Good luck, sir. How much is this for? This is 6 bigs. Yeah, Liv's going to ask for a count.
Does have the table leader behind her.
Money looking a little bit deflated.
18, how much?
Throwing a little glance Joe's way. As he is behind, left to act. Yeah, lets it go. He's going to get through. Let's go, money.
Didn't know if you had looked at your cards yet.
I see one good card.
Felt like you hadn't looked at them yet, and concerning.
Moneymaker lives to fight another day.
Dude, if we get a 2,000 runner filled down to the final table and you have Adamo, Bonomo, Moneymaker, Liv, and Musti, I'm going to start to question whether or not this is just scripted.
I'm going to make a promise to you. You're going to have Adamo. Actually, I don't want to make that promise because if anyone could get through those chips, it would be that man. Moneymaker again finds another natural jam. Just under 9 bligs this time.
Come on.
Good luck, sir.
Oh no. Oh no. Henry.
Can I get a count?
Oh, it's just dirty.
Henry. She got it all in with Queen Jack against his Ace Jack. Flopped a queen. Now he jams with 2 9s and she finds 2 jacks on the button. 26 million chips.
25-9.
Representing a third of her stack. 2 big stacks to act behind.
More than.
She does move all in over the top. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Henry. Joe finds 2 10s behind. Is this real?
10s is going in the bin.
She's all in. I'm all in. She's all in.
Moneymaker.
And he's thinking.
9's the hand of Phil Ivey that he rivered a better full house against
did indeed.
Back in 2003 on that main event run.
It's about 70.
Now he's got the 9's and he's going to need to find a way to beat Barry to get back into this one.
Maybe 80.
And keep the dream of the Moneymaker Effect 2.0 alive.
Well, Henry, if anything will feel like justice, perhaps it would be a 9 on this flop, given the damage she did to his stack just moments ago.
Yeah, with the Queen Jack against Ace Jack.
Oh, I have some more here.
Liv not enjoying this question behind. Obviously, the Jack's doing phenomenally well against the open jam, but far worse
25-9.
against any potential overjam. In fact, doing poorly against any hand that tanks. Relief for the fold is Liv. Joe be relieved to see the 2 jacks himself.
9's the jacks.
Good luck, Money. Been an absolute pleasure calling the action on your run, mate. Would love to see it continue here, but got to state the obvious, and that is the fact that it's a 4-to-1 dog. 1 foot out the door. Suits are covered as well.
We need a 9. We got 9's versus jacks. We need to get
Liv
some
can
live
hold
up.
here.
Wow.
What an
He's no
insane run-up.
He is no stranger to the big occasion. That is the obvious stated. But this is going to be a tall ask. It's an 8-6 deuce board develops. Backdoor straight a possibility. Liv in her familiar all-in pose. Trying to keep herself grounded, centered. Keep the emotions in check. 5 on the turn, Henry. It's never easy. Money turning a gut shot straight draw. pop on the river. Big celebration, not from Liv though.
Good game, Chris. It's a pleasure playing with you.
From the others, as they all recognize they have reached the final table of the WSOP Supermain
We love you.
at the expense of Chris Moneymaker.
We fucking did it!
Well, there had to be one on the outside, Henry. And it's this man here, and Jeff, all ready to speak to him fresh off that loss.
Chris Moneymaker, how do you sum up what this last week was like for you?
It was a lot of fun. I mean, you know, you come down here in the Bahamas and play a $25,000 buy-in, you make a deep run, you're going to have a blast. It's going to be a fun tournament, and it was. I mean, it's been 4 days of a lot of stress and a lot of tough decisions, but it was great.
I know it's tough in the moment. Do you allow yourself to take some pride with how well you may have played throughout the course of the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not going to beat myself up because I've made the right decision. So, I mean, I literally did everything I could do. I put myself in really good spots. And sometimes, you know, that's just how this game is. I mean, the best hand doesn't always hold, and, you know, that's what this game is. I mean, you know, I think I've sucked out on a few people once or twice. So, you know.
I appreciate the time, as always, win or lose. Thank you very much. Good seeing you. You're the best. Guys.
How can you not love that man, Henry?
Such a class act, man. Especially on the final table bubble of an event like this. But yeah, just further showcasing just how much he loves the game, and name someone more iconic than Moneymaker in poker over the last 20 years or so.
Really hard to do that. Henry, just quickly, as we look at the chip counts before we go to the studio, and look at this, Henry, over the other table. We didn't see any action there since the break, but Michael Adamo has furthered his cause even more, has just under 200 million in chips. As we set this final table, that's how the payouts look. 750, of course, now secured. Everyone tomorrow on that final table will secure an eight figure. I'm trying to give everyone a pay rise, Henry. A 7-figure payout as we look to crown a champion, and of course, the winner will walk away with not just the bracelet, but a cool $6 million.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting tomorrow. All eyes are going to be on Lemon and Lapalka, who are going to be coming back with around 15 bigs each. It's not as clear-cut at the top of the chip counts, in my opinion. Yes, Adamo is holding the chip lead with 66 bigs, but the blinds are going to be going up soon. He has a very tough, you know, Mustafa Canet with 47 big blinds. You've got Christopher Wynn, who's played incredibly as well. He's also got 47 bigs, and now Liv fresh off that double with 37 big blinds. So, look, Adamo loses a 3-bet pot to either one of those, and all of a sudden he's in the middle of the pack in ICM jail. So I think tomorrow the pace of play is going to be just everyone feeling themselves out, settling into, you know, the nerves and everything, and then waiting to see if one of the short stacks makes a move early, and then if they double up, obviously reevaluate the situation.
Yeah, as we always say, when it comes to final tables, seat draw will be such a key aspect
yeah,
of
that's
that.
true. That's going to be huge.
Especially with Adamo holding that stack. But, of course, Henry, all good things must come to an end. And we didn't want that to end because it was a lot of fun. But sadly...
Tomorrow, 1 p.m.?
Tomorrow, 1 p.m. But for me, personally, sadly, of course, I know you're a money man. I was a Renlin man. Unfortunately, we had to lose 2.
Yeah.
It had to be them. GG, boys. Next time, perhaps for them. Well, Money's already had his time, but maybe next time for Renlin. For the other 9, though, plenty of rest, as it is for you guys as well. As Henry mentioned, we'll be back at 1 p.m. tomorrow for the final table of this, the World Series of Poker Supermain. So until then, good night.